Waiting on Fox's TV. One, two, three, four, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And tomorrow, so I wouldn't be 100% confident we'll get a full day in, but hopefully if there are any breaks they are minimal. The playing hours are in. We're starting at 10:30, we're finishing at about 2:30 tomorrow morning. To make up the overs, we're playing 3,462 to get all the ones that Yorkshire have missed in this season. No, I mean seriously, it's been a terrible season for Yorkshire in the weather sense. They've I don't know what the latest figure is, but a few weeks ago when we were at Scarborough, Harrison, the data analyst, had calculated it was upwards of 35%. And so another quarter of this match is already, well, more than a quarter, hasn't it? Because we only got 30 odd overs in on day one.
38.5 overs, so yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So it's going to be somewhere 35 to 40% come the end of the season. And when you look at that and start to ask questions about whether or not you would have got, promotion, with the matches that have been incomplete when Yorkshire were in control of them, then I think they would have been bang up there in second or third. Obviously there would have been the points deduction to take off, so that would have shoved them further back down the table. But in terms of how they've played when they've had the opportunities, they're a sort of second or third place in the table side, I think, so far this season.
When things are going against you, everything seems to go against you for a while, doesn't it? Hopefully Yorkshire's luck will change, perhaps at the end of the season, and next season will be a great season. May change in this game, as to the wicket walk Jordan Thompson on 2 not out, and young Benjamin Cliff, 20-year-old, who has yet to score. He's only faced a single delivery, and it looks like he is going to be the man on strike, and he's going to be facing the bowling of Will Davis. Going to be an update for BBC Radio Leicester at 10:30 and sort of half-hourly-ish throughout the day. You have plenty of updates to do today?
I'm back to the usual sort of 9 or whatever it is, yeah. If we get that far.
Umpire Bainton at square leg, umpire Pratt behind the stumps at the Bennett end. Umpire Bainton, remember, his 250th first class fixture. And the ground staff have forgotten to put the rope back. So Sam Evans is very kindly, where they took the covers off, just making sure it is back in perfect position. Umpire Bainton overseeing Sam's work. He's happy with it. Looks a bit dampish down there still, but it stopped raining sort of early evening yesterday, and it's been pretty dry ever since. So Will Davis looking for a fiver, comes in to finish his over, bowls to Cliff, very wide outside, off stump, bounces a second time. as Cliff lets it go through, and that is the end of the over.
And that delivery was not part of today's allocation, so that was kind of
okay.
That
just
delivery didn't really take place
right.
somehow. It wasn't on day 1, it certainly wasn't on day 2, and it's not going to count as part of day 3. So if Ben Cliff had got out to that, you wonder
how that would have gone down in
the
scoring books. Yeah. In a little vacuum all of its own.
Maybe there was some arrangement, maybe the scorers have had a word there. And said, just bowl it wide above them first up.
Absolutely.
We'll say no more about it.
I suspect Will Davis had his instructions there. Tom Scriven is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end, and may not do so before we get the update in. If we squeeze it in, let's see what happens.
You haven't seen much of Ben Cliff bat, I'll be honest, but he is at number 11, so I suppose that's a comment. But Jordan Thompson, we know, can whack it out of the park on his day, and if he had a little bit of fun early on here, that might just help the Yorkshire cause.
He's a very dangerous player, and he may go for his shots with young Mr. Cliff at the other end. He'll have seen something of him in the nets and will be aware of his abilities. Open stance from Thompson, just bobs at the knees as Scriven is in and bowls onto the leg, stays a bit low, and it's worked back by Thompson. He comes down on it a bit late, pushes it back past Scriven, pushes it out to mid-on, and there is no run. Here comes the update. That the sun is shining after that miserable day yesterday in which no cricket at all was played. Play has got underway. We're going to try and play an extra 8 overs today, so potentially 104 overs left to be bowled. The game did move on day 1. It seems a long time ago now. Yorkshire resuming in their first innings on 155 for 9, and they're all out. Jordan Thompson has edged Tom Scriven through to the wicketkeeper Ben Cox, so they haven't added to their first innings score. Leicestershire have bowled Yorkshire out in their first innings for 155 and will now set about the task of, hopefully from their point of view, trying to build a first innings lead. So couldn't have been a much better start to Leicestershire's day. And as you heard, just that was pushed across Jordan Thompson from Tom Scriven. He edged, went low to Cox, who took a good catch actually, diving away to his left first thing in front of first slip, manages to get his glove underneath the ball, and after what, 2 deliveries of the day, we'll stop again. The heavy roller comes out into the middle, and there will be a 10-minute break. Cricket, eh?
God, I'm tired out. I need a rest.
Shall we go make a cup of tea or coffee or something like that? 155. Well, I think you had I saw some quotes from Finlay Beanham at the end of day 1 saying, yeah, obviously would have liked to do better. Obviously back our side to bowl Leicestershire out for a similar score, if not less, but that they did feel it was. They sort of acknowledged it. They did feel it was a bit under par. The pitch hadn't played that badly.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. And when you look back at some of the strokes played by Yorkshire, difficult to argue with that as well. There were 1 or 2, well, several in fact, that could have been avoided. But there you go, it's done now, and they need to concentrate on trying to get some points on the board, because of course they've finished well short of getting any bonus points with the bat. But you would think that they'll be pretty good for 3 with the ball in 110 overs on this surface.
You'd hope so. Certainly still looks very green. Obviously it was under covers all day yesterday.
And the other thing, I mean, looking at it from over and above, you mentioned about might be a bit of moisture down near the bottom corner here, where the boundary rope was moved, and the actual square itself away from the strip they're playing on. There's a bit of juice around there, so if that's a comment on the actual pitch that they're playing on here, which is as green as the outfield, then it could be interesting. It could be an interesting day's play.
Certainly Leicestershire have asked for or required the heavy roller. I'm just looking at it to see, it's a bit difficult to tell how much of the moisture, there's a sort of dampness on the heavy roller is as a consequence of coming across the outfield to the square, whether it's actually coming up from the pitch. It does usually bring up a little bit of moisture. We will see. Yorkshire already are gathering below us, getting ready to bowl, but we'll just take a couple of minutes, get the kettle on, and then settle down for what promises to be a fascinating morning session. And we're back. Coffee's made, and umpires are back out there. Umpire Bainton, hands plunged somewhat gloomily in his pockets. Umpire Pratt walking briskly out to the Bennett end, and out come the Yorkshire players. Led, of course, by Adam Lythe. Just trying to work out how many are captain, how many aren't. Visible from the jumpers, of course, from the sweaters, some with the 2 blues and the gold, some with just the dark blue stripe, about half and half, something like that. And the 2 Leicestershire openers heading out into the middle. Sam Evans starting for the first time with Rishi Patel. Sol Budinger, who has been opening, has been left out for this game. He has struggled against the red ball. So they've gone back to the doughty Evans, who played extremely well in the one-day cup final in partnership with Harry Swindells to give Leicestershire's bowlers something at which to bowl. Just looking at the figures for Sol Budinger, he played 11 of the 12 matches, 20 innings, just 393 runs at 19.65, and as I say, had just struggled a little bit to come to terms with the moving ball. Looks like it's going to be Rishi Patel who's going to take strike, and it looks like it's going to be Ben Code who's going to open the bowling for Yorkshire, and it'll be Jonathan Doidge to tell you all about it.
Yeah, Ben Code has continued his usual consistent form with ball in hand this season. Still averaging around about 20 for 200 plus first-class wickets, and Rishi Patel tries to negate any Ben Code nip off the pitch straight away, walking down the wicket to the very first ball of the innings, and drops it into the offside. No run. They've gone with 4 slips here, plus a point. They've left the gap through the covers for either or both these players to have a drive at.
Yeah, he's averaging less than 20 to this per week, 19.28. Brilliant, really, by Code.
And he comes again. Patel once again down the pitch. There's a big appeal. He's gone. There you go. He struck straight away, Ben Code. They were pretty confident he'd get in and among, talking to them around the ground this morning. And with the very first ball, second ball, I should say, after the very first ball, he charged him down the pitch and tried to negate some movement. He's done the same again. But perhaps in the opinion of umpire Neil Pratt, he's walked across.
Well, he went a long way down, but he did go across, and goodness me, how that did look to hit him a long way outside the line. But we'll have a look at the replay, see what you think. If you're watching on the stream, what's your opinion? Goodness me, here you go. Oh, the replay is of the appeal. Well, we might be able to. It'll come up on NV Play in a moment. We'll have a gander at that.
So none for 1. 2 balls in. And we're just showing 10:42 AM on the clock, and I've already seen 2 wickets fall and a 10-minute break in between.
So we've had 4 balls and 2 wickets. 1, 2.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I got confused after just the 2, and it is difficult to get it right. I mean, there's only 4 balls, Richard. I mean, come on.
We are very easy. Well, I'm very easily confused.
Know.
That 10 minutes break, yeah. We switched off. I switched off. So Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's captain, comes to the wicket with Sam Evans accompanying him to the wicket. He walked all the way back with Rishi Patel, who did take a number of steps down the wicket there, and he had got a long way. But as Foxy Phil says on the messages, Ben Code is going to be a nightmare here on this pitch, and he already is proving to be exactly that for the Leicestershire players.
Well, he could be if he bowls as we normally see, and obviously we've seen that tactic straight away. Rishi Patel trying to negate him by coming down the pitch. Didn't work with his second ball. Here he is then. And first up, there's another good delivery to Lewis Hill, which gets hands on heads from the slip cord, and there's going to be some excitement out there. Of course there is, trying to put some pressure on the Leicestershire captain. Do you want to just replay that?
Yeah,
just from the angle with the light. It's not easy to see the stumps where he's in line with them.
You can see middle and leg stumps.
I think it's hit him in front. I mean, but yeah, he's come down the pitch as that's dropped back up down the pitch by Lewis Hill to Ben Code, no run. It looks to me like it strikes him in front of the poles. You can see. So look again. It's not bang on straight either, is it? You see. Yeah, it's probably hitting him. What, off stump? You're not convinced, no?
Just that he looked. Yeah.
You're not convinced. Okay. It's Code in again, and Lewis Hill leaves.
Just you can see, I can see middle and leg stumps.
Yeah,
you know,
Richard.
Which makes you think might just have hit him outside. It may well have been going on to hit, no question about it. But did it hit him outside the line? That would be my only question there.
Hill waits, and down the incline comes Code, and Lewis Hill drops it into the leg side where James Wharton, who'd been moved in at short leg, does the fielding, and there is no run. So an eventful start to the day's play. Yorkshire losing Jordan Thompson to the second ball of the morning, caught by Ben Cox off Tom Scriven for 2. Yorkshire wrapped up for 155, no addition to the overnight score, and Leicestershire yet to score, but have lost the wicket of Rishi Patel, LBW to Ben Code, with what my colleague thinks is at least a questionable decision.
Opinions mixed on the stream, I think it's fair to say. Jordan Thompson is going to open the bowling for Yorkshire from the pavilion end. He always reminds me of a slightly younger Jack Brooks. There's just something about him physically, and maybe it's the hairstyle. Who knows? But together, they must have been an interesting combination.
See, Jack is finishing, isn't it, at the end of the season?
He is. Yeah, Brooksy Ferret is moving on to things new. Thompson is in, bowls to Evans, who is forward cautiously, pushing the delivery out towards point. Doesn't misbehave. 4 slips, of course, for Thompson as well as for Code. And first slip is coming up with some sawdust that he's going to put down on the point at which Code's front foot has been landing. Evans waits as Thompson is in, bowls to him, angles in a little bit, but walking forward just a touch there, a little bit of momentum, albeit that he plays it sort of standing up fairly tall. Evans pushing the delivery out towards mid-on. There is no run.
Yeah, Johnny Tattersall's obviously got the option of standing up. He doesn't tend to stand up to Jordan Thompson. He's a bit quicker than Ben Code, but he will certainly stand up to Ben if needs be, and fairly soon, you would think as well, if that continues to happen, the walking.
Thompson is in. Evans again is looking to walk forward to an extent that he ever really does. Sam, he tends to prefer to sort of play from the crease if possible. Pushes the delivery out towards the skipper at mid-off. And there's no run, of course. 1 or 2 comments that they only need they need 9 to save the follow-on. In goes Thompson and bowls. Evans again is a long way forward on that occasion. Stays a bit low, pushed out again to Masood, and there's no run.
Well, I think we said the other day that it wasn't doing all sorts, but there were a few that did things. Probably it did less than we would have expected in terms of how it looks, but you still come back after 2 days. There's been juice around. You know, you wouldn't be surprised to see a ridiculously low score.
No,
you know, could be one of those days. Not saying it will be, but it could be.
Yeah, absolutely. It's only another 6 to save the follow-on. Anyway, in goes Thompson. Bowles clipped off his toes by Evans as it swung in. Work to do for long off. Tumbles down there, gets to the ball. Who is that down there? In the far, far distance in front of the electronic scoreboard. Gets his throwaway. Evans picks up 2. Would normally be Code, but it would normally be the bowler at the far end, wouldn't it? If we go down to long. It is Ben Code. Yeah. God, he looks a long way away. Perhaps my glasses are getting weaker on my eyesight.
He's a long way away.
Thompson and Bowles. Evans gets a fullish delivery on off stump. One or two others I can think of would have looked to off drive that back past the bowler, but Evans just leant into it, pushed it firmly back down the pitch towards Thompson. End of his first over. 2 for 1. Evans has them both. The man out, Patel, who went leg before wicket to Ben Code.
Yep, not a bad start from Jordan, just trying to get the radar in sync. And just the 2 from it, so Lewis Hill has had to watch on from the other end and now has the job of facing Ben Code, who obviously Yorkshire's premier seamer, with the exception perhaps of Matthew Fisher. They'd be arguing about that, but record-wise he certainly is. Fish, if you're watching, not sure his whereabouts today. Hope the side strain is improving as Code is in, and that's dropped into the offside by Lewis Hill. There is no run.
What there isn't in this track is much pace, is there? It it looks a little bit dead. Obviously not dead, but it isn't zipping through or anything like that, which makes you think you can sort of dig in a little bit.
Yeah. No, there's been, just one ball really that took off, and that was the one that hit Ben Mike's elbow onto his stumps, wasn't it? Here's Code in again, and Lewis Hill just prodding forward at this one. He's got he opened the face, to be fair to him. He's got it away through third man, and that will be 4 off short and boundary down the corner there.
Follow-on has been saved.
that is a really great lack of ambition that for a team who's just won a trophy.
No, that's not from me. That's just one or two sort of tongue-in-cheek comments on the stream.
So 6 for 1. Lewis Hill is going on 4. Wish I could hear myself better in these cans. Now that's better. Feels like somebody stuck cotton wool in your ears as Code is in. It's down the leg side, and Hill thinks about having a flick at that. It's a good take by Johnny Tattersall. First time he's really been able to stretch 1 or 2 limbs in taking that. Matthew Revis is up at mid-on. James Wharton under helmet at short leg. Ben Cliff is down at long leg, and then it's Hill, Lythe, Bean and Thompson in that order from 1st to 4th slipwise, as Hill gets one on leg stump and works it down to Ben Cliff. No run, and you can see Ben Code already, sorry, 1 run I should say, and you can see Ben Code already striving to just keep it straight and let the pitch do the work. And he'd be very good at that in a general bowling discipline sense. But sometimes on pitches like this, everyone gets carried away. It's going to do all sorts, and then there's disappointment if you don't take wickets at regular intervals. Took Leicestershire, of course, 45 Yorkshire runs before they struck for the first one. Here's Code, and then he's dropped into the offside by Sam Evans. Shan Masood fielding, no run.
Both Finlay Bean and Will Davis, who were the interviewees at the end of day 1, said didn't do half as much as both sides, I suspect, thought it might, given its greenness. But as I said to you on day 1, it kind of never does here. The pitches can sometimes look green and fruity, and usually they play reasonably, pretty well.
Code again. Evans walking into this one and dropping it into the leg side to complete the over at 7 for 1. Jan, Winey's my saviour, says, is there a problem with the commentary feed? Nothing on the BBC app. We did have an issue, I think, didn't we, earlier on, but maybe Richard might.
They'd got them sorted, but I'll chase it up Janeth.
And Richard Fiddler says, I love how today's first ball was technically bowled in the past. Another reason why cricket is the greatest game ever invented. Bent Nielsen, good morning. It looks like we have quite some play today. Maybe a shower around lunchtime. As for Tuesday's play, I think Yorkshire let themselves get rattled a bit, though the Foxes' bowling did improve and the conditions for batting surely didn't. That is at Jonathan Doige, or at Foxes Crick 2023. As
Thompson will continue from the pavilion end. In he goes, and bowls, goes past the outside edge. A little bit of a tentative jab from Lewis Hill. Might just have straightened on him a touch, but unconvincing from Hill. He's on 5, 7 for 1.
Do you want me to continue?
Please, and I'll make some telephone calls.
Okay. So we've got techie issues on the BBC site, unfortunately, at the moment. Richard just going to sort those as Jordan Thompson leaves our commentary position behind, but starts this one too wide of Lewis Hill. Tattersall across to take that in front of first slip. And we've got a Ben Mike gesticulating to the changing room about something and pointing in the direction of Ben Code, who's left his sweater over the boundary rope for this over, so already got plenty warm enough. Jordan Thompson just straying a bit too full on leg stumpish here, and he's gone for 4 in front of square on the leg side. So hasn't quite, as I said at the end of the first over, not quite found that range just yet. That consistency that I often talk about on the commentaries. And so 11 for 1. But it is, I've just had a few laps around the pitch beforehand to get a few steps in, and when the sun was out, admittedly I do have a shirt and jumper on, but it got pretty warm by the 3rd and 4th of those laps.
Thompson is in and bowls outside off stump, a little bit too short, did straighten a touch, but it was too wide. Hill was tempted to try and cut it away, decided not to do so, not to take the risk. 11 for 1 remains the score. It's fairly pointless to say we are chasing up what is happening, trying to get it sorted out onto the BBC Sport app. They were having trouble for a good 15 minutes beforehand getting through to Salford, where BBC Sport is based these days. Getting it through to Salford. In goes Thompson and bowls. That's a lovely delivery just outside off stump, just in the corridor. Drew Hill into the firm push, straightened and beat the outside edge. That's a super delivery.
Yeah, that's a peach, isn't it? As good as we've seen so far this morning, and certainly Jordan's best delivery. And if he keeps it in that general area, then it might just talk a little bit for him.
I'm assured that Salford, quote, are working on it, and their engineers are doing their very best, but there seems to be something of a problem at their end. Now we can do at this. In goes Thompson, bowls outside off stump. Almost another good line, but it was just wide enough for Hill to leave. Good over from Thompson. No wickets in it, however. 2 overs, none for 6 for him. 11 for 1. Leicestershire score. Sam Evans has 2. The skipper, Lewis Hill, has 9.
Yeah, and that last delivery by comparison to the one before was just a little bit shorter as well, so he left it on length as well as line. He wasn't drawn forward to have a push at it, whereas he had been with the one before. So it's that length to work on, but the line is now coming for Jordan. 11 for 1. So Ben Code to bowl here to Sam Evans, who is getting an inside contact on it. That's not a million miles away from James Wharton under the helmet at short leg. They've got one square, just backward of square on the leg side. Ben Cliff doing the fielding. So 12 for 1, but not easy out there starting with bat in hand. The one saving grace from a Leicestershire point of view, well, not necessarily saving grace, that might be a bit of an exaggeration, but the good thing from a Leicestershire point of view is that the sun is shining. Code is in, it's a good delivery, and dropped into the offside by Lewis Hill. Shan Masood fielding no run. Although I say that and there's a bit of shadowing on the field now, but the strong winds that we've had the last couple of days have abated. There is a little bit of a breeze, but it's got quite a nice breeze today. And it looks on the forecast as though it's going to be largely sunny, which is going to help, isn't it, to draw that moisture out of the pitch. So it could end up being a reasonable batting day. Code though to Hill, it's just a little bit too full, and he's flicked that one nicely wide of mid-on. Matthew Revis giving chase, but that's going to be 4 to take the score to 16 for 1, and Hill on to 13.
I always say there's a slight danger of trying too hard. I think patience is the key for the bowlers on this pitch as well as the batters. Just if you keep it in the right areas, as they say, eventually something will happen for you. Probably sooner rather than later. So don't try too hard.
Code in again, and that draws a yelp from who else but Adam Lyth at slip.
It was a lovely delivery. That was just outside off stump, just leaving Hill, who was forward, pushing at the ball, went past the outside edge, very close to it. Is Lyth the man who leads the appeal, so to speak?
Yeah. When you hear the warm-up before the match each day, Code coming in and Hill advancing down the pitch again and turns this one backward of square leg for 1 run. I think you'll see Johnny Tapp coming up. He's standing up. Is he? No, he's still going to go back actually to his original mark. Thought he was going to stand up there, but don't think that'll be long in coming if the batters continue to come down the pitch. But yeah, when they're doing the warm-ups before the game and they're playing these team football type things or whatever, Adam Lyth, he's the one who's laugh when something goes wrong for one of his opponents, always more shrill than the rest. Now then, Ben Code in, and that's been flicked in front of square. James Wharton, again, not so far off, been in catching range of that one. Sam Evans will pick up 2. Ben Cliff having to make his way around the boundary to field. So 19 for 1 at the end of the 5th over. Hill 14 and Evans on 5.
It is just after 11, so there'll be an update coming for BBC Radio Leicester into the news. Thompson pushes well, I suppose, I think, is it some sort of Alice band that he's got on, just keeping his hair back from his forehead. Hill checks his guard from umpire bench, and here comes the update. Well, the game has moved on in the short time that we've had. Nice and sunny down here in Aylestone. We are going to have, hopefully, the best part of 104 overs today. And as I say, the game has moved on because Leicestershire have already taken the one outstanding Yorkshire wicket without them being able to add to their first innings score. They're 155 all out, just the second ball of the day. However, the Foxes have already lost their first wicket of their own. Rishi Patel was given out leg before wicket to Ben Code without scoring, just his second ball. 0 for 1 at that stage. The Foxes, they've moved on to 20 for 1. The captain, Lewis Hill, has 15. Sam Evans, back in the side at the top of the order, is 5. Not out, conditions that just might suit his very solid style. That said, they've got to get well ahead of Yorkshire if they're going to try and win this game because of the amount of time that has been lost to the weather, so they will have to get on with it. At the moment, the Foxes in their first innings, 20 for 1. He just missed a couple of deliveries from Thompson to Evans that were defended. Bowls full, good delivery on middle and off. A little bit thick outside edgy from Evans as he's leaning forward, no great stride, pushing the delivery out into the offside. Masood at mid-off. Ben Mike patrolling the covers. He's pretty much at cover point, having to cover across to his right for the most part. Nibbles his fingernails, Ben, as he walks in, as Thompson is in, bowls to Evans. A little bit too short then, and Evans can play that reasonably comfortably on the back foot, and then Thompson looks down and sees that his left shoelace needs retying, and does. Hill, at first slip, claps his hands vigorously. Although it is sunny and very pleasant, as Luigi said, when you're walking around, if you're standing in the slips, there's a little bit of a coolish breeze. It is autumn. One or two dark clouds actually beginning to appear. As you mentioned, a possibility of showers a little bit later, but one or two beginning to appear. In goes Thompson and bowls. Evans waits on off stump, just drops the delivery out to his former teammate Ben Mike. A cover point, no run. No threat at the moment. My app suggesting possible sort of 30% chance of a shower early afternoon, something like that. Fingers firmly crossed. Wisden does produce a sort of page each year, don't they, of hours lost to the weather. In goes Thompson and bowls on off stump. Suggestion of movement, but not too much, and Evans deals with it, drops it out into the offside again as he leans forward with a slightly angled bat, and again Ben Mike is the fielder. End of the 6th over, 20 for 1. The Foxes score, replying to Yorkshire's first innings, 155.
All these changes to lunches and all that, it always throws out these updates, doesn't it?
12:40.
Make
We're
it
at
red,
lunch
doesn't
today,
it?
by the way, folks. 12:40. I don't know when tea will be.
Tea's fixed, I think, at 3:30.
Oh, okay.
By the sound of it.
Right. Okay, that could be a long final session.
So Ben Code, 1 wicket to his name so far, 1 for 13 off 3. He's in, and that's wide of off stump and punched through extra cover by Lewis Hill. Ben Mike beating Shan Masood to the chase, and they're going to get back for 3. So Ben not at his quite at his miserly best so far, but he did get a wicket with his second ball.
Good morning to Sid from Leicester, who's watching in Cyprus. But it's nice and warm there.
Yeah, looking forward to a trip to Rhodes next month now.
Oh, very pleasant.
In comes Code once again to Evans this time. Drops it into the offside. Masood fielding, no run. Yorkshire, in addition to Messrs Code and Thompson with the ball, have Ben Cliff, who's down at long leg, played his debut first-class match in the drawn game at Glamorgan last week. They have Matthew Revis, who got his first 5-foot in first-class cricket. And then they have George Hill. And of course, Ben Mike getting his chance as well. So 4 other seamers here. Code comes in, and Evans walking down the pitch to him, and that's pushed up through extra cover, and they're going to get just the 2 this time. Ben Mike pretty quick across the ground. I think I saw an indicator, or maybe I misread that, but it looked as though Ben Code was suggesting to Johnny Tatt that he stood up to the stumps after that delivery, but he hasn't done yet, and that will of course, or should, you would think, stop the walkies from both these batters. At the moment, they've got a useful 25-run partnership here, having been none for 1. And here comes Code to Evans, who once again walks a half stride and drops that into the leg side. And Ben Code already getting frustrated. You can tell by the body language here.
There'll be those in Yorkshire who'll be pleased to hear the news about Tom Kohler-Ketmore as well.
Yeah, yeah. Messaged them this morning. Just come back to me actually with the thanks in the one-day squad for the last 2 matches against Ireland. Which is really good to see. 26 for 1 here, Leicestershire, and again Lewis Hill on the march down the pitch, and then drops that into the leg side. So what?
Must have been 4 or 5 feet down the wicket.
Yeah, what has Ben Code got here in his armoury that can change this?
He's got to get Tattersall. Tattersall's got to come up to the stumps.
And there we go. George Hill is running off, presumably to get the helmet. I don't know if Code's been reluctant to ask Tattersall, or Tattersall's been reluctant to go up, or
some bowlers don't like it, do they? If they, you know, they sort of seems to cramp them a little bit. But I think Code will be pleased to see Tattersall standing up.
Maybe it's just an insult on the pace.
Yeah, take it as a personal affront.
No, I don't think Cody does. Hill on 18, Evans on 8, 26-4-1, and Tattersall then, after 6 overs and 5 balls, stands up, and then we get a short ball from Ben Code, which is punched through the covers, and gonna go for 4. So after all of that, next delivery goes for 4, and Ben Code 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23 now, 30 for 1. Unusual to see him going for the predominance of runs, but that's been the way of it since he took that first wicket.
He hasn't quite worked out what the right length is as much as anything on this pitch, Ben Coder, I don't think. The batsman's moving around hasn't helped any in that respect. Although it certainly helped him with the dismissal of Rishi Patel, 30 for 1. Thompson, of course, will continue. Masuda runs down to have a word, although Thompson looks to be the one who's doing most of the talking. Masood listens and nods, looking to see if there's going to be any change to the field as a consequence. Not at the moment.
Masood, the only player who didn't bowl in the match against Glamorgan last week.
Thompson is in, bowls short, pulled for 4 by Sam Evans. He saw that one all the way and just swiveled nicely, hit it really nicely actually, hit it cleanly, and almost seemed to be expecting it, but it wasn't the greatest short ball from Jordan Thompson. Sat up nicely for Evans and he helped himself, tucked in as they say, and he moves on to 12, 34 for 1. Whatever he said to Masood, probably wasn't that he was going to bowl that. No square leg either, so mid-wicket and wide long leg, so it was a fairly safe shot from Evans. Played it nicely though as Thompson is in, bowls onto middle and leg this time. Pushing slightly across the line, Evans, but he's fairly compact and it's not an entirely convincing technique, but at the same time he looks fairly solid. It's he can be very, very effective on his day, Sam Evans, and the 3 centuries he scored 2 seasons ago, an indication of that in the county championship. Look, it was a huge sort of breakthrough, but just struggled last year. In goes Thompson and bowls. He is behind that one, playing it back down the pitch to Jordan Thompson. Lots of oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. Finley Bean, the sun-hatted Finley Bean. There's optimism for you. Left-handed golfer, judging by his efforts there, Finley Bean.
You would think so, as a left-handed batter as well.
Yeah. It doesn't always follow, does it? But some of them.
Oh, really? I'd have thought most
ambidextrous.
People. Yeah.
I suppose it. Yeah, I suppose in golf and cricket in those terms. Thompson is in, bowls full and is driven by Evans. Didn't put his full weight into the shot. Mike will have to pursue it and he will drag it back. Puts in the slide, picks it up about a yard and a half inside the ropes there at extra cover. Gets his throw away. Evans picks up a couple, moves on to 14, 36 for 1.
Yeah, they're going along very nicely here, aren't they? To say they've only been out there for nearly 8 overs.
But Lythe and Bean did very, scored quickly early, didn't they, in going to 45 without loss for Yorkshire. So 1 wicket, in goes Thompson, bowls a little bit short, and Evans looked as though he was going to play at that one, and just at the very last moment pulled his bat back inside the line. I think I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt just about there. Thompson walks into the shadow of one of the floodlights on the Milligan Road side of the ground. Apparently we are now up and running on BBC Sport app, so hopefully you're hearing us for the first time if that's how you're listening to us, and apologies for the delay. In goes Thompson and bowls, goes past the outside edge, goes through low, taken by Tattersall just on the full, falling across to his right, but that's the line for Thompson. Hasn't, again, a bit like Code, hasn't sort of quite been consistent in his opening burst. 8 overs have done, 36 for 1 Leicestershire.
What's that side of the ground called then? the way to our right.
Oh, you can. Well, it doesn't sort of have a name as such. You can say the popular seats, the meat side, the nets side. It's just that to identify it. The Milligan Road, to the side, west side, to the side, M1 side.
So Tattersall standing up. There's a few changes being made here. George Hill is walking towards Shan Masood. Looks like a slip. In fact, George Hill is going to bowl. There we go. So he's getting an early opportunity here.
Quick change.
Ben Code out of the attack after 4 overs. That is, that's got to be a big plus as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Just apart from that first wicket, he's been negated by the walking down the pitch. Interesting. I mean, interesting. They only managed to give him 1 ball with Johnny Tattersall standing up. You'd have thought another over would have been worth a try, unless there's another plan. You know, it could be that they want to switch him down here for a couple of overs, and so maybe swap the opener's ends. Might think he might be more effective down here. So George Hill, right arm seam. First delivery to Lewis Hill is turned pretty much bang on square. Ben Cliff's got a fair bit of ground to make up down the Milligan Road side of the ground, and they pick up 2.
Once again, Hill was walking down, Tattersall standing back.
Yeah, George bowling to Lewis, one way or another. It's a hell of an effort out there. Reaches for Code. So George Hill to Lewis. Oh, inside edge 4. Down through fine leg. There's a big appeal.
Well, that's an interesting one. Tattersall, Lithe, etc. seem to think it came off the top of the pad. I did it initially as well, but you reckon it bounced and took the inside edge? Big appeals from behind the stumps.
So 4 more racing along here. Leicestershire 42 for 1. 3 slips in place with Hill bowling. They've not decided to replace him in terms of the number. And Lewis Hill walking down and dropping this into the offside. George tends to bowl it a little bit fuller than most of the Yorkshire bowlers do. If there is any swing there, he'll probably find a bit. Doesn't get loads of bounce generally, so even though he's certainly not short, he's a tall lad. He's been pulled here off stump, and that is 4 more. So Leicestershire really taking the chances here, trying to move this game along. And it's coming off at the moment. Lewis Hill with 4, 28 to 32 to him, 46 for 1 already.
Yeah, biggest stand of the game so far. Just.
So Finley Bean, who's a good grabber now at first slip. Adam Lyth at second. Jordan Thompson at third. They've brought an extra man into the offside. Matthew Revis has come in at cover. Ben Code replacing him at mid-on. James Wharton is at mid-wicket now rather than under the helmet at short leg. And once again, Hill's going to pick up 4 here. Walking down and opening the face and running it wide of the slip cordon. So George Hill now going for a few, and 50 up for Leicestershire already. We're only into the 9th over.
They've got to he's got to stand up, Tattersall here. He has to. He's got to stop them walking down, because at the moment, although it didn't work for Patel, obviously, they're advancing with impunity. Yeah. These 2 batters, and they've brought up a very quick 50 indeed.
So Hill now on to 36. And in comes George to Lewis, who's got an inside edge again. There you go. Twice he's lived dangerously in this over. He's got 5 runs, courtesy of those 2 shots. And that could be a way in for Yorkshire if George Hill can maintain some consistency. He's gone for 15 in his first over though, 51 for 1. Hill on 37, Evans on 14.
Yeah, that one both came back and stayed a little bit low. And had he been in his crease or playing from his crease, that might have got him. I mean, it very nearly did anyway, with the inside edge past the leg stump, but as I say, just feel he needs to give the seamers a little bit of sort of help here by keeping the batters in their crease. But I'm sure, well, the slip's coming out, full slip is coming out now, so reinforcing the covers. It's slightly defensive, isn't it, in those terms? Thompson will continue. 5th over from the pavilion end, comes in bowls to Hill. You heard the no, and he's fallen in his follow through there, Thompson. He was pushed back past him, and I think he was sort of trying to sort of turn and throw himself to his left, lost his footing. Not quite, no, he's not limping, it's just, he's slightly, as he just maybe jarred his knee as he fell there, perhaps. But he's okay, Jordan Thompson, he's a warrior. Turns, runs in and bowls outside off stump, cut for 4, short, and then immediately holds his knees as though that it was down to that he dropped short and wide, and Hill cracked him away. That's pretty much his favourite shot, Lewis Hill. And he's already into the 40s, 41 off 30, 55 for 1, and that, I'm afraid, wasn't a good delivery from Jordan Thompson.
No. He's shrugging his shoulders here after a word from Shan Masood.
Shaking his head, he's not happy.
Not happy at all.
Runs in and bowls. That's a slightly better length, but it's drifting towards leg stump, so Hill can work it between mid-wicket and mid-on. Mid-on, Revis runs to his right, picks up and then looks at his spikes a little suspiciously, having made the stop or picked it up. Hill onto 42 of just 31 balls, 56 for 1. Gone past 800 runs for the season in this innings, Lewis Hill. Averaging just over 40. In goes Thompson, bowls to Evans, who waits in his crease just about, plays it carefully out through the covers, or into the covers. No run. Hill this season came into this game 793 runs in 21 innings at 41.73. Thompson and Revis now bringing lots of, well, not lots, but a couple of handfuls of sawdust to the crease. You can see the footmarks left by Thompson already in the outfield, in his run-up. Dark, the grass obviously bruised, dark with moisture. Maybe just picking it up on his spikes as he gets to the crease. Sunshine back, very green outfield obviously with the rain, as Thompson runs in and bowls straight, squares up. Evans slightly pushes it back down the wicket to the all-rounder, who, having picked it up in his right hand, threatens to hurl the ball at the stumps. Evans hops back into his ground, takes the hint, if you like, not so subtle hint, and Thompson doesn't bother releasing his throw. Cliff warming up a little bit at mid-wicket as Thompson is in, bowls. Advancing down the pitch again is Evans. Thompson reaches for the ball with his left hand, doesn't get anything on it. He would have hurled the ball at the stumps had he managed to pick it up, I'm sure. Went through to Masood at mid-off end of the 10th over of the Leicestershire innings. And they've made progress, 56 for 1. They are less than 100 runs behind Yorkshire's first innings already. Evans has 14. Hill has been positivity embodied. He's 42 off 31.
Yep, and Yorkshire's opening pair yet to get it right. There's been an odd delivery from Jordan Thompson that's looked really good, but he can be a bit two sides of the wicket, sometimes two lengths. That, if you throw in that inconsistent comment, Ellen, that'd be what you'd kind of say. But he bowls wicket-taking deliveries, as we've seen so many times. Big appeal for LBW here to similar sort of attempt at a shot by Lewis Hill to that which proved to be the downfall of Rishi Patel earlier. He did look like he came across. He is looking like he's working it the leg side of straight, but not out on this occasion.
You can see all 3 stumps. He must have hit him outside the line. Must have hit him outside the line. Well, that, I guess, is why umpire Pratt.
Yeah, I think he
didn't raise a finger.
He just get further across than the previous one. He had a similar feel about it, didn't it, from here? Just seen it once. Oh, George Hill is in, and Lewis Hill chops down on that late. And the ball bobbles around somewhere near his feet. Now we're on to 42 to him, 58 for 1 now. Leicestershire very much in danger of getting away. I know they're still 100 behind, but bags of wickets in the tent. Food for thought at the moment for the Yorkshire bowlers. As George Hill comes in, and he's got him here. He's got a nick, and that is good bowling from George Hill, just leaving Lewis Hill on the rise. And one Hill dismisses the other. A feather of a catch through to Johnny Tattersall. And if Leicestershire were in danger of getting away, well, they still may be, but they've lost a 2nd wicket in doing so. And what felt like a cameo really from Lewis Hill, 42 off 33 comes to an end, but he's done a good job in a fairly short space of time. That partnership worth 58 for the 2nd wicket, the biggest of the match so far, 58 for 2.
Yeah, hard to say at this stage how valuable or not that might be, but 42 in the context of the low scores so far. Well, the highest score of the game, overtaking Finley Bean's 40 in Yorkshire's first innings. Umar Amin comes to the crease. Be interesting to see what he makes of this track. Left-hander, of course, played beautifully at Hove in Leicestershire's 2nd innings there, when they almost chased down 500. Would have been a record to win the game. He made 94. He's only made 96 runs, so his other 2 innings only produced 2 runs, a 0 and a 2. So all or nothing from Umar so far. Former Pakistan international. I say former because it's unlikely. You would have thought he's going to, excuse me, get himself back into the Pakistan international picture at this late stage. Was playing some club cricket over in Nottinghamshire when Leicestershire offered him basically a 3-match deal to replace Peter Hanscom essentially at the end of the season.
Best way to get himself back in the Pakistan side would have been to sign for Yorkshire, because every time they sign a player who they think they've got for the whole season, who's on the verge of international call-ups, they usually get one. That's been the case with Shan Masood, who wasn't in the Pakistan side, I don't think, last year at the time Yorkshire signed him. He's had a couple of spells for his country. So George Hill with the 2nd breakthrough. Ben Code after 2 balls, and then 10 overs and 1 ball later, George Hill strikes, and Umar Amin left-hander. So Hill coming round the wicket to him, and that's dropped square on the offside. Fielded by Ben Mike, no run. 1 for 15 then for George. It was none for 15 at the end of his first over, so at the moment, potential wicket maiden in progress.
More sawdust being applied. He's not quite sure where to put it. Umpire Pratt is having his input. There we go.
Pancode
right on the crease.
Yeah. Doing a bit of sawdust assistance. In comes Hill. Bowling to Umar Amin then. Leaves one wide of off stump. So another dot. Want to do one of those that will complete the over as a wicket maiden. I was listening to TMS after we were abandoned yesterday for a little while on the way back, queuing in traffic to the hotel, and they were talking about sawdust and things that you never really think about, but is there a certain type of wood that produces the best sawdust? Is there a certain sawdust that soaks up more moisture than other sawdust? Hill in, Armin punches into the offside code fields. There we have a wicket maiden for George Hill. So that's a good comeback from 15 off the first over. 58 for 2. Armin yet to score. Evans on 14.
Update time for BBC Radio Leicester. Hopefully between overs. Well, that was a good over from George Hill. 1 for 15 from 2 overs. Well, Thompson is now being replaced. Here comes the update. That the captain, Lewis Hill, has been dismissed. Batted really nicely, went to 42 off just 33 balls. Something of a cameo innings from Hill, but the pitch is doing plenty for the bowlers, so it could be a very valuable 42. He'd put on 58 with Sam Evans at the top of the order after Rishi Patel was dismissed without scoring in just the very first over of the Leicestershire innings. 58 for 2 remains the score. Umar Amin, yet to score, has come out to join Evans, who has 14. Remember, Yorkshire scored just 155 in their first innings, so Leicestershire now less than 100 behind, but with still plenty of work to do. And as Doigi predicted, Ben Code has changed ends. They've gone back to, so he's going to have a go. He's having a go from the pavilion end. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. Evans a little bit short, up on his toes, pushes it out just wide of Ben Mike at point. Mike has to slide across to his left, does do so, but Evans can pick up 1. Moves on to 15. 59 for 2 brings the left-hander down on strike. Umar Amin, that is. Code, like Hill, is going to go around the wicket to the left-hander. That's just the 3 slips now. James Wharton, who was at 4th, is now out in the covers. Mid-wicket. No, he's at mid-wicket at the moment, so a little bit of extra cover there. In goes Code and bowl straight. I mean, is behind it solidly. Back down the wicket to Code. The ball doesn't move. We are directly behind Ben Code. We had sort of at long off, but a very, very straight long off. So we have a perfect view, really, of Code coming around the wicket to Armin. More cloud around, but sun's still out as in he goes. Code and bowls full. Armin is forward. Bat in front of front pad. Thick outside part of the bat. Rather squirts it out into the covers where Ben Cliff is the fielder. Thompson polishes the ball at mid-off. Ben Cliff practices his golf swing. He's a right-hander. As Code, elbows jutting, runs away from us and bowls on off-stump this time. I mean, is forward. Again, no great movement from the ball. Steering it out towards point. No run. 6 balls faced for Umar Amin, yet to get off the mark. He'd like to do so in front of his of the home spectators. Last chance. Obviously, they'll get the second innings here, but then Leicestershire finish up at Durham next week. Code is in. Bowls on off stump. That stays a bit low. Umar digs it out rather. Off stump out into the offside it goes. Cliff runs in. Picks up as it stops no more than 3 or 4 yards from the bat end of Code's over. Was more consistent from this end. It is slightly up the slope, in as much as there is a slope here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Perhaps he just found that a bit easier to come to terms with than coming down the slope from the Bennett end. 59 for 2. Code 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. Hill successful in his Second over will continue from the Bennett end. In he comes and bowls fullish, coming in towards Evans, who strokes it carefully out towards mid-on. And there's no run. Sun goes behind cloud. A blast of cold air from behind me tells me that Doigy's back in the box.
He is, out of breath. Running up the metal staircase.
40 steps.
Is that what it
to
is?
the box. In goes Hill. Bowls outside off stump. Comes back a touch. And Evans not convincing on the back foot. Looking to punch it away, I think, through the covers. Gets a thick inside edge. Bounces down towards a very short mid wicket where the padded up Wharton comes into field. Yeah, kind of, when I was counting, I was always hoping it was going to be 39. I thought it might be 39 steps, but it isn't, alas.
I did them in twos, so how many steps is that?
20. In goes Hill, bowls, and walking down the wicket is Evans, thick outside edge. Mike moves to his left at point towards sort of deepish gully to field. Better lines and lengths now, and well, so often, isn't it, the way the innings kind of reflect each other. So a good almost opening partnership for Leicestershire. Kind of was an opening partnership in a way, but now they're just tying them down a bit, these two. In goes Hill, bowls, comes back, well bowled, and a little bit late on it. Evans just drops down a couple of yards from the bat, slightly behind of square on the offside. Again, there's no run. 59 for 2. Despite the amount of time that's been lost, you would be not at all surprised if there's a positive result in this game. In goes Hill, bowls very wide, and well, he tried to he rolled his fingers across the seam. It bounced nicely, but it was really wide. Evans, rather uncharacteristically, reached for it and tried to drive it away through the offside. Didn't get anything on it. It was taken by Tattersall, sort of chest high, almost in front of first slip.
Yeah, a bit of a comedy of errors, really, wasn't it?
You could see it, just see him rolling his fingers. What he's trying to do there didn't quite work for him. George Hill, fair of hair, comes running in and bowls. Evans, thick inside edge onto the pad. There's a half, he turns towards the umpire, but doesn't really go through with his appeal there, George Hill. But that was a good over again from Hill. 3 overs, 1 for 15, and he's impressed since replacing Ben Code at that far end.
Yeah, talking to Ben Code, just the sight of Ken Code. Ben's dad just appeared next to us outside the comm box to go sit with some hardy souls who are braving the top of the stand here, the breeze. We're on obviously the same level, but we've got at least a bit of protection as Ben Code. Continuing then from this pavilion end, having come back on the previous over. First delivery draws an LBW appeal, feels like it's going down. And, perhaps Neil Bainton thought the same thing. He's given a leg bye off Umar Amin pad.
So we can assume he did think the same thing, I think. No bat involved, but yeah, looked to be going down.
60 for 2. I never like to assume that the umpires are thinking the same way as me, because they're that much closer that there might be something else that they've seen. But it looked like it was going down from here. We're not bang on straight, are we?
We didn't hit it, and it wasn't going over the top, so, and he didn't give it out, so eliminating the other possibilities. Tattersall is going to stand up, it looks like, for Evans.
Yeah, can they get the radars right? George Hill obviously going quite nicely now after that first over from the Bennett end. Ben Code didn't have a long break between spells, but he only bowled a 4 first up, didn't he? Here he is again over the wicket. He's just dragged that one leg stumpish, and Tattersall and Evans both miss out. George Hill cleaning up from first slip. was obviously derided by. I'll do that in the next over when you're on. Derided yesterday by one of our presenters, who asked me what I was going to do when the match was abandoned so early, and I mentioned going to see Richard III. In comes Code, and that's punched up to mid-on where Thompson fields. No run.
Did you go?
I didn't in the end because some of the spectators had said, "Do you want to come with me?" But they'd lost patience with whether the match was going to be called off or not. One of them being Ken Code, and they disappeared off about 20 minutes earlier before the game was eventually pulled. And when I'd done my post-day bit and all the rest of it, looked at the clock and thought, yeah, half an hour queuing to town probably, and is it going to be worth it? You need to spend some time doing that sort of thing, don't you? And in comes Ben Code again with Tattersall standing up. It's turned into the leg side where Cliff fields, no run, and I've just had a brief chat with Ken this morning down at ground level, and he said, yeah, there wasn't enough time. Basically, they were in there for an hour and they kind of got kicked out because it was, time to wind up the people who were let in, I suppose.
So they didn't actually get in.
They did. They went in, but they said they wanted loads more time to see what they wanted to see. So it was probably a good call that I didn't go down a few minutes later. But maybe another time when we're down here. We're certainly going to be down here at some point next season. This Code is in. That's dropped into the offside. No run. Maybe the day we come for the T20, because that's often 6:30 evening start, isn't it?
Yes.
Come down a few hours early and go have a look.
The Yorkist King. You can actually see his tomb without charge. There's two sort of separate elements to it.
Code in again. That's a good straight delivery, which would have nobbled Sam Evans had he not got his bat down on it, but he did. End of the over. 14 now complete. 60 for 2.
So the tomb is in the main body of the church, of course, but there's a sort of exhibition and a centre about how the grave was found, and the whole story there of the battle as well. A bit worried about that bread and butter pudding on the menu today. It is very good.
Is it? Oh, don't start.
Round the wicket comes George Hill and bowls to Umar Amin, who leaves a delivery that just shapes nicely away from him outside off stump, but just started that bit too wide from George Hill's point of view.
Is that the choice for sweet 2 or 3 yesterday? Anyway, I'm just going to go with place today. Thank you.
No B&B pudding?
No.
He says
Very
firmly. Firmly. It's very good. Hill is in. Bowles, is playing at that one. Similar sort of line. Drew him into the shot. Just moved away. Don't think as much off the seam as it. Just a little bit of swing, and it is usually around about now when the lacquer's off the ball. From start to swing.
From this angle, it just felt like it held its line from when it pitched. Really, so a slight movement. But yeah, this is where George Hill's natural length might be key today.
He's hitting it nicely at the moment. In he goes and bowls to Amin, who's forward on off stump, takes a step forward, but sees that Ben Mike is quickly on to the ball, moving to his left at point, and there is no run to be had. He remains scoreless after 11 deliveries. Evans 15 off 40, and after Hill's rapid 42 off 33, Leicestershire quite ground to a halt, but they're finding runs much harder to come by. In fact, only 2 singles have been scored by Evans since Hill was dismissed. In goes Hill, bowls on off stump. Amin is forward, all care and attention, head right over the ball as he pushes it out into the offside, out towards wide mid-off, and again there's no run. Certainly Masood and Yorkshire will be a lot happier with the situation now they have control of the scoreboard. And although these two are digging in, they're not really going anywhere. Hill runs in and bowls, a little bit short, and Amin is going to get off the mark on the back foot as he plays it firmly but without any real aggressive attempt between Ben, Mike and James Wharton at point and extra cover out towards cover. Wharton is the one who, running back and to his left, gets there first, but Amin picks up the single he needed to get off the mark, 61 for 2.
Yeah, George, I think, just needs to continue persisting. He seems to have found a pretty good rhythm here.
In he goes and bowls to Evans, who again is leaning forward. No big stride on that, no shuffling forward on that occasion. And that is the end of another testing. Accurate over from George Hill. 4 overs now, 1 for 16 for him. 2 of those overs have been maidens. 61 for 2. Leicestershire. Amin and Evans in conversation in mid-pitch. Ben Code will continue from the pavilion end.
So 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16 for George Hill. He conceded 15 in his first over and just a 1 run in his next 3. So he's certainly feeling like he's on it. Ben Code coming round the wicket here to Amin. A ball that doesn't really bounce on its way through to Tattersall, who takes it down at round about ankle height. But it was too wide of off stump to trouble the batter. Masood and Jordan Thompson just meeting to have a word as Code makes his way back to his mark here. Still the 3 slips and a point. Basically a ring field with long leg way off down yonder. Here's Code, and once more wide of off stump, and also dying a little on Tattersall as he takes it. It's Ben Mike down at long leg. A smattering of spectators around, all quite pleasant. Got quite a few good mornings as I was walking around the ground from spectators at both sides. One of the Leicestershire supporters away to our right. She was keen to know how many laps I was planning on doing and was this a matter of fitness. Going round the wicket, good delivery, which has the beating of Amin. It kicks off the pitch, and there's a stifled appeal.
Bit of nip there for Code.
Yeah, it just looked like it took off slightly and also jagged back in at him. Amin is having a little pat down of where he thinks it pitched. 61 for 2.
Lady pushing a baby in a buggy around there.
Go round the wicket again. Oh, good delivery this time. I mean, well, I think probably credit him with drawing the bat slightly inside the line. But slide rule on that one. And that had a bit more bounce about it on its way through to Tattersall's glove, so he's standing back again here. Amin not intent on walking into his shots, as Lewis Hill in particular had been. Sam Evans also done a bit of that. Code in again, good delivery. Was that an inside edge? Tattersall, despairing dive. It's gone for 4, and it was an inside edge. 4 off the bat, so it was a good delivery by Ben Code. Amin pushing outside the line, a bit of nip into the batter, and he's got lucky on this occasion. He's on 5, 65 for 2. Bancode not so far from taking a second wicket. Difficult for the keeper, isn't it, in those situations? Code in again, this time a little bit of nip away from the bat, but once more it dies on its way through to Tattersall. End of the over then. Ben Code finishing that one with 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28 against his name. 4 and over by his standards is expensive, but he's starting to drag it back now, isn't he? 65 for 2.
I mean, sort of hopping down the pitch then, and as it went to Tattersall, he sort of made as though to underarm the ball at the stumps, and I think it was Lythe who shouted, "Run him out, Tat!" Very loud, but I mean, it hopped back into his crease. Isn't easy for the batters out there once the bowlers get their lines and lengths right. George Hill has, for the most part, comes in and bowls. Evans plays it down into the ground, and it bounces past off stump and twice before reaching Tattersall. Evans remains on 15 off 41. George Hill, George Christopher Hindley Hill from Keighley, or born in Keighley anyway. Education Sedbergh School. And he goes and bowls close past the outside edge with a beauty that leaves Evans and beats him all ends up. Settling into a really nice line here. Best bowling coming into this season was 6 for 25. I assume it still is, given how little cricket. Has he done better than that this season? Let's have a look-see.
No, but
you'd remember, I'm sure, if he had.
He's on song here, isn't he?
He
Just
is.
Getting a little bit of nip.
He is, indeed. In he goes and bowls to Evans. That bounces and comes back into Evans. Comes off a padded area. Bounces out into the offside. 4 for 43, his best this season. GCH Hill, 13 wickets.
Yeah, and sometimes it's difficult to know what the plans are in terms of using George. He seems to come on at all sorts of different times of innings. He even opened the bowling at Scarborough the week when Matthew Fisher was unable to do so.
In he comes and bowls outside off stump. Good bounce and carry, but a little bit too wide and didn't really move on that occasion, so a safe leave for Evans.
He's one of these players who I think started as a bowler when he was younger, then, if you like, made his name as an all-rounder in the twos, but when he got into the first team, it was batting that gave him his chance, and then you kind of become known as a batter who bowls. Actually, his original job was bowling.
He is in, bowls, that comes back in. Oh, he's given him. Again, Evans forward, and came back in, and umpire Pratt shown his willingness to give batters out in those circumstances, gives Evans out. Evans looks back somewhat dispassionately at the pitch, turns and then heads for the pavilion. So third wicket of the Leicestershire innings, a bonus point for Yorkshire, and Leicestershire struggling a little bit in reply to Yorkshire's 155 all out, are now 65 for 3.
Could be a fairly quick game, this one. By the looks of it, 4 wickets already fallen today, 9 on the first day in only 38.5 overs. And it's probably one of those where you never feel completely in, as I think we've probably seen from the scores. They would bear that out. Louis Kimber going to stride out to the middle for Leicestershire. Interesting to see that again, because there was a note of surprise in your voice in calling it, and I've got to say, I still think the first one, even though you thought that was questionable, that looked, of the 3 calls that we've had down this end of any note, it looked more out than the other 2. But that, that's just one glance at it, isn't it?
It's partly a generational thing. There's always something with probably our generational, he says, lumping you in with me, sorry about that.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm 25 years younger, lad, what are you talking about?
But it's just when obviously batters didn't used to be given out sort of walking down, and obviously these days, understandably, they are much more frequently given out in those circumstances, so there's always a slight element of surprise when that happens. For younger viewers and cricketers, less so. So Kimber to face George Hill, who is in and bowls. That does come back in a bit, but the tall Louis Kimber waits on the back foot, defends it. It's a little bit short, out towards mid-on. End of another successful over for George Hill. Well, those best bowling figures. It may yet happen for Hill. He's bowling really nicely here. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16. He is now on.
I think it'll now be 3 maidens when they
Was
put that back
a
up.
Wicket maiden, was it?
Yeah, it was a wicket maiden. So he's 15 off his first over, and he's gone for just 1 run in his next 4 and taken 2 wickets. So he's, as I say, I use that expression, he's on song. He just feels like he is today. Just a little bit of help from the pitch, and his way of bowling tends to be just a fraction fuller than others, and that looks like it's the key, doesn't it, here? Ben Code, who's the top of off-stump man. That was wide of off-stump on this occasion, and Armin happy to watch it go by. So all sorts sort of going on really in this match. A really good start by Yorkshire, 40 odd for the first wicket, looking untroubled, and then 155 all out. Nothing for the first wicket partnership with Leicestershire, then 58 for the second, and then Yorkshire chipping back with a couple of wickets. Code is in, and Armin turns that into the leg side, where Wharton does the fielding, no run. I think we're in for an interesting what remains of this match today and tomorrow.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to predict the scores at the end of today, where the game will be.
No, but the way it's going, it's not going to go remotely towards the back end of tomorrow, is it? By the looks of things.
You wouldn't have thought so, would you? But who knows?
Code in again. Tattersall standing up here. Oh, good delivery by Ben Code, and Armin doesn't play that with any real degree of confidence. Might have been a bit of bat and pad involved as it drops out into the leg side. At the offside even. Don't know me off from a leg. Lovely scene here compared to what it has been on the first 2 days though, with a bit of sunshine. Amazing what that does for all of us, I think.
It does. Trees still in pretty much full leaf, aren't they, down there?
Yeah.
Around the ground.
And Code in again. Ooh. This one keeps low, and Armin does well there to watch that and picks up a single. Really, just by it could have gone anywhere in the sense that he didn't mean to play it there. He jabbed down on it just to make sure he got some bat on ball, because I think that would have been off stump probably. He's got a single out to square leg.
Well, the previous delivery had just bounced a little bit on him, hadn't it? And that one, as you say, didn't quite squat, but it certainly stayed low. Not easy out there at the moment.
No, 66 for 3. Code over the wicket now to the right-handed Kimber, who steps half forward and leaves the ball wide of off stump. It'll be one of those days, and it looks like it is around the ground, where there's quite a lot of coats on. It's that in-between stage, September, isn't it? If you get a bit of sunshine, it can still be warm.
Yeah, and out of the wind.
In,
sunshine and out of the wind, you're toasty. Shade and wind, you're freezing.
Code turns. Number 10 on his back, comes in again, and another one that doesn't really bounce that much on Kimber, who plays it out to Wharton in the covers to complete Ben Code's over. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 29 for him. 66 for 3 is the score after 18.
Louis Kimber, tall right-hander, very powerful hitter. Hasn't really had many opportunities in the red ball cricket this season. 6 innings, a best of 61 to him, so he'd dearly love to finish the season with a couple of big red ball scores, just to emphasise the fact that he's far more than a sort of white ball hitter. He is far more. He needs the opportunities though. Round the wicket comes George Hill, bowls to Umar Amin, who drives, gets an inside edge, goes past the stumps. Tattersall can't get there, diving to his right, runs down to the boundary for 4. Whether it went past Tattersall on the full, not quite sure. It bounced fairly close to his right glove as he reached out to his right, but it would have been a miracle catch by Tattersall. I don't think any blame can be attached to the keeper there. It was outside off stump, went for the drive, thick inside edge. Well, not thick, thinnish inside edge. Just missed the stumps. Tattersall couldn't get back to his right in time. Umar Amin somehow moves on to 10.
Yeah, I think George wished it was a thicker inside edge, because it would have cannoned onto the stumps had it been so.
Yeah. 70 for 3. Hill is in again. I mean, is driving down into the ground pleasantly, but bounces out nicely too. Is that Wharton out there? Yes, it is, with the pads on, and he takes it on the full as it loops back down towards him.
Yeah, that a bit straighter, that delivery. The key to the one before was that there was no real foot movement from Armin, was it? He just drove at it, trying to get the hands through it. Got a bit lucky, so George unlucky to concede 4. First boundary for a few overs.
Hill is in, bowl straight, and I mean he's looking back at his stumps as he comes down late on that one, and it bounces out to the offside. Thompson, whether he's joking there, whether he's fooling around, came running in from third slip to field, and then as he did so, put his left hand to his left hamstring and just flexed his. Seems to be okay, but that won't make his captain or the physio too happy. In goes Hill, bowls straighter this time on towards middle and leg and playing slightly across his front pad. But we're staying in his crease is Umar. I mean, pushing it out to Masood at mid on.
I wonder how long George can keep going here. He's in his 6th over. Young, fit lad, but at the moment he feels like he could take a wicket any ball.
Exactly, yeah. And in those circumstances, you can usually find a couple more overs, can't you?
Yeah.
And he is coming down the slope. He can walk back up it. Comes charging in and bowls to Armin. It comes back and bounces on him, and he can't get any bat on it. I don't think. Might have been a bit of inside edge onto the sort of top of the pad stroke thigh area. He's flexing his leg. It is doing plenty for Hill in particular at the moment.
They've got 18.6 up on the board in terms of overs.
Has umpire Pratt realised? Have they put in an extra ball? Nothing coming through on the radio to the umpire, so we continue. In goes Hill, bowls. That one comes back, and there's an appeal for leg before he's gone, and he knew it. He knew his fate. Hill. It was a bit of a celeb appeal from Hill, but in fairness to him, he didn't even turn to look at the umpire. It stayed low. Umar was on the back foot, and if that is the 7th ball of the over, it's gone back to 18.5 now, so perhaps the scorers just got ahead of themselves. Umar goes a rather tortuous 10. Leg before, the 3rd leg before, and the 3rd leg before given by umpire Pratt. Leicestershire are 70 for 4.
Yeah, out of all of them, that looked
that
the plummest of the lot, didn't it? Yeah, he fell over it. It was full, and as I said, George just felt like he could take a wicket any ball. He's on fire at the moment. I think it's fair to say this morning, George Hill. It's a bit like that spell where you talked about the 6th, that was against Lancashire at Old Trafford last year, out of nothing as well, nothing happening in the game, and George suddenly ripped through top and middle order.
Update coming into the BBC Radio Leicester News. Bad news for them, for the Foxes. Well, you can hear applause. That greets Harry Swindles as he comes out to the wicket because, of course, of his unbeaten century in the One-Day Cup final last Saturday. But he's got a job to do here. All right, he's coming out with Leicestershire in similar strife. They're 70 for 4, I'm afraid. Lewis Hill and Sam Evans put on 58 for the 2nd wicket, but on the dismissal of Hill, Leicestershire, after that, Leicestershire have gone nowhere really. The pitch is doing plenty, and George Hill, the young Yorkshire seamer, is taking full advantage. He's dismissed Hill, who was caught behind by John Tattersall, Sam Evans, who was leg before wicket, and now Umar Armin, also leg before wicket. Evans going for 15, Umar for 10. 70 for 4 then, Leicestershire. They're almost halfway towards Yorkshire's first innings of 155, but with the pitch doing plenty, it's going to be hard to get the rest of the way.
Ben Code, first ball of this 19th over, was just pushed into the onside there by Kimber, so both batters on naught at this moment in time. On the scoreboard front, just before he bowled that previous ball, I noted it had just gone down when you were talking, it down to 18.5, so that obviously it might have been just a scoreboard operator who had the yips. Here comes Code again then, 3 slips in place. Good delivery, angled in and just nips away from Kimber, so maybe Ben Code is starting to really find his range, because you'd have thought he would have been Yorkshire's main danger man this morning. Sometimes that can happen. I was talking to a brief word with Kabir Ali, of course, Yorkshire's bowling coach, as we walked in, and he said something about Cody, could go through him here, and I said, oh, pressure. You see, sometimes it puts the pressure, doesn't it, on the fast bowler when the perceived conditions are with them. As Cody's in again, and that's once more a good delivery, which wouldn't have hit the stumps, but Kimber does offer the bat at it, wide of off stump. Maybe it's a bit of reverse psychology sometimes. But it's fair to say that Ben, who got that wicket early on, wasn't at his best from the Bennett end. So they have made this switch. Bowled 4 overs from there, and this is his 5th now down at the pavilion end. Oof, he's got him driving here on the up. And Louis Kimber will get a single. Shan Masood couldn't reel that in cleanly at mid-off. And just checks his left hand on fielding it, but it was aerial on its way towards him and bounced short. But a false stroke, no doubt. 71 for 4. Reminder, by the way, lunch being taken at 12:40, tea at 3:30. So 2 hours and 10 minutes for both the first and second sessions, and theoretically 2 hours and 10 minutes for the third session. But of course, as we all know, that ain't going to happen. I think we did have almost a day's play at Scarborough the other week that finished on time.
Was that Ben waving at his dad there? I think it was, wasn't it?
I thought he was waving across to the physio, maybe that Shan might need a bit of treatment, but you might be right, because Ken is sitting to the right somewhere. Oh. Good delivery again from Ben here. And Swindles or Swindells? You said Swindells earlier, didn't you?
Yeah.
Walking down the pitch.
I don't think he minds too much, really.
A bit of nip away.
An awful lot, didn't it? Oh, goodness me, that been a touch straighter. That was a brute of a delivery.
Code, ball back in hand. Running away from us, past umpire Neil Bainton. And another good delivery there or thereabouts. This time draws a defensive push from Swindles. End of the over. 20 now complete in this Leicestershire first innings. 71 for 4. That means that it really has ground to an almost halt, hasn't it? When Lewis Hill was out after 10.3 overs, 58 for 2, so 9 overs and 3 balls since then have yielded just 13 runs and for 2 more wickets. And Shan Masood looks like he is leaving the field. He's got the little finger on his left hand already with some tape around it. Maybe there's a further problem with that.
Hill will obviously continue from the Bennett end. In he comes to Louis Kimber, bowls wide. It goes perfectly straight on and is ignored by Kimber, taken by Tattersall, but in a way that, if not every delivery is sort of moving around, it makes things almost even worse for the batters in a way that some behave perfectly normally. George Hill, 3 for 20 now. As he turns, little shuffle at the start of his run, and knees pumping, charges in, bowls to Kimber, a little bit straighter, but again, touch of width to it. Kimber looking to drive, gets on top of the bounce this time, but doesn't middle it, and it runs out towards mid-off. No run. Still the 3 slips, of course. Finley Bean clapping his hands there at first slip. Adam Lyth and Jordan Thompson next to him. In goes Hill, bowls straighter this time. That was one of those when he just rolls his fingers across the seam slightly. Didn't go through quite as quickly, looking to get that little bit of extra movement. And Kimber forward, solid defensive push out to mid-off. No run. much more cloud than there was. There was no cloud around when we arrived at the ground this morning. It was a beautiful day. Hill is in, a little bit short, did come back in a touch to Louis Kimber, went onto his back foot, tried to punch it away through the offside, didn't time it. Matt Revis was the fielder in the covers. Looking to score here, Louis Kimber. He's a positive batsman, but it is not easy out there. He's faced 11 balls for his single. Hill turns, he's ready to go. Just pauses, goes back to the top of his mark, goes running in and bowls, goes past the outside edge ball that just holds its own. Kimber was pushing forward in hope, I suspect, rather than expectation. Beat the outside edge by a margin. Again, the footprints of the bowlers at the far end are very visible. The two run-ups. This is Hill's 7th over. He's coming to the end of. Bowls to Louis Kimber, who leaves a wide-ish delivery. May just beginning to get a little bit fatigued now. George Hill. A couple of, well, 2 or 3 deliveries that were too wide there to persuade the batsman to play. Didn't concede any runs. He's still bowling really nicely, but it may be time soon, you would have thought, for him to have a little breather. Maybe come back after lunch, which is now half an hour away.
Yep. Looking forward to that as well. Bit of place. Ben Code going to continue at this pavilion end. See photographer John Heald making his way around to our left on the Milligan Road side of the ground with his big lens. Must bit of weight training in its own way. Some of the equipment that they carry around. 71 for 4. Code in, bowling here to Swindles, who drops it into the leg side. Ben Cliff, who's not yet been used with ball in hand in this match, took his first class wicket at Glamorgan. What a match it felt for him, really, when you need everything on your side, don't you, in your first game. There'll be a few nerves around, and he had to bowl on a feather bed of a pitch. Learnt the hard way, but there was clear delight when he became a first class wicket taker. He's at mid wicket and comes into play again here as Code's delivery is turned that way by Harry Swindles. No run. Got the 3 slips in place. Finlay Bean's gone for the big white floppy today at 3rd. It's cap order for all those out there who choose to wear them in the field. In fact, looking around, that is everybody. Here's Code again, just nudged off the straight. This time it was on its way down the leg side. And Swindles will get off the mark with a 4 through fine leg.
Leg buys.
Oh, leg buys, he's given it us. Just looking around, not looking at the umpire's signal to try and identify who is out there as 12th for Yorkshire. If Shan Masood is off the field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there are 11 players. Don Best down at long leg, I think it could be. There's Code, and it's turned in the general direction. Yeah, it is Don Best running in, but it's actually going to be Ben Cliff who does the fielding, and Swindles gets 2 there through square leg.
It's his first class appearance of the season, Harry Swindles.
We said on day one, vastly different team to the one that beat Yorkshire in the first match up at Headingley. Code turns then. Comes into bowl to Swindles, who's pushing forward at one that leaves him. And there is no run. One to come in the 22nd then. 77 for 4. And well, this pair, as individuals, just trying to establish themselves, get themselves in. Kimber's faced 13 for his 1. Swindles now 7 for the 2 that he's got off the bat. Sun just blocked by cloud at the moment as Cody's in, and that's flicked up to mid-on by Swindle's final ball of the over. Code finishing it with 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 32 to his name, so going at over 4 earlier on, but he's dragging it back to 3. Hasn't yet added to that first wicket. But he's been better since he switched to this pavilion end. George Hill is going to continue by the looks of things at the Bennett end.
So, will it be Lyth captaining the side in Masood's temporary absence?
Tattersall.
Tattersall.
I would think.
He hasn't made any changes as yet. Hill, over number 8, comes in and bowls 2. Kimber drives in the air, sticks out his left hand, almost hangs on to it. Well, it didn't look entirely convinced he was going to hang on to it. He got his left hand to it. It was driven in the air back towards him. It would have been a pretty spectacular effort had George Hill managed to hang on. He wasn't able to, slowed it en route to mid-off. It wouldn't have reached mid-off anyway, I don't think, so he had to kind of go for it, but it was an instinctive sticking out of the left hand and didn't get it in the palm, couldn't close his fingers around it. Hope, though, as he comes in and bowls again to Kimber, that one comes back in, but from a long way outside off stump, so it was ultimately a safe leave by Kimber, albeit that Tattersall took it stepping away to his left. Adam Lyth bowls an off-spinner to Matt Revis. I don't think we're going to see Adam Lyth's off-spin. Something will have gone badly awry if that happens.
No, not on this pitch, I wouldn't think.
Indeed. Hill is in, bowls straight on off stump. Kimber behind it. So necessarily solidly, pushing the delivery out towards mid-off.
Let's put it this way, having been left out of the side, the man who just fielded it at mid-off, Don Bess, who's on there as 12th man. It really would stick in the craw if Adam Lyth got a token over of spin before the lunch break, wouldn't it now?
Yes, his bread and butter pudding wouldn't go down well. Hill is in and bowled, bounces, but again it was from too wide, taken by Tattersall with the gloves pointing upwards. But again a safe leave from Kimber, who's faced 17 deliveries for his single now. 77 for 4. So Leicestershire just about halfway, but they've lost 4 wickets getting there. And it's beginning to look as though sort of 150, 200 might be around about par on this track. Hill is in, bowls, Kimber drives, and he has got that one away this time. He wasn't to the bounce of the ball, but he's crunched it away out towards deep extra cover. Bess goes scampering back, picks up a yard or 2 inside the ropes at deep extra, gets his throw away, but Kimber comes back on the strength of the distance of the throw on for the third. He moves on to 480 up for Leicestershire, 80 for 4.
Yeah, I think the key was that he didn't go at it too hard there, did he? Else he might still have risked getting under it. It was that sort of height when he hit it, but he chose softer hands, hence not quite reaching the boundary.
Harry Swindle's very sort of deliberately taking a guard markedly in front of the crease there. He actually dragged his bat back from the middle stump. How you actually keep it straight in those circumstances, I'm not sure, but anyway. Hill is in to Swindles, who's advancing down the pitch and just turning the bat face on the ball as it comes in towards him, pushing it out towards Wharton at mid-wicket. And there is no run. A slightly weary looking Hill now walks back towards umpire Pratt, with whom, I would imagine, he's much in sympathy at the moment. 80 for 4.
Yeah, he's bowled 8 off the reel here, but if I were out there skippering, the way he's bowling, if I was Johnny Tatt doing the job in place of Shan Masood, in fact Shan Masood back on the field now, so Bess leaves it, but I think I'd be saying, you're okay for one more, right? You're okay, you're bowling well here, just keep it going, because he's in a really good rhythm, and you still feel like there could be more wickets in him if he keeps going, but well, we know in these days of the W word, workload, that may not be allowable, who knows. Ben Cliff, I suppose a lot will depend on how George is feeling himself. Is Is he thinking one more over might be dangerous and they might get 15 off it again? Ben Cliff on for the first time in the match. From this pavilion end then, right arm seam. His first delivery is a good one, round about off stump. Be nice to see him just being able to settle into a rhythm here. As I said, he did it tough last week. It was a tough pitch as a seam bowler. He was not the quickest, but he'd be... I think Harrison sent me a text last week saying mid to late 70s. Let me just check back on that. Comes Ben Cliff again. Oh, yes, he's got a wicket. Adam Lyth drops it into the hands of Finlay Bean, who takes it at third slip, and having toiled away for his first-class wicket at Glamorgan last week, he got it in the second innings eventually. He's got one with just his second delivery of this match. 80 for 5. That is the end of Louis Kimber for 4.
Sparring away at a wide one. Nowhere near the pitch of the ball, thick outside edge, bounced through Lyth's hands at second slip, off his chest, I think, in the end. Might have come off the hands as well, but straight to Bean. So fortunate for Adam Lyth in particular, it went straight to him at second slip. Couldn't hang on, but it bobbed up nicely and straight to Bean, who held on with gratitude. Kimber goes for 4. The procession continues. Leicestershire 80 for 5 now.
Yep, curious shot, but he's not alone in this match, is he? We saw a few of the Yorkshire lads go at deliveries that they didn't need to.
Hint of desperation, isn't there, almost, when he'd faced 20 deliveries. So
it's clearly. I think you made a good point earlier in the day that when the lacquer had come off the ball, maybe that was the key, and it feels like the bowlers have just got more control over what they're doing with it since that happened. And it's Ben Cox who makes his way out to the middle at number 7 then for Leicestershire. Of course, won the toss and put Yorkshire in, 155 all out, and at the moment they're going to have a job on to get a lead here.
We've had 61 overs or so, and we've had 15 wickets in the game.
So everyone will be clamouring to open. I know that Leicestershire lost a wicket, but basically going in early on, when the ball still lacquered, seems to be
you have a slightly more chance
to score your runs. Yeah.
So we can expect, when Yorkshire bat for a second time, Messrs Lyth and Bean to go hard, you would imagine.
I was just looking back for Ben Cliff's figures. 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 41 in the first innings last week. Then 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 48. At the moment, he has 1 for none in his second match. And Cox dealing with his first ball from Cliff well enough, dropping it into the leg side. There's going to be a lot of encouragement, as well, there generally is anyway for teammates, but certainly with a young player out there. And I spoke to Ben Code one evening on the record after one of the day's play last week. We mentioned Ben Cliff, and he said, doing good, Will this, doing good, having it work, grafter his runs in his first match. It's all going to stand him in good stead for when he gets a pitch where there's a bit of assistance. He's put that one up there full, and Cox, reluctant to play a shot at it, just drops his bat on it. He's got to have a look here, hasn't he, and try and find a way to get in, because that seems to be a bit of a difficulty for the majority of the Leicestershire batsmen so far. Hill, making 42, did get in. It was all fairly quick. His knock. Cliff in. That one jags away quite sharply off the seam. Way too wide for Ben Cox to play in the end. It's probably gone from outside off stump and might have missed a second set. He's gone that far.
It must have moved forward 4 or 5 inches. No, but not far off, but maybe 3, but markedly anyway.
Want to come in the over. Bent Nielsen says English history is a bit different. Richard III, of whom Shakespeare wrote an epic play, died in a parking lot. as Cliff comes in, and that is worked away uneasily by Ben Cox down to long leg for 1 run, 81 for 5 at the end of a really good start by Ben Cliff there.
Well, he was found in a parking lot.
Yeah.
Died on Bosworth Field, didn't he? But
Martin Rowe, pleased to see the man that makes things happen hurling a few down. He says David Coleman living the drama of a low-scoring match when the pitch is doing a bit after the disappointment of yesterday's washout. Lily, afternoon my fellow Yorkies, Jonathan and Richard. George Hill bowling well, always bowls good line and length. Come on Yorkshire. It is at Jonathan Doidge or at Fox's Creek 2023. George Hill is going to continue from the Bennett end. Bit of atmosphere now beneath.
So a good few Yorkshire spectators have made the journey down, and they're enjoying this as Hill is in. Bowls advancing down the pitch is Cox, and the ball is going down the leg side. He tries to help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it. It isn't taken cleanly by Tattersall, who even so feints as though to hurl the ball at the stumps, having dropped it. 81 for 5. See this game finishing sometime around about lunchtime tomorrow, if not before. In goes Hill, bowls, comes back in. Swindles is called very late, or reacts very late. Had the throw hit, it might have been interesting. There was the single, I think there, the throw was wide from mid-on, but Swindles had stayed in his ground and looked extremely startled to be called through by Ben Cox. I think it was the right call. It wasn't a great throw from Code. Had it hit, well, a decision would have been required of umpire Bainton, but I think Swindles had made his ground, or would have made his ground. 82 for 5, 2 apiece to Harry Swindles and Ben Cox. Hill comes in and bowls to Swindles, who is studiously leaning forward into that one, defending out into the onside. Wharton picks up at mid-wicket.
You want some scores from elsewhere?
Oh, by all means.
They're playing in, I think, just about all the matches. The Oval, Northants 357 all out, Surrey 47 for 2 in reply. It's the innings break at Lords, where Middlesex have finally dismissed Warwickshire for a score that I can't fully read. I think it's 312, but could be wrong.
Hill is in, bowls, Swindles. It comes back in again, thick inside edge. It's running down towards fine leg, and it runs down for 4. Well, slightly fortuitous on the part of Harry Swindles, but he got plenty of bat on it, and will feel that as he turned his wrists on it, it was a legitimate shot, and I guess it was. He moves on to 6, 86 for 5.
315 actually Warwickshire got. Tim Murtagh took 6 for 83 there for Middlesex, but of course clearly struggling to retain their place in Division 1 by the looks of things there. 194 run lead Warwickshire going into Middlesex's second innings.
Hill is in. Swindles is beaten on the outside edge. Ball that, well, I think he was playing for it to come back in a little bit more than it actually did, and slid past his outside edge low into the gloves of Tattersall.
At Old Trafford they are actually playing. The first time they've played in that match today. Lancashire 93 for 3. Being put in by Notts. At Chelmsford, Essex, they declared 447 for 9. Hampshire 134 for 3 in that Division 1 match.
Hill is in to finish his over. Swindles drives in the air, just short of the diving extra cover, sprawling. I think it was just short of him. I don't think it was a chance. Hands in the air or around the ground, but I don't think it reached him on the full. Is it Wharton?
Revis.
No, it's Revis, I beg his pardon. Tall Revis out there, and sprawling away to his right. Well, if anyone was going to reach it, was going to be him. He wasn't quite able to do so. End of Hill's 9th over. 3 for 28, his figures. Looks like he's going to go through to lunch, which is now only sort of 12 minutes away, so maybe 3 more overs away. Might just squeeze in 4.
Meanwhile, at Taunton, Somerset 388 for 3. That's still the first innings of the match there. They're playing Kent, who of course will be happy with a draw, given what's going on at Middlesex, as Cliff is in, and Cox solidly over the top of that, pushes into the offside, no run. At Derby, Sussex 63 for 6 in the 28th over of that match, which again is playing for the first time on day 3 today, but still looks like there's plenty of time to get a result there as well. At New Road, Worcestershire 179 for 4. Second place Worcestershire against top of the table Durham. And that's pushed into the offside this time by Cox. James Wharton doing the fielding, and of course it's the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy playoff as well today for a place in Sunday's final. The final taking place down the road in Northampton, I should say. The Stars, the South East Stars, 102 for 7, struggling there against the Blaze in that playoff, and they won the toss and chose to bat first. 30 overs into the 50. And Cliff in ball that is left on the rise by Cox at 86 for 5. Update time for Richard.
So rudely nipping ahead. That it is all happening down here at Grace Road. 5 Leicestershire first innings wickets are now down. The latest, Louis Kimber, who was caught by Finley Bean off the bowling of Ben Cliff for just 4. The pitch is doing plenty. Harry Swindles, the hero of Saturday's one-day cup triumph, he's still at the crease. He is 6 not out. Ben Cox, the wicketkeeper, is with him. He is 2 not out. Yorkshire scored 155 in their first innings. Leicestershire 86 for 5. Now, if they can get somewhere near somehow that Yorkshire first innings score, then they'll probably be content on what is still proving a very difficult pitch. Missed just one delivery that Cox worked out into the offside. No run.
Sight of an articulated lorry at the Bennett end moving into the ground. I saw stewards were getting excited this morning. They could move some barriers around, and I couldn't park down as far down the car park as I could on previous days because there were going to be some Arctics turning up. I noticed that umpire Neil Pratt's car was left there in the cordoned off area. He was okay as Cliff beats Cox here, trying to turn it into the leg side. And that wraps him on probably the front thigh pad before hitting the back one. Dot ball.
He's sent mid-wicket out to the boundary and also backward point.
Interesting. Maybe just a bit of protection for the young bowler. Not entirely sure, really. Didn't need that when he took his wicket. Second ball. In comes Ben Cliff once again. This one roundabout off stump is an easy single out to the sweeping point, as Richard points out. So Cox on to 3 will retain the strike. That was the end of Ben Cliff's second over. 1 for 2 now, and it's 87 for 5 Leicestershire in response to Yorkshire's 155 all out.
Mind games presumably make the batsman think it's going to be a short one, but given he'd only conceded 1 run from his first 11 deliveries and taken a wicket, and quite sure it was necessary, and he gave Cox the most comfortable of singles. However, George Hill will continue. Of course he'll continue. Over number 10 from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Ben Cox, who is clipping nicely out towards square leg for 4, just drifting onto the legs, and Cox, with something of a flourish, a wristy flourish, whipped it away. Lovely piece of timing and no chance at all for long leg to get around to the square leg boundary. And Cox moves on to 791 for 5.
Yeah, George will keep trying, keep plugging away. Still 8 minutes to go before the lunch break for another wicket to fall.
Down the slope he comes, bowls again to Cox. It's a better line on off stump, but Ben Cox is solidly forward. On off stump, pushing the delivery out to the returned Masood now. At mid-off. Ben Mike somewhat disconsolately bowls a loosener. He's not going to come on before lunch, Ben. May struggle to get on afterwards, to be quite honest. As Hill is down the slope, bowls, that does come back in, but Cox plays it nicely. Just sort of goes back and turns it out to mid-wicket and indicates with his right hand that there is continued movement. Worked it out to Wharton at mid-wicket. Ben Cox's fourth first-class innings for Leicestershire, as in goes outside off stump. Hill bowls, and he looks to square drive it away off the front foot. Something of a sort of helicopter shot feel to that, the way the bat came down on the ball. He missed it, went through low to Tattersall, but he was looking to lace that one away square. There isn't a point. I mean, Ben Mike is backward of point by a good 3 or 4 yards. Well, no, two or 3 yards.
Average is 23.61 in all formats against Yorkshire, Ben Cox, during his career.
Hill is in, bowls to him, it's straight, and he's solid in defence, pushing it out to mid-on that occasion.
He's had 4 50s. The most recent of those was 70 in he said it was a championship game. Let me just check on that. It was a Royal London Cup game at Scarborough last year.
Welcome Sun comes back out as in goes Hill. Bowls to Cox, who drives, gets it past Revis, who turns, chases after the ball. The stride lengthens. I think he's going to drag it back just inside the ropes. Puts in the slide. Does it slowed dramatically as it got close to the rope at deep extra cover, and Cox settles for 3. Has to settle for 3. Good work by Revis. Nice shot from Ben Cox. He moves into double figures on to 10. End of Hill's 10th over, 3 for 35. His figures 94 for 5. It is 12:35, so he might just be asked to bowl one more. Will they? Yeah, you're not going to bowl spin, are you, for 1 over before the interval? So it'd be tough on any of the seamers. Although he's getting a few sort of slaps of the low 5s from the slips, so maybe that's it.
Yep, I did offer some encouragement with those Ben Cox stats. His average against Yorkshire in first-class cricket is 11.75, with a highest score of 18 in his days for Worcestershire. So he's batted 10 times and scored. Well, he's made it over the. Has he made it over the 100-run mark? Let me just check on that. As Cliff is in and swinging one way down the leg side, and there is no run. He's on to 10 not out here, isn't he now? So yeah, 97 runs he scored in total against Yorkshire in 10 knocks in his first-class career. We're hoping to better that here. And he has made it into double figures a few times, but not so much more than just the double figures. Stands tall, high backlift, and in comes Cliff. And a straight delivery worked nicely off his legs by Ben Cox. Matthew Revis was out there sweeping, and will keep them to 2. That doubles the amount of runs off Ben Cliff so far, who took a wicket with his second ball. If you joined us more recently before the lunch break, who knows, maybe morning meetings, something like that. Yorkshire lost their final wicket. Jordan Thompson caught by Ben Cox off Scriven for 2 without any addition to their 155 for 9 over the last 2 nights. Cliff is in, wide of off stump, and Cox leaves. And then Rishi Patel LBW to Ben Code without scoring, none for 1. Lewis Hill made a quick, pleasant 42 from 34, 8 fours included before he was caught behind by Tattersall off George Hill, who then took the wicket of Sam Evans LBW for 15 and Umar Amin LBW for 10, before Ben Cliff got in on the act, having Louis Kimber caught by Finley Bean at 3rd slip via Adam Lyth at 2nd, who couldn't hold it, and it dollied up to Bean. Good delivery by Cliff here, which is angled in towards off stump, and Ben Cox has to play at that, and does, but then it just holds its line through to Tattersall, and he plays inside it. Richard getting bored with the commentary is yawning next to me.
Thank you. No secrets.
2 to come in the over. There's clearly going to be a bit of gardening here from Cox to get through to lunch, and he's just had a wander halfway down the track.
I suspect George Hill won't mind, actually.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
Cliff in, ball swinging in towards Cox this time, and he's flicked it away wide of Jordan Thompson at mid-on for a single. Well, the clock's still showing 12:38, and we've only got the one ball left in the over, which means that Ben Cox will walk halfway up it from the other end now and do a bit of gardening. Harry Swindles just checks on the gloves. He's going to check his guard. 12:39 shown. And Cliff leaves our commentary position behind then, but bowls one wide of off stump this time through to Tattersall. So 12:39 on the clock. Looks as though they are going to go for one final over before the lunch break.
Umpire Pratt turned toward. He's looking at the digital clock on the electronic scoreboard. Takes the cap from George Hill. We are going to have one more. 97 for 5. Cox on 13, so he's exceeded his average against Yorkshire then. Former Worcestershire man. Well, I suppose you have to say still Worcestershire man because he's on loan at Leicestershire until the end of the season. In goes Hill, bowls down the leg side. Oh, nice take by Tattersall, reaching out to his left. He sort of had the ball in his glove before completing the dive, so to speak. Almost frozen in mid-air momentarily, but nice work by him. He's on loan at Leicestershire until the end of the season, pending the starting of his 3-year contract at the beginning of October. John's going to do start his many updates for the various Yorkshire stations. He's going to head next door now. So I'll see you through these last 5 deliveries. Hill is in, bowls, and there's an appeal for leg before he's gone. Umpire Pratt has given yet another one from that Bennett end, and Cox shuffling across goes leg before. 1, 2, 3. Well, that's 4, 5. Is that 5 today that Umpire Pratt has given, all from that end? And Cox goes for 13. Another wicket for George Hill. 1, 2, 3, 4 for him. 4 for 35 for Hill. And Leicestershire will take lunch in a position of some jeopardy. 97 for 6. They are 7 wickets have fallen this morning. 5 of them leg before wicket. 1 catch behind by Tattersall off George Hill. And actually 2 catches behind because Jordan Thompson was also caught behind off the bowling of Tom Scriven first thing this morning. The game has moved on, so 155 Yorkshire all out in their first innings. Leicestershire struggling in their reply on 97 for 6. It promises to be another fascinating session this afternoon. We'll be back with you here at the Uptonsteel County Ground in good time, hopefully, for its start, which will be in around about 38 minutes time. Oh, good afternoon again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Afternoon session on this third day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Yorkshire. Leicestershire about to resume their first innings reply to Yorkshire's 155 all out in what might be described as a spot of bother. They're 97 for 6 at lunch. Harry Swindles is 6 not out on the back of his unbeaten century in the One Day Cup final, match-winning unbeaten century in the One Day Cup final on Saturday, playing his first-class fixture of the season for the Foxes. He has an awful lot to do if Leicestershire are going to, well, even match, you would think, Yorkshire's first innings score. Just before lunch, Ben Cox was dismissed leg before wicket by George Hill, giving Hill 5 wickets for the game. 5 for 35 for George Hill, swinging his arms, hopefully. Well, not hopefully, because he will continue, of course, because he's only halfway through his over. The dismissal of Cox came in the final over before lunch, so in those circumstances, the over isn't finished. The players do leave the field for lunch, and it all means that George Hill still has 4 balls to deliver, 4 deliveries to come in what is his 11th over. Beg your pardon, he's only got the 4 wickets so far. He seems to have been taking them all so far. 4 for 35. He's got, just looking through my notes, Rishi Patel leg before wicket to Ben Code without scoring in the first over. Lewis Hill was caught behind off the bowling of Hill for 42, and he picked up the wickets of Evans, Umar Amin and Ben Cox, all leg before wicket. Well, can he make it a 5 for then in the first over after a lunch? He's going to be coming down the slope in bright sunshine, warm sunshine now here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Some of the cloud has dissipated. There's still plenty of white cloud around as Hill comes in and bowls to Tom Scriven. Comes back in to him, pops a little bit, but he gets something behind it, drops it out into the onside. James Wharton comes in from mid-wicket to field, and there is no run. So they are still 58 behind. Leicestershire now with just 4 first innings wickets in hand. Scriven, young all-rounder, has been, according to the captain, Lewis Hill, the find of the season. Certainly he's had a great year. In goes Hill, bowls to him. He's looking for another LBW, and Neil Pratt doesn't, to general amazement, raise his finger. 97 for 6 remains the score. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, and of course Jonathan Doidge from BBC Radio Leeds alongside me.
Well, that's a bit of that sarcasm thing there, first up in afternoon sesh, lad.
One or two of the Leicestershire players may have raised their eyebrows at one or two of the decisions. In goes Hill and bowls. Scriven is forward, pushing out towards point. Ben Mike is quickly on to the ball, but his throw at the non-striker's end was for form as much as anything. Scriven had made his ground. He's off the mark with a single, 98 for 6, and Doidge was a little late making his way up the steps, but only because of the place was a little late to arriving, wasn't it? Yeah. Sadly. Was it good when it finally arrived?
It was good, yeah. It was good. I like a bit of place. It's very nice. Very grateful for it.
You didn't have time to stay for the bread and butter pudding then, sadly.
I didn't order any, so no. No, less calories taken on board today and more burned.
As Hill comes in, bowls to Swindles, who's clipping away off his legs. There's a squawk almost of frustration from Hill, who can't believe Swindles took that off the stumps, but I think they will go for their shots, these two young batters, because they know that conditions are still tricky out there, sunshine notwithstanding, and get what runs they can. Well, they can. 99 for 6 is the Leicestershire score at the end of the first over after lunch. There are still 72 overs left to be bowled today. Take off 2 for what will likely be a change of innings, so call it 70. And if we get them all, we've been working out during the lunch interval, then we could be fairly close to a conclusion to the game. You never know. Another wicket might not fall, but I suspect they will, Dorji.
Yeah, I would think that you've really played a safe hand with that one. So, Ben Code to start the afternoon session from the pavilion end. Remember, he started the innings from the Bennett end, but never really found his range, barring taking that first wicket before anyone had taken a run off him. His first delivery is wide of off stump, and Swindle's not interested in playing at that. Get in touch, folks, on the usual X at Jonathan Deutsch or at Fox's Cricket 2023. A dearth of emails this match, but that remains the same address. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Code comes in wide of off stump, and Swindles does have a go at this and pulls his bottom hand through a bit in pushing it into the offside there for James Wharton to field, and give a good rub polish on the sweater. Yorkshire will feel the job isn't done. Adam Lyth told us that at the lunch break as he walked past our table that the ball hit him on the chest. That Finlay being caught, Finlay jokingly saying he could have made its way out to point off Lyth's chest. Because it made it into his hands at third slip as Swindles just flicks one off his legs out into the deep where Matthew Revis is positioned at long leg doing the fielding. 100 up, ripple of applause. But 6 have been lost to get to that total. And Scriven has a good scratch at his guard. And he's ready then for his first ball from Code in this session. In comes Code. It's ball wide of off stump, dropped into the offside. And Ben Mike does the fielding coming round from point. That there was messing about, wasn't there? I left the commentary position, didn't I, just before that last wicket. I don't know about you, but I've always felt this. You kind of, if you mess about with time, it's just one of these things I have in mind. It's nothing to do with specifically being Leicestershire in that thing, but just anybody who does it. Time wasting in football. A number of times people mess about in the last few minutes of a game, then they lose the ball and the goal goes in, and they've wasted their own time effectively to try and get an equaliser back. That's dropped into the offside by Scriven, and there's no run. So the guard scratching, trying to get through to the, and
everybody does it, don't they? Really, just kind of to lunch or whatever.
It almost feels like somebody's sneering at you for trying to mess about. Yeah, everybody does do it. You're right. That's what I'm saying. It's not a Leicestershire thing by any stretch of the imagination. We've seen everybody do it, Yorkshire included, and on a regular basis. But just sometimes. So Code to Scriven, who is watching this one carefully, just outside off stump, and that's pushed up to Shan Masood. And there was no run to complete that Code over. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 33 for him. Swindles on 8, Scriven on 100 for 6.
I suggested it had been something of a breakthrough season for Tom Scriven. It undoubtedly has. This is his 11th game, first class game of the season. He's picked up 30 wickets, so it has been particularly impressive with the ball, really, at an average of 24.5. But he is a genuine all-rounder. He's also got 266 runs at sort of 20.5, but he's probably a better bat than that. In goes Hill. Bowles looking to force it away into the offside, I suspect there. Swindle's got a thick inside edge as it came back in, and it rolled out towards mid-wicket where Wharton picks it up and then gives it a firm polish on the bottom of his sweater, of his Yorkshire sweater. Yeah, it's lovely down in front of the pavilion when the sun's out. It's because you're out of the wind. We are obviously up on top of the pavilion, probably about, 40 feet up in the air, something like that. And we do catch the wind, but we are behind glass as well, albeit open windows as Swindles drives, and it goes straight through Ben Mike's hands at backward point. Mike looks at his hands, then turns and chases back in disbelief, but it's gone to the boundary for one, absolutely straight through. Ben Mike there. He can't quite believe what had happened. And he looked for a second down at his hands in amazement before turning to chase the ball, which beat him to the ropes. Swindles into double figures onto 12, 104 for 6.
You can hear a wealth of junior coaches saying, get your body behind it.
Yeah, long barrier. He didn't form it. In goes Hill, bowls, and Swindle is down the wicket. It comes back in and bounces up towards him. He manages to sort of shovel it out towards Wideish. Mid-on, takes one, moves on to 13, 105 for 6. Scriven is driving. He's just got it wide of Revis and Masood, in between the two of them. Not with any great power. Masood moves across to his left to field, but he has to go back 10 yards or so, and then just slipped slightly as he stopped to pick up the ball. It might still be a little bit sticky out there, albeit that sunshine has been on it pretty much most of the day, to be quite honest. Now it should be fairly dry out there. Scriven picks up a single, moves on to 2.
Still a bit brown, isn't it, away towards the right-hand side of the square, but it has got a bit lighter.
Hill is in. Swindles gets a ball that comes back and beats him on the inside between body and bat. But it was slightly short of a good length, so even had it really jagged back, it would have gone over the top of the stumps. He sent square leg excuse me, back to the boundary again, as Masood or Hill, or a combination thereof. As I say, I'm not absolutely convinced of its effectiveness as a fielding position in these circumstances. In goes Hill, bowl. Scriven drives him for 4. His width, and didn't do too much to the delivery either. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but it was out there, and it was pretty much a free hit, to be honest. And Swindles indulged, moves on to 17, 110 for 6.
Yeah, George, a bit like his first over, really. He just it took him 6 balls to find his range, and then he was very tight after that, and maybe that's just a case, apart from the fact that you think fatigue might kick in after a 40-minute break more quickly than it maybe did in the first spell he bowled. 10.2 unbroken from the Bennett end before the lunch break. So 110 for 6. Invaluable little addition of 13 in fairly quick time after the break. And Scriven on 2 and on strike to face Code here, who's got a wicket. Oh no, he hasn't. Adam Lyth has put it down. Oh dear me, he's already dropped one that ended up coming off his chest and going to Finley Bean, and it was straight in this, and
he seemed to have it for about
he did. He was
2
falling
seconds.
over backwards and sort of loses it, doesn't it? Interesting to see it on the replay.
Scriven started to walk off.
Yeah. So yeah, he's got it. It's a bit like the one that was denied, one of those that was denied in the Test series. It looks as though he's caught it and he's throwing it up somehow, but has lost control in doing so. So, cost Ben Code a wicket there, unfortunately. Should have just kept his hands round it. And as you say, Scriven was several paces away and might have ended up being run out. Oh, he's got a second chance, and he's put him down 2 balls in a row. Dear me.
This is astonishing. Adam Lyth might want to take a break from the slips, because he's dropped 3 now, and 2 in 2 balls, and that was straightforward as well. I wonder what Ben Code's thinking.
I think I can probably hazard a guess.
It may not be repeatable.
Coming in again to try and create a third chance. He does, but he's gone for 4 this time through the slips between George Hill, who was closer to this one than Adam Lyth, but between he and Lyth, and it was on its way down as well. So that wasn't a a catching chance, was it? I think it was.
No, it was
sort of
between
Yorker
first and
length, really,
second,
yeah.
and it was short of both. But whether Hill just got a right hand to it, I'm not quite sure. Certainly Lythe didn't get anything on it again.
And if Scriven goes on and gets even 25 or something here,
well,
makes
indeed.
it into, you know, in context of the match, a reasonably significant knock. That'll be a bit of annoyance. He's living dangerously very much, and of course now he gets a straight ball short of length, and his short arm jabbed that up towards the top boundary. Revis will field, and they get 2. 116 for 6. Scriven on to 8.
The first one was absolutely extraordinary, really, because he seemed to absolutely have it, Lythe, and sort of fell backwards. Scriven started to walk off, and as he fell backwards, whether the fall sort of jarred the ball out of his hands, I don't know. But Scriven, when he heard the general moan, suddenly looked back, realised he was 2 yards out of his crease and had to hurry back to get in time.
Here's Code again. Scriven pushing back down the pitch ultimately here to Code, although he was trying to turn it to leg. So Ben Code, as I said earlier on, started well with a wicket, but wasn't then at his best earlier on, and batters advancing down the pitch towards him, and he struggled to cope with that. Switch of ends. Didn't bring him another wicket before the lunch break, and hasn't brought him one after, but should have done. Can't do much more than create the opportunities as a bowler, and he's in again, and Scriven manages to get behind that, and it's the end of the over.
Sympathetic applause, I think you described that as.
Yeah, and Adam Lythe is taking his time to get from A to B between overs here. Having a good think about that, and I think he's heading off towards Ben Code and apologising. I know what that feels like as a bowler, because you know what it feels like as both a fielder and a bowler, so you've got to try and be, sympathetic. He knows nobody means to drop him, but what you're so frustrating as a bowler, isn't it, when you've created the chances and 2 have gone down in a row. As a fielder, you just want the ground to open up and swallow your whole.
Yeah, and by slip standards, neither was too tricky. In goes Hill, and he's cut down towards backward point by Swindles. Wristy off the back foot, but this time Ben Mike makes a decent stop at that backward point position.
I'd have said from just seeing them both once that the first one looked the easier of the two because it was in
lower.
That super catching
Exactly.
height, and the second one was kind of in that midriff area where you don't know whether to go hands up, hands down, and
but straight
it got
to
on
him
quickly as well, didn't it? The second one, it felt like it got there more quickly. First one a bit more loopy and on its way down.
Hill is in. Swindles is working it out into the vacant mid-wicket area. Should be 2, will be 2 in the end. Square leg had a long way, Wharton to run around to the ball. He's at deep square as well. So comfortable 2 in the end for Harry Swindles, who must have been watching in disbelief at the non-striker's end. Jordan Thompson is beginning to windmill his arms in a very purposeful way, stretching as well. As Hill into over number 13 comes in and bowls, and he's hitting across the line. Swindles there, thumps into the front pad, but a long way outside off stump. He'd stepped forward and across, so no appeal. Bat might have been involved, might have been a bit of an inside edge. Didn't hear any. Obviously we can't see from behind the batter. Thumped into the front pad.
He did, but it's a dangerous game trying to play that shot, isn't it, Richard?
We have seen that it is, that is for sure, but I guess they feel that there's going to be a ball out there, as they say, with his name on it. In goes Hill, bowls, forward goes Swindles, pushing it out towards point. Mike has to run to his right to field, does so, picks up cleanly, but it was a well-judged single by Swindles. Mike didn't bother trying to throw the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Swindles on 220, 119 for 6.
Bent Nielsen says the pitch does favour the bowlers, not wrong with that. The humidity increases the effect. One thing I don't really have a feel for is the pitch well within being normal, or is it towards not being the allowed parameters?
Hill is in. Scriven gets the ball coming back in towards him, plays it out towards mid-off, and there's no run. What does he mean by
I think
parameters?
I think that he's probably getting into the territory of, is this a pitch that you'd report type of thing or not? for whatever reason, wickets falling, as we sometimes hear.
Given it's September, and
not
clubs
dangerous.
have to produce results wickets at this time of year, don't they? That usually, and both sides are usually in favour of that. In goes Hill, bowls, that comes back in, a little bit squared up, is Scriven, almost a leading edge as it's worked back down the pitch towards George Hill. Masood walks forward to pick up the ball, and Hill goes past him. He has a quiet word. Will he continue? He's bowled 13 overs on the bounce, albeit they were interrupted by lunch, and he's got 4 for 50.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say, Ben, is this feels like there's a lot of grass on it, but it's not a dangerous pitch by any stretch of the imagination. It's not dangerous at all. So if that's the measure of your question, then it's fine. But obviously,
it's not a road,
a bit of assistance.
There is something certainly there for the seamers.
Mick Auckland, good afternoon to you. He says, sat on the beach in Sharm el Sheikh, watching. Come on, Yorkshire. Ben Code has now got Johnny Tattersall standing up to him here, so he's going to keep Swindles back in his crease, and the first delivery Code bowls is turned into the leg side for Cliff to field. Adam Lyth at the minute will probably be feeling like he doesn't want another ball to come to him all day. Because it'll be preying on the mind. You'd certainly, the two schools of thought, I guess one is let's have another chance now and take one and let's get it out of the system, or the other one is give it a couple of hours before another one comes my way, and I might be not thinking about that again. But he's in there still in second slip. Cody's in. Oh, good delivery. See, there's the difference in dragging the batter back into his crease. And he can't walk down. Back foot is anchored. He's now just played a leave to a ball that he did have a little push at.
One or two of the Yorkshire followers on the stream not over impressed by the Times Winged Chariot hurries near for Adam, says Eric. In the context of being in the slips, possibly.
In comes Code again. Once more, Swindle has to play from the crease and drops it out into the offside. No run. Ben Code just feels like he's found a really good length to bowl here, but maybe he wants it even further up the pitch to clip that top of off stump. It feels like it might be just going over. George Hill bowling a little bit more full on the most part today, and obviously he's found a good degree of success. In comes Code. There's little you can tell Ben, I suppose, about bowling at this level. That's dropped into the offside and fielded by James Wharton, and there's no run. Last wicket, well, it feels like a while ago now. I guess it was a while ago, and in fact it was bang on an hour ago, but we've had a 40-minute lunch break in between. That was Ben Cox LBW to Hill for 13.
It's Adam Lyth's birthday in 4 days' time.
Yep. 36.
87.
So 36, yeah, his Code is in, and that's flicked off the legs by Swindles. And he's going to pick up a comfortable 2. 4 days, that'll be the day before we start the final match, won't it? Monday.
Yeah, 21st today. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
So it won't be a big end of first day do then. Well, you never know, there might be one for the players. Code going in past umpire Neil Bainton, and Swindles presents the full face of the blade, gets the contact towards the inside edge of it, down to Revis at long leg for 1 run. Ben Code's 13th over is complete. He's bowled 2 maidens, 1 for 41, and on a pitch where you would have thought he might excel in terms of figures here today. It's not quite happened for him just yet, on 22 for 6.
Ben Mike leaves the field, hands his cap to Dom Bess. You think he's going to get his bowling boots on if there are such a thing anymore?
Probably. Who went off? Sorry, did you say?
Ben Mike.
Oh, Ben Mike. Yeah, probably. Not to go yet, has he? He might be interested with a pitch with a bit of grass on it.
You would definitely think so.
Certainly be the quickest bowler that Yorkshire have got. Matthew Revis might have a say in that because he can bowl it.
In the meantime, of course, George Hill continues from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes to Swindles, who's walking down the pitch, then defending. Helps possibly that Harry Swindles, I don't see why it should actually, I don't know what I'm talking about really, but he just looks sort of slightly neater. The diminutive figure is Harry Swindles. He's not a tall man, probably about 5'6", maybe even 5'7", something like that. But he gets down the pitch, he's got quick feet as a wicket keeper, you'd expect that. Hill is in, bowls to him, he's looking to drive, a bit thick inside edgy, but he's got it through mid-wicket. Wharton slides a long old distance there, putting a really long slide on his side as he picked up and got his throw away. He'll have a very green, grubby whites now as a consequence, and even so, Swindles was still able to pick up the 2 that always looked to be on. He moves on to 25. See, Leicestershire's now second highest scorer. He is. Lewis Hill, the captain, earlier this morning made a bright and breezy 42. As Hill is in, Swindles on the back foot defends. You heard the call of no as he saw it going straight out towards Bess. That point position, slightly backward point. Who's made runs in this game? Finley Bean made 40. Shan Masood made 34. Ben Mike made 25, so Swindles third joint highest scorer in the game now. Fourth, because of course Hill. In goes Hill. Bowls, oh, a horrible swipe outside off stump from Swindles. Doesn't get anything on as it bounces, comes back in towards him. He tried to thrash it away through the offside. No real foot movement, and the bounce and the movement beat him comprehensively.
Adam Mountford, TMS editor, of course, has forwarded a statement from Essex that there must have been some stories around it.
Alistair Cook, yeah.
Yeah, sounds like somebody's been saying he's retiring, but they've put a statement out to...
Hill is in, bowls, Swindle is right behind it, head over the ball as he defends on the off stump.
It says Essex would like to clarify that contrary to news articles published today, Alistair Cook will be discussing his playing future with the club at the end of the current season. The first team squad are fully focused on the last 2 LV Insurance County Championship matches and on being involved in a close-fought race for further honours. Our club says.
No decision has yet been taken. As Hill is in, Swindles is playing firmly. Times that one nicely out into the covers, but more or less straight to Matt Revis. End of Hill's 14th over, 4 for 52 his figures now. Ben Mike comes jogging back out. And who's going to jog off? It looks like it's going to be James Wharton is going to jog off, so Don Bess is going to do some more duty out there. Caps being swapped everywhere.
Don't they come out with some guff sometimes, media departments? Yeah. I mean, why would you just not stop that statement? Alistair Cook will be discussing his playing future with the club at the end of the season. That's all you need to know, isn't it? We're fully focused on the last 2 championship matches, on being involved in a close-fought race for further honours. Really? Ben Code, 124 for 6 going in from the pavilion end. The ball that does move off the straight, but Scriven on 8 and wearing 88. Watched it well. Don Bess out there as 12th man at the moment, with Ben Mike off the field, and Ben Cliff has just been sent from mid-wicket out deeper. And it'd be going to 15, 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4 metres from the boundary rope as he backs away as Code comes in, and that is play with an open face out to Ben Mike, who's back on the field at point, so somebody else has left. James Wharton perhaps, can't see him, he was just parading around in the covers. Yep, looks to be him.
Match delayed by rain in Derby, which is not that far away from us.
Yeah. No, I said this morning, no, there could be some showers. There were a few passing through, and I suppose it just depends. Yeah. It's hard to be precise with showers, isn't it? Obviously caught them, but not us. Cody's in and flicked off the straight down to the long leg by Scriven. Revis coming into field. And they get a single. So 30 shy of where Yorkshire finished, 155 of course. Still Yorkshire have the 4 wickets to take. So a bit like the start of the innings, they've found scoring not quite as easy, but maybe a bit easier. And that's not to say it's been chanceless, because of course we had 3 successive balls ready from Ben Code, 2 that were put down by Adam Lai that slip, and a third one that went between the 2 slips. It was almost a chance. Code in, and Swindle's pushing this one out square on the offside to Ben Mike. Not sure why we've not seen the other bowlers just yet. Matthew Revis tends to get used when the ball's getting older, as he did when he got his 5 for recently.
It is still only 35.5 overs old.
Yep, we saw Ben Cliff just have a little spell, didn't we, in and out of the attack with a wicket. Confidence booster for him. So they're managing how they use the youngster. Cody's in, and that's pushed up to Shan Masood by Swindles. And there's no run. Ben Mike, well, you don't need me to tell you, having watched him play down here, if he's not a going day, then he can go quickly around the park. So maybe there's a bit of, with only 155 on the board, there's a bit of reluctance to throw the ball at him just yet. But he could be interesting on a pitch with grass on it as well. He's definitely probably the quickest bowler in the match, I think, or capable of bowling it quicker than anybody in the match. And he's diving here to his left to a shot played by Swindle's backward off point, where Ben Mike was fielding, and that has gone for 4 down in that area. So 129 for 6, Swindle's on to 29. Ben Mike couldn't reel it in. Code 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 47. So that's kind of the way in the few games we've seen him play for Yorkshire so far. And I think I mentioned, white ball cricket, you could see a dream over followed by an over that goes both sides of the wicket in 2 lengths. And he's not been entrusted with the ball just yet, because Jordan Thompson is now replacing George Hill at the Bennett end.
No obvious sign of Ben warming up either. Thompson bowled just 5 overs this morning, unsuccessful in terms of taking a wicket. Just didn't seem quite at ease this morning, Jordan Thompson. He was in some of his sort of in his run up and his follow through. Comes in from the other end this time, the Bennett end. Bowls fullish to Tom Scriven, who waits for it on the back foot and then looks to sort of drive it back towards Thompson. Does, but Thompson can field in his follow through. Finley Bean still in that wide-brimmed white sun hat. He's the only one, everybody else in Yorkshire caps, as Thompson is in and bowls. Scriven drives this time and drives for 4, I suspect. I think that is going to go comfortably, and it is. Matt Revis turned and started to chase after it, but knew his fate after he'd taken a couple of steps. So Scriven, badly dropped twice in 2 balls on 2, has moved on to 13, 133 for 6. Leicestershire now 22 behind. But Yorkshire will know that 1 on this pitch will likely bring 2, maybe more. And they will be down to the bowlers once Swindles is out. In goes Thompson, bowls a lovely delivery that beats Scriven on the outside edge as he plunged forward at that one. Left him, bounced a bit.
Yep, drawn into it. And Jordan, if he just managed to straighten it just a touch from there, top of off stump would certainly be coming into play.
Down the slope he comes and bowls. Scriven is looking to work that one way off the back foot between point and cover. In fact, it goes almost straight to Ben Mike, who's slightly backward of point. You heard the weight no from Tom Scriven. Oxford boy, came through the Oxford system, started at Hampshire. Decided he'd have more opportunity at Leicestershire, and that proved to be the case, and he's taking that opportunity. Now, Adam Lythe is having a long chat to Neil Pratt here. I wonder if they're unhappy. He's unhappy about the sun on the top of the... Nothing that can be done about it. The relatively low sun on top of the hospitality marquee, which really is shining very sort of glinting back at us up here, but whether he can see it there in the slips, I'm guessing. But he was kind of pointing in that direction, wasn't he? Thompson is in, bowls, going for the drive, thick outside edge down to third man for Scriven. So continue to make Lythe and Yorkshire pay for that drop. Again, umpire Pratt turns to the sort of towards the hospitality marquee, but you know, you can't put, it's not just like a sort of car bonnet, is it, or windscreen? You can't sort of drape a blanket over it or something. That's the only thing I can think that might be causing the issue really here.
Yeah, because it'd pretty much be diagonally, the batter would be diagonally between Lythe and the shiny bit.
Yeah, in goes Thompson, bowls, full, looking for the Yorker, clipped nicely by Scriven, but only as far as code at mid-on. End of the over. Good one as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Scriven thriving in it. He's moved on to 17, 137 for 6. And this 7th wicket partnership, which should have been broken, is now worth 40.
Yeah. And we said, didn't we, 2 at the time was Tom Scriven when he was dropped in successive deliveries. If he goes on and makes a 25 or something like that, which in the context of this game would be fairly significant, there'll be a couple of people at least kicking themselves out there. Ben Cliff is now coming back into the attack at the pavilion end.
Yeah, the score was 110 when Scriven was dropped twice. So 27 added since then as well.
Activity about it as Cliff is in, and that's worked to leg by Swindles for a single.
How's the Headingley announcer? I can't quite remember. I don't really recall, because you don't really hear it from behind the glass up there, do you? Too much. Is he
there is no
somewhere
one
in between? Or?
There's no one quite like the golden voice, Howard Ferguson.
Fair enough.
He's just got that, the delivery.
He's got it. He gets it right, does he?
Yeah, here's Cliff in again. It's full and Scriven pushed out into the offside where Masood fields, no run. Yeah, so you'll see the player walk out, and he'll be halfway out to the middle, and then there'll just be an announcement of Ben Code in a beautiful mellifluous voice he's got. Or if it's a bowl and change, it'll be from the pavilion end. Like he said, I can't even do it. I just wouldn't even try and mess. You've got to know your place in life. Here's Cliff. It's leg stump this time. Scriven just falling over it slightly and hits the thigh pad into the leg side. Bess is out there still as 12th man, does the fielding. No run. He did get a bit irate with the Speckies at York in one of the one-dayers because they were moving behind the bowler's arm and stuff like that. It's one of those places where there's at either end it's difficult to stop because you'd need a fairly long rope. There's quite a long backdrop behind each end of the ground there. There's Cliff in again. That's pushed into the offside by Scriven. James Wharton back out there and fielding it at cover.
I always think they do it very well with the ropes at Scarborough.
Oh, well, there was consternation there the other week as well, because there was only one of them on down towards our left, and the right-hand side of the Peashorn Park side screen, the rope was limp. So some people were, even though the rope was up on one side, still wandering behind. Oh no. There was a bit of lip pursing going on. As Cliff is in, it's right up there to drive, and punched really by Scriven. Straight, Thompson round to field. But yeah, there was a... you can't walk there, lad. Can't walk there.
Dave Bradley has taken over the announcing role on a sort of pretty much permanent basis at Worcester now. He's very good at it, sort of avuncular with that very Worcester accent, sort of West Midlands accent.
Well, he's completely different, isn't he? Here's Cliff And that's straight, and Scriven drops it into the leg side for Thompson to field, completing Ben Cliff's 4th over with 1 for 6 against his name. Yeah, when we were there in the match that, which once again was lost to the weather, I went out in the middle with him on a couple of days, because he's just dead relaxed, isn't he? And he's just having a joke with everybody, isn't he? And even when he announces that the ladies' pavilion is open and there'll be tea and cakes or whatever, yeah, it looks like Neil Pratt's walking off across in the direction of a couple of ground staff and asking if anything can be done about the sunlight on the top of the marquee. If something can be draped over there just to...
By the time they get the sort of big enough sort of expanse of some sort of black material cover or something that the sun will have moved anyway, I suspect. But anyway, well, they'll do their best, I'm sure.
And then, would you want black material anyway? Because...
Well, make it hot in there for sure, but...
Well, I'm talking about if you're fielding at slip, you don't want a red ball coming off a black background either, do you?
So any sort of dull material then, I guess, as in not shiny.
Bit of beige.
Would do it. Yeah. A bit of beige. Taupe. A bit of taupe.
Taupe. You say taupe, I say tauper.
Yeah, there's Bradders, the Dr. Hignell at...
yes. Yeah.
In Cardiff.
I like his announcements, but he does feel like he's speaking to a classroom of children, doesn't he? I remember a football coach I used to have when I'd be about 9, 10, 11 years of age, and he would do that. He'd get you all round in a sports hall where it echoes, and he would just say a couple of words until everybody, one by one, realised that we had to be quiet. And Dr. Hignell's got that same sort of feel about it. I'm speaking, children. Good morning. Welcome to Glamorgan. Good morning, Borodar.
Borodar, yes.
Got to get that one in, haven't you, of course, as well down there.
Well, you're not missing any cricket, folks, because it looks like we're going to delay matters until, in some way, well, this could take ages. Well, okay, we're going to move the sight screens to see if that does the trick. That might help, actually, in fairness, because given that they're quite high, the mobile sight screens at Grace Road, and they might just high.
It would need to be further across though from Adam Lyth from second slip.
The whole sort of roof thing is glinting. Lyth standing there, hands in pockets. Let us hasten to add he wasn't facing that way when he dropped those two.
No, it wasn't. It's not an excuse
for that.
He's already said that it needs to go further over. Well, if it does, the second sight screen
have to follow it.
Yeah, which
or
means
they're going to have to move it after each delivery, or not. Whatever. It's going to be a give gap.
This is the sort of cricket equivalent. I've never seen it before in cricket. The cricket equivalent of when they have to doll off a load of fences in a national hunt race or a hurdle race because the jockeys can't see because of the sun.
Lyth is now saying they've taken it a little bit too far. The sort of whining noise is that of the wheels, which could do with a little bit of a WD-40, something like my chair, which squeaks from time to time. So Lyth is happy now. And so too is Hill at first slip and Bean at third. But it was Lyth leading the discussions there, shall we say. Now they're going to have to move the other sight screen to fill the gap in between. That's for the batter. Harry Swindles is happy with that. There will be a slight gap between the screens, so we better hope nobody decides to go. There's no left armour or anything like that on the Yorkshire side, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. And we're ready to go again. We are now going to finish at about 4:30 tomorrow morning. Swindles on strike to Jordan Thompson. Updates should be coming for BBC Radio Leicester. In goes Thompson and bowls on off stump. Swindles right behind it. Head right over the ball, looking down on it as he pushes it out to Masood at mid-off. No run. Up here now. Have Yorkshire produced a beanie hat or bucket hat, I think, are they called this season?
Yes, they will have. Everyone has.
Indeed. In goes Thompson and bowls. Fending and missing is Swindles. An unconvincing attempt to guide it down to third man. Shovel it away through the offside. Either way, he missed it. Here comes the update. Thompson turns. Wanders in and bowls. Swindles is working it slightly wide of mid-on and taking one. Bess, the fielder, here's the update. Exactly that. From 97 for 6 at lunch, they've moved on to 139 for 6. Harry Swindles, the hero of Saturday, the hero of the One Day Cup final, with his match-winning unbeaten century, is impressing again. He's playing his first-class game of the season, and he is 31 not out of 46 balls. He's been bowled. There goes his off-stump. So, well, it was Tom Scriven, in fact, who's been bowled. So Swindles is still there, but the partnership that was going so well on 42 for the 7th wicket has come to an end. Tom Scriven, who has dropped twice on 2, has gone for 17, but a useful partnership nonetheless. 139 now for 7. Leicestershire still need another 16 for equality on first innings. Chuntering away about Swindles, and it was Scriven who was on strike, of course. Came back into him and smacked into his off-stump, and off-stump out of the ground. A pleasing sight for Jordan Thompson, particularly as it's his first wicket of the innings.
Yep, he wasn't a bit like Ben Coder, really, just wasn't fully on it with the new ball early doors, but as we sort of speculated, that might have been just lacquer on the ball, more difficult to control, and also there was a propensity for the batters to advance down the pitch to Code, really, not to Jordan. It wasn't a poor spell, but it was just one of those that he got the odd one to go and looked like a dream delivery and didn't really land a consistent line or length. So he's got in the game, Jordan, and he'll be happy for that, and who knows what may now follow. He might see an opportunity here. He's got the tail in front of him.
Led by Chris Wright, who's coming out to replace Tom Scriven. Wright, who is a useful bat, but he hasn't been of late particularly. He's struggled a little bit in recent matches this season. He's still got 331 runs, and of course you'll remember his knock at Headingley in the first championship match of the season, when he it was who hit the winning runs, having accompanied Peter Hanscom in what proved to be ultimately the match-winning partnership.
Do you know what? I couldn't have remembered that. I really wouldn't have remembered that.
And the uppercut over the slips as Thompson, in fact it was off. Thompson is in. Oh, I thought that had gone through him. Thought that had gone straight on. It was a lovely delivery from Thompson right onto the off stump, and Wright was back, but he managed to get something on it just, and pushes the ball to mid-on, where Bess is the fielder.
No, sorry, my short-term memory is just gone. Gone these days.
Serious? Or was it just the... Yeah.
Who's bowling? Sorry.
Thompson turns, runs in to finish his over, bowls to right edges, and is caught by Lythe. Two-handed high to his right, and he's on his knees, turns to the crowd with both hands on his hips in triumph, and he puffs out his chest and says, look, I can hang on to them after all. He went hard at it, Chris Wright, thick outside edge, and Lythe took it two-handed, highish to his right, probably about head height, maybe shoulder height, just to his right. And it was moving, it was travelling, and he hung on, and he picks himself up and kicks his hat away. And, well, he's gently taking the mickey out of himself, I think, there, Adam Lythe. But even so, he'll feel very good about clinging on to that one.
It looked like he might have had 2 goes at it again.
Did he?
I think possibly, yeah. I think he might have got both hands to it, not clung on, and then the second go, I think, looking at the replay, I'm not sure he did take it clean.
I thought let's have, we'll have a look.
Well done you if
you
did, but he just felt like on the replay, just saw that he might have had a second go.
So 2 in 3 balls for Jordan Thompson. As you say, he's sniffing an opportunity to here, and he's, well, the figures weren't exactly a mess anyway, but he's certainly improved on them dramatically in that over. 2 wickets in the over, now 139 for 8, and Chris Wright's poor run with the bat continues. Another duck.
Yep, that was the final ball of the over. 39 complete, so we saw what, 38.5, 39.1 overs the Yorkshire innings lasted, and Leicestershire's is pretty similar, isn't it? They've just 1 ball fewer and only 2 wickets remaining.
Yeah. So often the way, isn't it, that innings kind of reflect each other.
So Swindles with, I suppose, a bit of a job here, having got 31 against his name.
Here's the oh, you watched that while I watched the replay.
It's Ben Cliff coming into bowl to him here. It's a ball full, wide of off stump, and it's angled down towards third man. Ben Mike, I should say, round to field. Too many Bens in this Yorkshire side.
Yeah, it's like all the Toms in the Sussex side. There's about 4 of them in the top 4, isn't there? Yeah, he did. He knocked it up with his right hand, but only a couple of inches in the end. Sort of grabbed it with 2. So you're absolutely right. But it wasn't a sort of, ooh, he might drop that juggle. It was a sort of, he got a really good hand to it.
So he'll be happy that the sight screen was moved.
It will. It was all worth it.
We're feeling a bit happy about life now. Here's Cliff in. Good delivery by Ben Cliff. Angled in, holds its line. Curry facing his first delivery there. Plays just inside it. And Thompson's sniffing as well, and so too will be Ben Cliff. He's taking his second first-class wicket in this innings, and he might end up with 3 to his name. Wasn't a bad delivery at all. Product of Copley CC originally, over Halifax way. There he is, the ball swinging in. So there's a bit of both there about Ben Cliff. Just from the few overs we've seen from him, he's kind of nipping it off the seam, and he's also showing us that he can swing the ball as well, in particular towards the right-hander. I don't think we've yet really seen one swing away, but we've seen it seam away.
Tom Curry was on the books of Portsmouth Football Club as a youngster.
Oh, good delivery. He's bowled him. Off stump has been knocked back, and there you go. Ben Cliff sniffing around for some cheap wickets at the end of this Leicestershire innings. It's just caught the bottom end of off stump. I was slightly obscured in commentary by the batter himself as he came forward at it, but the ball veering away off through the cordon. But the wicket was already taken, and Scott Curry has gone. And Leicestershire, well, they've lasted 3 balls longer than Yorkshire did, but they've got the 1 wicket left now, 140 for 9, and possibly vitally on the scoreboard, they're still 15 runs adrift.
Yep. Well, we suggested, didn't we, that once that Scriven and Swindles partnership was broken, 1 wicket would likely be worth 2 or more on this pitch, and so it's proved. 139 for 6 has become 140 for 9 in no time at all. Swindles 32 not out. Looks like he's going to be stranded. Unbeaten. The second time in as many innings, but in somewhat different circumstances. Will Davis, Leicestershire's last man, is coming out to join Harry Swindles. Just the 2 innings for... In fact, no, it isn't. It's just checking how many 3 innings he's played so far this season. Will Davis in first-class cricket, that is, and he's made 33 runs, and he did make 21, so he's averaging 11.
Now,
because one of them was a not out. Sorry, go on.
I was sort of slightly cheeky, but not totally disbelieving. Said at lunch, didn't I, when we're sitting downstairs, that this could finish today.
Yeah, no, I've happily made that point.
And when after you'd first of all looked down your nose at me, when you realised how many overs had gone and thought how many overs are left today, you thought, yeah, do you know what? That's not as stupid as it sounds, JD.
I don't look down my nose at anybody.
Ridiculous Deutsch, you said. You could say, I could see what you were thinking.
No,
You're having a laugh.
You are putting words, you see, into my brain.
Now, be honest, Richard Ray. You're an honest sort of a chap. Be honest. Here's Ben Cliff trying to finish the Leicestershire first inning. Will Davies played in like that, like his number 4, the way he dropped down on that with plenty of confidence into the offside. He should be feeling pretty confident about life after his 4 wickets. Bowled well.
Yeah, he doesn't know yet what his immediate future will be. immediate as in beyond the end of this cricket season.
And Matthew Revis, meanwhile, has been dispatched out to the mid-wicket boundary.
I guess they wouldn't mind him taking one here.
In comes Cliff, and they're going to get one as well down towards third man Ben Mike round to field. So Davis off the mark, 141 for 9, still 14 short. And Ben Cliff, well, just to re-emphasise, he had to toil away to get the one wicket he took at Glamorgan last week, but a bit of help in the pitch, and he's shown us a bit more of what he's capable of here. 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 8.
See Finley Bean already as he jogs to his position at slip, starting to rehearse his forward defensives, anticipating being out there with his pads on fairly shortly. What will Davis try to do? Push one, keep it out, whack a few. He's got Swindles at the other end, 32 not out. Took one previously. In goes Thompson. Bowls to him. He drives and flashes it away through point, and I think that's going to go for 4. No chance for Ben Mike chasing back to cut it off, so I think we've got our answer there. JD is going to go for his shots, and probably that's
I think that's fair enough.
Wise enough, isn't it? 145 for 9, 10 in it now. These teams are going to have a one innings game, more or less, it looks like.
Yeah, who's going to blink first, really? 10 runs, it seems nothing, doesn't it, normally, but 10 runs in this match
could be the difference. Thompson is in. Davis is beaten on the outside edge as he neither drives nor defends, just props forward and sort of pushes, hopefully, at the ball.
Yeah, Yorkshire's record at dismissing tailenders, not the best. We only saw it in last week's match at Glamorgan when a second new ball was taken, and the two openers, Jordan Thompson and Ben Code, bowled just 2 overs each before being taken out of the attack, presumably to save them for the follow-on. And then they went for 50-odd in 9 overs between them, the side.
Thompson is in. Davis swipes it away through the offside, and that's going to bounce away for 4 as well. He was nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Thompson stands disbelieving and affronted. He went on the front foot, and it was sort of bouncing up. Just went through with the shot anyway, and it flew in the air between sort of extra cover and point out to the boundary for 4. Ben Mike indicates that if he moved across to his right, he'd be in a perfect position. Are they going to plug that gap or just maintain? So Davis on to 9, 149 for 9.
It does get a bit difficult sometimes with tailenders because they don't play in an orthodox way. It looked like he's trying to play that through the leg side. I think that was Jordan's frustration. He sort of indicated he looked like he was going to try and pull me for 6 down to where James Wharton is on the square leg boundary, but then got it through the offside.
Thompson is in. Davis drives very pleasantly, probably the best shot he's played. He's going to pick up one there because Masood, who should have stopped that actually, lets it sort of bounce off his hands and it rolls away a few feet to his right. So Davis can take one, move on to 10, brings up Leicestershire's 150, gets him off the strike, gives Swindles 2 balls with which to do with as he pleases. Try and get one perhaps, pinch the strike for the next over, try and get it away, who knows. Partnership worth 10, all to Will Davis. 3 points apiece, of course, now in terms of bonus points as well. Thompson is in to Swindles, who makes room and drives out to the point boundary. Well, cover boundary, really, in the end. 4-4. Step back, made a little bit of room. He bowled quite full there, Jordan Thompson. Didn't sort of seem to adjust to Swindles' movement at the crease and goes for his 3rd 4 in the over. 154 for 9, still 1 ball to go in the over, which has so far yielded 14.
Yeah, it's not the best.
No, can't be. Must be 13, mustn't it? Because must be 13 because Davis started it on strike, hit 3 fours, 1 single. Must be 13. Swindles on 236. Thompson is in, steps right across, and that's going to be leg before wicket. No, it's not, says umpire Pratt. Well, looked to me like it was. And he does say leg buys, so unless he steps so far across it hit him outside the line of off stump, that's the only thing I can think. It was a very full delivery that he was trying to whip into the leg side, thumped into the bottom of the pad, and JD is in disbelief about that one, given what he's given in the game so far. Well,
we'll have tell from the replay on the such
well, that's not the replay. This will be the next. No, that stream is a couple of balls behind. We will get a chance to have a look at it. I'll tell you when it's coming up. But JD in danger there of being reported for dissent, level 1 dissent.
Well, it just felt like it was out from where we're sitting compared to some of those today. But yeah, that's the only reason.
Close,
I think you spot on.
Unless he could have just got
right outside all three.
And they got a leg by after all that as well.
So scores level, and here's Ben Cliff bowling to Swindles, who's having a go at this one, and Leicestershire are in front because he's lofted that one over Shan Masood at mid-off for 4. This is danger time for Yorkshire. They wouldn't want to let this get away like they did last week at Glamorgan. Different pitch, different day. But as I say, they got 56, I think it was, in about 9 overs, Glamorgan last week. That was with a second new ball. This is with a 41 over and a bit old ball. But clearly, Swindles is going to take his chances here, and why wouldn't you? Man in form with the last man at the other end. Cliff in, that's a good delivery which shapes in towards Swindles. He's chopped it away into the pitch, and there's one run. But I mean, you've got to wonder about, in that previous over, for example, 2 men set back either side to Will Davies when Jordan Thompson, a frontline bowler's bowling at him. Not sure about that tactic. Maybe last ball of the over if you're just saying, well, we'll let you have one here, we'll have a go at you from the other end. But it was earlier in the over that was happening.
Masood doesn't strike me as the most, I don't know, proactive of captains. Is that fair? It's very hard. You know, we don't know what they're saying. I don't know what they're saying, but I'm not sure.
Short ball, an attempted pull here by Davis. There is Revis set back for that. No run, but I'm not sure quite what tactic they're employing. I mean, as I said in the previous over, Jordan was sort of having a pop because the batter looked like he was trying to play it through leg and got 4 through the offside. But if you think about the lengthy ball, that ball as well, number 11, when you've just had number 10 nicked off to second slip, why not give him serve up some of the same?
I have seen the replay. It did hit him well outside the line
yep.
actually.
Okay. Yeah. Cliff is walking right across here. Is Davis, and manages to get bat on ball and push it to Jordan Thompson at mid-on.
Stepped so far across.
Yeah, there's always the frustration from the bowlers when the tail enders get a few, but it does happen on a fairly regular basis with Yorkshire that one of the last 2 or 3 wickets will yield quite a few, and today it's looking like it's the last wicket. 20 already they've put on for it. A 5-run lead for Leicestershire. Short ball by Ben Cliff, and that is a no ball because it was unplayable by Davis, and that's a fair call. You needed a pair of step ladders for that one. So 2 more to the total. I think I'm right in saying that's the first no ball of the entire match. Not had a wide either. Just 4 byes, the extras in the Yorkshire innings. And so far in this innings, 8 leg byes, and now that 1 no ball. Of course counts for, there's 2. Oh, now then, he's got underneath this one as Davis. He's going to get 4. Didn't really know much about where that had gone, just like me, but it's gone through third man for 4. 22, 26 in fact I should say, at this partnership now for the last wicket. So it's happening again.
They've got a first innings lead of 11, Leicestershire now. Might be meaningless, we might see the wicket flatten out, but I'm not sure we will. Now Finley Bean is coming out of third slip, and he's going to go into mid wicket. Backward point's going to go to third man. Looking to give Davis one potentially on the offside.
Just be trying to get him out. Cliff in to Davis, and he pushes it into the offside and decides not to take a single. So Ben Cliff 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 19. 166 for 9. Davies on 14, and Swindles the other way around, 41.
We may not have seen as much cricket as we would have liked over the last 2.5 days, but what there has been fairly entertaining stuff. 19 wickets And the run rate in both innings has been 4 or over. Who's going to continue? It will be Thompson. Of course it will. He's probably the right man to be bowling in these circumstances. What will Swindles do? Will he go on the attack? Or will he continue on the attack? I think he probably will. Mike's going out to the point boundary. We've got a square on the boundary on the leg side as well as long leg. Basically sweepers on both sides of the wicket. Thompson is again doing the talking as he and Masood consult. Code has got something to say at mid-on as well. And now he's going back to sort of long on, a little bit in from the ropes, I suspect, and quite wide out there. Masood ditto. So they're looking to potentially give Swindles a single here. Thompson in from the Bennett end, comes in and bowls full outside off stump, steered by Swindles down towards backward point. Mike gets quicker to the ball, overthrows the wicket keeper, but good reminders from, I suspect it was Bean and Hill at slip, that need a backup here, and indeed Wharton got across and quickly made sure there wasn't going to be a buzzer there.
As soon as he let go of that, you thought, where's that going? It just looked like it was nowhere near the height that Johnny Tattersall would be able to reach.
He got to the ball quickly and got his throw away quickly, did Ben Mike, but it wasn't the most accurate throw we've ever seen. As it wasn't expensive, didn't cost anything extra, courtesy of Wharton sprinting in from the square boundary. And all sorts of changes now being affected for Will Davis now. Davis on 14 off 11. 167 for 9. Partnership 27 now. Mid-wicket goes in. That's Adam Lyth. As Thompson comes down the slope, bowls to Davis, short, pulled, and very, very nicely by Will Davis, out to the mid-wicket boundary, 4-4, saw that early, swivelled and turned his wrists on it really nicely as well there, Will Davis.
He did, and it's just becoming a little bit annoying here for Jordan, and a little bit embarrassing as well, being pulled by your opposite number as he is, number 44. Through that area for 4 runs.
Davis on to 18, 171 for 9. Partnership for the last wicket now worth 31.
Just bowl it properly. I don't know, they keep changing tactics at these tail enders. Top of off stump.
Thompson is in. Slower ball, short down the leg side. Davis waited for it, tried to pull it around the corner, didn't get anything on it, bounced a second time before being stopped by Tattersall.
Just one good ball thing with Jordan is his bowls wicket-taking balls. You know, it might go like this sometimes, and then he'll just come back with a really good nut. So can he find that sooner rather than later?
The sort of delivery that got Scriven, you would have thought, might be the one to bowl, just outside off stump, coming back in. In he goes and bowls, and that is similar to that. Didn't really come back in though. A big, huge wipe at the delivery from Will Davis that misses. Could have gone anywhere, didn't get anything on it. Bounces through to Tattersall.
You've got a man who's got 4 for 52 in the ranks from 14 overs today. And also Ben Code.
Otis Gibson down below us. And second slip, Finlay Bean is going back to, I was going to say sort of fly slip, but he's actually going back to find third man as Thompson is in. Down the leg side it goes. Davis tries to get anything on it. Thompson shouts at himself in frustration as it's taken by Tattersall, moving down to his left. 1 to come in the over. Coming up towards 2:30, almost updates time, so JD's going to hop 2 boxes down to do his updates. And Leicestershire's tail wagging, as they say. Thompson is in. Bowl, slower ball, just nibbled around the corner neatly by Will Davis. Thompson raises his eyes to the heavens in irritation as it's just turned down towards backward square, and Davis and Swindles happy to take one off the last ball. Extend the partnership to 32. Davis on to 19. Swindles 42. 172 now for 9. Will these runs matter? Could be vital. $17 ahead now. Leicestershire on first innings. Ben Cliff to continue from the pavilion end. Sun goes behind cloud. I can actually see a few sort of dark looks like showers away to the south, but I think we might be lucky. In goes Cliff and bowls outside off stump, waits for it Davis, and just calmly turns it, just nibbles it down towards backward point. There is no backward point, he's back on the boundary, so Davis can comfortably take one, does off the first ball of the over. Brings Swindles down on strike. 173 for 9. Umpire Pratt is making signs towards the, ground staff? Scoreboard. Cliff is into Swindles' bowl, slightly short. Swindles goes back, cuts down towards third man, takes one. Rather good from Leicestershire's point of view, because we're watching a very entertaining last wicket stand. Didn't look so good when they were 140 for 9, still 15 behind Yorkshire on first innings. But Harry Swindles, the Saturday's hero from the One Day Cup final when he made an unbeaten century, has followed up with 43 not out. Will Davis, rather unexpectedly from Leicester's point of view, the last man, has hit out lustily, and he's got 20 off 17. They've taken the score onto 174 for 9, means that they have a lead. There's an appeal for leg before that's turned down there. Davis picks up another leg by, or at least another leg by is added to the score. Partnership goes up to 35, and the lead then is now 20. Looked to be going down the leg side, that one from Cliff. Tattersall didn't really go up behind the stumps. It was very full, hit him on the bottom of the pads, but Davis looked to have made a bit of room, but it was also angled down the leg side. Swindles on 43 as Cliff is in to him. He drives out to the point boundary for 4, just in front of point. It was over pitched from Ben Cliff. It was there to be smashed away, and Swindles, having made room, swung through the line of the ball, got it away and got it in the gap and picks up 4, moves on to 47, 179 for 9. So he is now the game's top scorer, Harry Swindles, as of course, and Yorkshire listeners will have to forgive me for referring to Saturday, but it was a spectacular effort on the part of 24-year-old Harry Swindles in that One Day Cup final. 117 not out, rescuing Leicestershire from, I think, 89 for 6. He and Evans drag them up to 260. Cliff is in again to Swindles, who again is making a little bit of room, backing away. Cliff follows him, but he turns it around the corner. Should be 2 and will be 2, because he's got it between the man at square and long leg. Code at long leg gets to the ball first, gets his throw away. Swindles picks up 2, moves on to 49 off 55 balls, 181 for 9. The partnership is now worth 41 for the last wicket, and Swindles may be about to become first man to go past 50. First batter to go past 50 in the game. He waits as field comes in. It is the last ball of the over coming up. I say the field comes in, some of the field come in. As Cliff is in, bowls a York, a good one as well. Swindles digs it out, but he almost falls over himself as he does so. All he can do is clip it out towards mid-wicket, where Finlay Bean is the fielder. Ben Cliff takes his sweater from umpire Bainton, and then, I think as you described that as clear the passages, JT bends over and evacuates on the outfield. 181 for 9 is the score.
Okay.
Do not watch that replay. Do not watch it.
I thought you were doing a bit of a reenactment of, what do you call it, Superman by Black Lace then, with a bit of acting.
Did they do that in there?
They did something.
Clip.
Or is it Agadoo? We're going to see Jordan Thompson continue here, and if there's one wish from me, it is that the pair of them, or whoever's bowling, just tries to bowl properly. If it's good enough to get out good batters, then ultimately it should be good enough to get out at number 11. I know they play unconventionally.
That would have made 80s disco floors rather unpleasant if that had been involved in this.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Yeah. Jordan Thompson is in, and that is helped on its way down to third man by Davies for 1. So this is getting to be a very dangerous partnership as far as the context of the match is concerned. 140 for 9, but you never feel like it's all over when Yorkshire are out there in the field.
The other thing is I don't think the pitch is particularly sort of flattening, but it may be that you've got to get your wickets in the first 30 odd overs, that the ball's hard, or who knows. It could in a way be encouraging for the Yorkshire batters.
Swindles on 49, Thompson in, and there's a 50. Runs it out backward of point where Revis fields. There's some applause at least from George Hill and Ben Mike out there in the Yorkshire contingency, and also plenty from the home support in particular. It sounds like there's quite a lot here now.
There are quite a few downstairs. 57 balls, 7 fours for Harry Swindles. And he's 50.
So well played him in context. The only half centurion in the match. 183 for 9. That single though brings Davies back onto strike. 1 slip in place now. Finlay being at third man. Revis just been brought in off the wide third, maybe deep backward point boundary up to point. Here comes Jordan down the incline. It's a straight delivery, and that's more of what you want to see, because Davies doesn't play that comfortably and doesn't know where it's gone. Goes behind him, Tattersall cleans up, but that is much more what you'd like to see from that Yorkshire point of view.
Yeah.
2 for 48 now for Jordan, and he's going at around about 5 and over when run scoring has been difficult. Turns at the end of his run, and in he comes then past umpire Pratt. Davies runs it down to third man, which I think tells you that the ball is too wide. Allows him an easy single down there. Jordan kicks at where his footholds are. Bit of frustration. 184 for 9. Davies on to 22 now. A 44-run partnership for the last wicket.
Thomas O'Neill on the stream. Swindles is seeing it like a beach ball. You'd think he has earned a contract, but continue his point in a moment.
He's facing Thompson now. Full length delivery. And Jordan with a double teapot as it's pushed out into the covers for 1.
But I imagine he will want to play. Leicestershire have signed Cox and Hanscom next season, so he isn't an obvious starter. And this is the sort of dilemma Leicestershire are in now. Do they sign Harry Swindles purely as a batsman and backup keeper? Cox obviously will keep wicket in the county championship, probably in the RL, whatever it is, Metrobank One Day Cup or the 50 over competition anyway.
Thompson. Oh, good delivery. Have the beating of Davies. There's an appeal for LBW. That looked a pretty good shout as well, but not given by Neil Pratt.
Gave everything this morning, and now he's not giving anything.
And it was off the pad. It was a leg bite.
Wow. It must have been fairly close.
Yeah. It sort of felt like it was all a bit routine and we just would see the finger being raised. Well, interesting. There we go.
Oh. Oh, that's...
So they're going to bring Matthew Revis into the attack for the first time in the match. At this pavilion end, Matthew Revis, right arm, seam bowler, tall, largely used as a back of a length, hit the pitch type of bowler, as he was a lot last week at Glamorgan when there was nothing in the pitch. But in his fifer actually only took 2 deliveries with short balls.
In he comes, very tall man, and bowls on off stump. Forward goes Davis, blocking it out into the offside. No, he immediately calls on seeing it goes more or less straight to point. He remains on 22 off just 23 balls. Partnership for the final wicket now, approaching Glamorgan situation, almost 50. 46 it's worth as Revis.
And in fewer overs.
Gets into his run and bowls, makes a bit of room. Thick outside edge as he drives there. Davis flies down towards third man. Bounces well short of a slightly disconsolate looking Ben Mike. He might have been hoping to get a bowl. He hasn't. It's Davis on to 23, sorry, JD.
5.4 overs it's taken to get 47 runs since the last wicket was taken.
Been an extraordinary game, hasn't it? When you think of those overs after the dismissal of Hill, when Leicestershire were completely bogged down, losing wickets, and scoring at not much more than 1 an over, if that. Field right back now for Swindles as Revis is in. Bowls to him, the edges between the wicketkeeper and the slip, who both look down at the ground in disbelief as it runs down to the fine third man boundary. 4-4 went at catchable height. Neither Tattersall nor, I'm guessing that's Hill, moved.
Yeah, and talking of moved, George has moved. He's a little bit wider, isn't he, because they've only got 1 slip in. That was straight to him where he was standing previously when they had 2 or 3 slips in place.
And that's the point you've been making, just about normal. Just keep it normal. If he'd been at a normal slip position, that would have been straight into the midriff, into the bread basket.
So 50 partnership.
Indeed. Revis is in and bowls onto the legs of Swindles. He tries to whip it away. I don't think he got anything on it. No, he didn't, says umpire Bainton, already raising his right knee to the scorers. A little bit, arguably prematurely, because Revis running across to mid-wicket hadn't even picked up the ball when he was signalling leg by there. However, 192 for 9. 52 the partnership, and the lead suddenly is approaching 40.
Riches.
Indeed. And as you say, it's happened extraordinarily quickly. Revis is in to Davis, who's advancing down the wicket. Revis sees him coming, he pulls, he goes back, pulls it out to mid-wicket, and he's going to be content with just the single on that occasion. Ben Cliff down there. .193 for 9. He's got the shots as Davis, really. Makes you wonder why he hasn't scored more runs in his first-class career than he actually has. It's only his 38th, I think, first-class game. That said, in goes Revis and bowls down the leg side. He stepped right across there, Swindles, and tried to whip it on its way. Didn't get anything on it, and taken by Tattersall. First-class number of runs he scored, just 388, with a highest score of 42 made against Kent here 2 years ago. And he looks a better batsman than that, doesn't he? Really?
Yeah, he certainly has in this knock, yeah.
Well, yeah. But he's obviously got some ability with the bat. He's on 24 now, and he'll be on strike. 193 for 9, Leicestershire. Cloud building up away to the south.
Yeah, Jordan Thompson continuing. Going at 5 and over, 10 overs for 50 with 2 wickets. Just needs to find that 1 delivery. If he is going to keep going, I think I'd have been inclined to make a change. So he'll probably take a wicket with this delivery, which he comes in now and bowls to Will Davis, who flicks it out to Adam Lyth at mid-wicket, and there is no run. One thing you'll always be able to say about Jordan is that he'll never stop trying. He'll keep going. It's not really gone his way today, even though he has picked up those couple of wickets. George, the way he bowled earlier on, that he might be inclined to bring him back again and just have another couple of overs, see if he can whittle out the last man. He was finding a rhythm. There's a good delivery from Jordan Thompson, which has Davies pushing forward. I say good delivery, it's not going to hit any of the stumps. It looks great because it leaves him, but I think with a pitch like this, which is offering a bit of assistance without it being doing all sorts, it's offering a bit of assistance, there's no doubt about that. You only have to look at the two sets of scores. Just use it. That's a good delivery this time. He's beaten Will Davies, but it feels like it's going down. He's fallen over the top of it, and there's not even really much of any sort of an appeal, just more a noise really from the Yorkshire fielders. That's more like it. Get it right up there. 193 for 9. Jordan Thompson toiling away for a third wicket. He's gone through it a bit. Been taken for a few by this last wicket partnership. Can he finish off the innings? Here he is now. Oh, now Will Davies teeing off. He's trying to hit that one somewhere down towards the racecourse, I think, and misses out.
But that's better from Thompson. It's been better this over, hasn't it? He's no point getting frustrated. Just do what's brought you success so far. That's what Will Davies is trying to do.
But again, it's a delivery that he swung and missed down. It didn't hit the stumps.
No, it's true. Yeah, it was a better length, but
yeah. Here he comes again towards us. That's a bit more like it, just a bit straighter. And there's the frustration from him, and you can understand that because that probably would have hit leg stump, and he's been clipped away backward of square leg for a single.
So 1 ball to go in the over, but they're happy to take ones now when they're available. That said, the field goes back, so they're happy to give Swindles one. Everybody back on the boundary, with the exception of Hill at slip.
Yeah, interesting. Thompson to Swindles, who's going to push one out into the deep on the offside. Ben Mike will field.
I'm sorry, that baffles me.
Yeah, that really does baffle me as well.
Because they've just given Swindles one to keep the strike. Every fielder, say, except Slip, went back onto the boundary. He just stepped out and pushed it out into the offside. Took his one, kept the strike.
Don't understand that one, sorry, don't understand it. David Batterby says, do you know what old legends are playing for Pakistan and Australia this Saturday at Leicester? Read below. Have you heard any news? Thanks. I haven't, in terms of who's actually playing now.
But if you go onto the Leicestershire Club website, you will see some details which are beginning to emerge. All sorts of, well, just about every country is involved one way or another. I know Owen Morgan is captaining the England Legends. I think it's Shoaib Akhtar captaining Pakistan. But I haven't seen any other names as yet, but they'll be quite good. Tendulkar was involved last time.
Who, sorry?
That Yorkshireman, that famous young Yorkshireman.
Useful young lad.
In goes Revis, bowls down the leg side, and well, he saves 3 possibly buys there, Tattersall. He got his left gauntlet to it. Up goes the signal 4 by. That would have gone down to finest of fine legs 4-4 otherwise. He raises his eyes to the heavens in disappointment, but Revis is sort of indicating he should catch it then, but that seems a bit harsh. The ball is thrown back to Matt Revis. We can see showers away to the south, but they are drifting from south sort of west across to the east, so they might just pass to the south of us, fingers crossed. Revis is in to Davies, who's looking to drive, gets a thick inside edge. It runs out towards square leg, and he is going to pick up another one as Cliff comes into field. They're right back on the boundary, and they're kind of falling between
ring it, just
2 stools here.
Get it ringed and get it. You've got 1 wicket to take. It's the 57-run partnership for the last wicket.
And the lead is now 42 for Leicestershire. Out goes the field to the boundary again. They could just take nothing. Just take 1 probably. In goes Swindles. He wipes it out towards mid wicket, but it's along the ground all the way. And Bean comes into field, but as I say, he just takes 1, which is available now, as long as he gets bat on ball, essentially.
Are they saying
Fred
the ball
Fred would
stopped?
be combusting here, wouldn't he?
Yeah, the ball stopped doing anything or something like that.
Revis is into Davies, sort of advancing down the wicket and then looking to sort of square drive. He's sort of almost taking the mickey here. Managed to squirt it out to Lythe, who's in the covers at the moment, but hit it pretty crisply. 198. No batting bonus point for 200, remember. 250 is where we start these days. In goes Revis, bowls. Yorker, good ball, but it's going to go for 4, believe it or not, because a little inside edge between the pads and the stumps, and Revis cannot quite believe what's happened there, but it has happened, and Davis is riding his luck. Obviously, number 11s at this stage will do that, but he moves on to 30, brings up the Leicestershire 200, 202 for 9. It was a good ball, in fairness, and that's unlucky for Revis.
Yeah, but this has got to be a difficult watch for Yorkshire supporters.
You're looking a bit thin-lipped, JT.
From 140 for 9, 62-run partnership, and it just feels like they've gone completely devoid of ideas again, like at Glamorgan last week, when you've got a number 11 batter out there.
Revis is into that number 11 bat. He bowls down the leg side, thumps into the pad, loops out towards square leg. Tattersall jogs across to pick it up. The leg bye again is signalled. Again, Leicestershire happy for Davis to keep the strike. He remains on 30, 203 for 9. The lead is now 48. Swindles has 57. Extraordinary game.
You've got foot on the throat at 140 for 9. Yeah, okay. Sometimes you get somebody comes in and it's a quick 25 or 20 or whatever it might be. But you tend not to go around following the ball or giving loads of ones. Runs are at a premium in this match, and you're giving players 1, and in fact, it turns out you're giving both of them 1, really. And you've also thrown in a few dodgy deliveries that have gone for 4. You've thrown in a few good ones that have had no luck and gone for runs as well. Thompson in, and Davies drives at this one. Ben Mike can't take it cleanly in the covers, and they've let him off with a single first ball of the over. And he kicks the ground in frustration, Ben Mike, and well he might as well. This is not good from Yorkshire since that 9th wicket was taken.
It isn't. But you've got to take advantage, and Leicestershire are doing that at the moment.
No problem with that. Here's Thompson bowling to Swindles, who's got that away in front of square on the leg side. Everybody barring George Hill and well, in fact, everybody barring George Hill, effectively giving him 1 there. George at slip. But the head scratcher for me, I mean, he's faced 35 balls now as Will Davies. He's ever going to be in as a number 11. He's going to be in now at 31 off 35. But when he wasn't in, when he only faced a few deliveries and just the 1 slip, and sort of not really attacking him. Here's Thompson bowling to him, and he's going to get 1 through extra cover, maybe even 2 here. Yeah, he's going to get back for a second.
I have to be looking up Leicestershire's record 10th wicket partnership against Yorkshire, shouldn't I? Here. I don't know whether you have your cricket archive open, but I'll have a look, see.
So my suggestion about this this match finishing possibly today, well, it still may do. If this pair go on and put on another 100, that's going to put Yorkshire under a lot of pressure. Thompson in, pulled by Davies, and 4 over the top of mid-wicket. .37 to Will Davies, 211 for 9, dismissive.
It was almost contemptuous, wasn't it?
60 now off Jordan Thompson, 11.4 overs. No maidens, 2 for 60. Double teapot from him. should think there's a few double teapots among the Yorkshire supporters around the ground. And the batters won't be too chuffed either, because they've got to rub off what, 50 odd before they even getting credit now. Thompson is in and pulls one down the leg side, and there is no run. Tea at 3:30 feels like a long way away at the moment for the field inside. Who's going to take the responsibility? Revy's just been moved out to deep backward point and will come into play here with a short ball from Jordan Thompson that's jabbed out in that direction for one to complete that over. 49 gone, 212 now for 9 Leicestershire. Yorkshire 155 all out, Leicestershire 140 for 9 at one stage.
And this, I can confirm, is a record 10th wicket partnership for Leicestershire against Yorkshire, beating a record that has stood since 1927 between George Geary of the Geary Bar and stand fame, and Alex Skelding, who went on to become a famous umpire, didn't he? 70 they put on at Ayleston Road in 1927. Revis is in to Davis. Good Yorker, but Davis is now seeing it like the proverbial and manages to dig it out and play it back down the wicket to Matt Revis. Well, a 96-year-old record has been broken. Oh my days. What larks, Pip, what larks. Yorkshire. Revis is in. Bowls driven in the air. Didn't quite get all of it. Possibly as well that he didn't, Will Davis, because it only bounced perhaps 2 yards, maybe 3 short of Masood, who remains a somewhat... is it? You know, it's just about body language as much as anything. It's just
bystander.
It is. He's just sort of standing, sort of feels as though he's kind of letting it happen a bit. That may be grossly unfair, but in goes Revis and bowls. That comes back in, thick inside edge, and Davis is going to pick up one there as it trickles towards leg gully. Back across, running back across goes John Tattersall. Can't get there in time to prevent a fortunate, slightly fortunate single for Davis. Moves on to 39, approaching his first class best. Will Davis, which is 42. Now, Masood's having some input here. He's talking quietly to Revis about his field. Bean has come in on the push at mid-wicket almost. And extra cover has gone back to the boundary. In goes Revis. Bowls, good Yorker, but again, Swindle sees it early, goes back, carves it away into the offside. Good work down there on the offside boundary by Adam Lyth. Slid along and then looked back to make sure his foot hadn't just touched the rope. It hadn't. Swindles has to settle for 260. He moves on to 215 for 9.
Yeah, and when you're in this situation in the field, it's very easy for the double teapots and that feeling that you're unlucky with every delivery and you're nearly going to take a wicket. You just got to try your level best to maintain your discipline.
As Revis is in, bowls, and Swindles again making room, trying to carve it into the offside, thick inside edge onto the pad, could have gone anywhere, just bounced down towards point. Tattersall running up, kicks the ball at the stumps, misses them, but Swindles was back in his ground. We can see a heck of a shower over there, but it is to the south and it might just drift past. It's raining like heck, a few miles away.
Let's say the Yorkies would fancy a drop of rain on this, so they can get off the field and get back on and try and clear the heads and take the final wicket.
Revis is in again, looking for the Yorker, just overdoes it on that occasion, reaches Swindles low on the full toss. He just turns his wrists on it, bunts it back past Revis down towards long on, where a weary-looking Thompson walks in to pick up the ball. Swindles takes one, keeps the strike. The partnership goes on to 76, 216 for 9. The lead is now, what is it, 55, 61?
61. Yeah, Matthew Revis, that's a good over actually, to be fair to him.
It was.
That's the best over we've seen for some time, which has not been difficult really in this last wicket partnership, but you know, he was trying, he's got the ball up there throughout the over. He was cursing his luck on every one of the 6 deliveries. Sometimes his body language is like that. I noticed that after his first over, he picked his cap up and had a swipe at the wickets at this end with it. Clearly no intent of knocking the bails off, but you know, it's just one of those, I'm just showing my frustration here, and he can be like that. But you can kind of understand his frustrations more in that previous over, because a couple of good deliveries were not played confidently by the batters. They didn't get many off him, but he just couldn't quite sneak one through. We're going to see a change, and George Hill, who I think I would rather have seen back on several overs ago if it were up to me, is now going to come back on. Maybe it was just a case of he needed more of a break, because he did get through plenty early in the day, 14 overs already today. But they've got to find a way of taking this wicket, because this could cost them, and they had a great opportunity that they'd made for themselves by having a 15-run lead when the 9th wicket was taken. Even something like a 15-20 run deficit, you wouldn't have, you know, we'd have said it could be significant.
It looked like a one-innings match,
world.
didn't it, for all the world?
Yeah, but this is big, isn't it? 50 odd.
61 now.
In the context of the game, feels like a pretty sizable lead, and you could easily, if you don't bat well or if you have a bit of ill luck, you could easily be, you know, by the time you've rubbed them off, 4 down, something like that, as we've seen in the game so far. So it's already putting big pressure on them if they're going to turn this around, and you just hope that George Hill will bowl as he was doing earlier. Line and length, I think they called it in your day, Richard.
What, with green plastic gloves and
Swindles to face Hill then, and drops this one down towards third man, first up for a single. He's now underestimating how well Harry Swindles has played here. It's been a tremendous effort in a game of relatively low individual scores to come up with 62 at a time. I'd love to know what he was on actually when the 9th wicket was taken, because obviously Will Davies has got the predominance since then, but he's almost played the anchor role. And
it was like he was only 34, something like that.
Davies on 39 on strike, and Hill is in, and he's got that away down to fine leg, and that will be 4 more. Just a
First class best.
A little bit too straight from George, leg stumpish, and it's been flicked away. Davies on 43 from as many deliveries, and gets a round of applause from Rich standing alongside.
Well, first class best, he deserves it, doesn't he? Can he now go on and get across the line and get a first class 50?
81 for the final wicket, when the first 9 had yielded 140 between them. Here is Hill bowling to Davies again, who's walking forward, and that one sliding down the leg side. George 4 for 57 now from 14.5 overs. You might also scratch your head and wonder why, after 10, 11 overs after this delivery, since the last wicket was taken, precisely 11 overs, as Davies pushes a single and Ben Mike again can't take it cleanly in the covers, and again they get a 1. But you do wonder, you know, Ben Coates, your premier bowler,
bowled a fair number of overs this morning and early afternoon, didn't he? Nothing much to lose by giving Ben Mike a, see if he can blast them out. Updates time for BBC Radio Leicester. You might just get this ball in, JD, if you want.
Hill to Swindles, who pushes one through extra cover, and he's going to come back for a second.
And amazingly, it's actually quite a big one, because the last pair i.e. Harry Swindles and Will Davis, have put together a partnership of 84 for the final wicket, 140 for 9 when Tom Curry was bowled by Ben Cliff without scoring, and 3 wickets had fallen with just 1 run added. But Davis and Swindles have hit out brilliantly in the circumstances. Swindles, you kind of expect it on the back of his unbeaten century in the One Day Cup final on Saturday. He's 64 not out, but Will Davis has gone to a first-class career best. He's 44 not out off just 45 balls. Together the technical score onto 224 for 9. The lead then is now approaching 70. It's 69 now, and in the context of a relatively low-scoring game, that feels like it could be significant. 224 for 9 in their first innings, Leicestershire. Sorry, go on, JD.
This last wicket partnership, Rich, is going on at a strike rate of 123.
Yeah, it's not just the number of runs, is it? It's the speed in which they've come as well. 84 out of sort of
84,
nowhere, really.
Yeah, so 11 overs and 2 balls have been together for 84 runs.
Revis.
Here's Revis trying to end it.
Oh,
sorry.
Hit Davis.
Your end, my bad.
Right. It was sorry. It hit Swindles. It was a nice on drive from Will Davis, bounced, and I think it hit Swindles on the glove as he turned away, and he sort of punched it just past umpire Bainton. So I don't think it would have gone for 4. I think Thompson would have got across from mid-on to make the stop, but it's all happening out there. Revis is in. Davis gets a short-ish delivery. He's on the front foot already, and sort of has to slightly shovel it off the front foot out towards mid-on, cross-batted.
Record last wicket partnership for either Leicestershire or Yorkshire in the Leicestershire-Yorkshire fixture.
I don't know what the Yorkshire it is now, yeah. A record.
Yeah, thanks to Graham Hardcastle for pinging that in from the other side of the ground.
Appreciate that, Graham. Whose was the Yorkshire one
not
previously?
Not giving that information.
Just saying it's for both. In goes Revis and bowls. Davis is down the wicket on driving the full delivery, clipping it really rather than on driving it, but it goes more or less straight to Thompson at mid-on, and there's no run. The worst of the shower clouds has indeed, I'm happy to report, drifted those few miles south across to the east, so somebody's catching it over there. It looks like it's heading towards, won't it be down there, sort of Market Harbour area. Revis is in. Oh, goodness me, that was a good ball. Just outside off stump, inviting the drive, sort of got the hopeful push, missed everything by not very much.
Yeah, that's much more like the sort of deliveries that you'd wanted to see throughout this partnership, really. You can't get many off them. Ross Walker suggesting that Shan Masood's captaincy is village. Malcolm Palmer also querying it. Not for the first time, he says on his email.
Revis is in. Bowl straight, worked by Davis off the straight out towards mid-on. Thompson picks it up, hurls the ball at the stumps of the non-strikers, and Swindles had gone nowhere. The throw missed anyway.
Malcolm says, not for the first time I query Masood's captaincy. I think just about any experienced player would have handled the situation better. Last wicket partnerships are always frustrating, aren't they? But you've got to keep attacking, surely. Well, for me, certainly, you keep attacking your number 11, you might be slightly less attacking with your other player who's in.
Oh, I was asked a really good quiz question, a cricket quiz question. You might be able to use this going forward. You probably know the answer straight away, actually. As Revis turns, I'll ask it if we get the chance, goes in and bowls, slightly back over length, and Davis on the back foot blocks it out into the offside. End of the over, 224 for 9. 52 overs have been bowled. Swindles 64, Davis catching him on 44. Who is the only first-class cricketer, only one first-class cricketer has ever had done this, which is achieve a #1 hit record in the UK?
Ah, yes.
You know it.
It is a good question.
The way you said that, well, implied you knew the answer.
Well,
but
I do, but and now I'm getting slightly worried because you said yours. I said my short-term memory was terrible earlier on, and you looked at me. But I'm worried about yours now because we had actually had this conversation off air the other day.
Yeah, but I'm asking it on air so that the listeners can.
Well, I do, but obviously, George Hill bowling the first ball of the over to Swindles, who has a little fish outside off stump and misses.
I was inviting a certain amount of theatre there, JD,
right,
you see there, but of course you do, because...
yeah, I do know the answer because we've discussed this, folks, but I'll
but you didn't beforehand, did you?
Of having a crack at it. I didn't know
and
the
it's
answer
it's a good question. It's
yeah.
a good question. Can you get it out there? Don't Google it. Do you know it?
In comes Hill once again to Swindles, who gives in the charge, and he's going to get 4. He's lofted that over the top of Ben Mike in the covers.
Astonishing stuff.
Swindles on to 68, 228 for 9 now. The lead is a big one, 88 the partnership. Remarkable in all sorts of ways. Yeah. I mean, it's obviously that sort of ground, isn't it, with your music questions, with the Uptown Girl county ground and all of that. #1 single. Here's Hill. Swindles charges, and if that had been straight, that would have been out, because he missed that by a country mile on its way through to Tattersall. But the percentage of deliveries in this last 12 overs that would have hit the stumps, well, hard to say, isn't it, from not quite straight on, but it doesn't feel like there's been a whole host of them, let's put it that way.
I think you're right there.
Hill in once again. Swindles walks down the pitch, and he's got that one away over the top of the slip cordon. Finley Bean does well with a slightly awkward bounce to stop that going for 4, and they've got back for 2. Partnership now 90. Would you Adam and Eve it? A 75 run lead out of absolutely nowhere. There's been no signifier that this might happen at all at any stage of the match, and in precisely 13 overs they've added 90 runs here. And here comes Hill to Swindles, who drops it into the leg side, and Jordan Thompson does the fielding at mid-wicket. No run. With 4 for 66 against his name, bowled really well this morning in particular. It feels like a different match at the moment. Still 20 minutes more before tea. The Leicestershire to continue to have some fun, perhaps, as Hill is in, and that's driven through the covers this time. Ben Mike giving chase, and will just flick it back from the boundary rope. They're going to get 3 though. Swindles on to 73, partnership 93. It's all just getting a little bit embarrassing out there for the Yorkies, having had the opposition at 140 for 9.
Still 48 overs left to be bowled today, so potentially going to be a sort of 38, 39 over final session, given, or maybe even 40, given the light. Floodlights aren't on, the light is still perfectly good, I hasten to add. There's plenty of blue sky and light cloud behind these heavy shower clouds that have now pretty much drifted past. It is going to be Revis to continue with advice from Masood and Thompson on either side of him.
Bent Nielsen, who was asking about the pitch earlier on, accepted the happy that the pitch is fine. He was talking about it in reference to Hampshire being docked 3 points for pitch preparation for a match in July. He also follows up by saying, I think Matt Revis is a better bowler when he's going for the top of off and on occasion step up the aggression rather than going for full aggression with all deliveries. But I think he's been bowling it more up there than in quite a lot of the innings he's been used in so far, Ben. I think I referred to an over or 2 ago to that.
Revis then is into Swindles on 73. Little bit short of a length, caught behind, is gone. It's all over, folks. The last wicket stand has come to an end. So Will Davis won't get the chance to, and he signals tea. So we're going to have tea? Are we going to have tea now? I suppose it makes sort of sense, doesn't it? Will Davis is left stranded on 44 not out of 51. The partnership comes to an end on 93, just sort of trying to work it away on the offside swindles there. Got a little faint edge and was taken by Tattersall. So Revis finally makes the breakthrough, but it has taken a long time. Swindles goes for 73, and he will be greeted like a returning hero, I suspect. Well, both of them will be. That's a magnificent effort for the final wicket. Let you hear the applause. His 73 was made of 78 balls. 233 all out then. Leicestershire, the lead is 78. And you would not have forecast that, JD, at 140 for 9.
No way.
So,
nowhere near.
We're going to have tea. You'll hear me do an update at 12:30, and I'll probably stay on air after that, as we'll be back with you just a few minutes after 12:30 here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, as the Yorkshire players a little disconsolately lead the field. Shoulders down a bit. They have a bit of work to do now to, first of all, wipe off Leicestershire's first innings lead and then set about building a target in their second innings. And you'll hear how they get on if you join Jonathan and myself back here at Grace Road in around about 15-minute or so time. Clouds are going, so hopefully we're going to be all right for, well, a fair proportion of those overs anyway. Richard Ray, that's me from BBC Radio Leicester, and Jonathan Doidge from BBC Radio Leeds are your commentators for the game. Yorkshire about to start their second innings. Leicestershire having been bowled out in their first for 233, replying to Yorkshire's 155 lead by 78. It looked as though they were going to actually concede a deficit in the first innings when they were 140 for 9, but that last wicket partnership between Harry Swindles that I've been mentioning and Will Davis, a record for the 10th wicket for Leicestershire against Yorkshire, and indeed for Yorkshire against Leicestershire, we are told. And that has changed the game, or the feel of the game, to a certain extent. But Messrs Lythe and Bean will be doing their very best to wipe those runs off in fairly short order. As JD having managed to track down a cup of coffee, decaffeinated coffee, looks like to me. And he will be ready to go. I say it's going to be a long old session, JD, 47 overs worth.
That means it looks weak, doesn't it?
Aye, lad. That's not coffee. Swill,
Coffee, that.
swill.
Dick, yeah. What are you talking about?
And it's going to be Chris Wright who's going to open the bowling for Leicestershire from the Bennett end. He's going to be coming down the slope, bowling to Adam Lythe, round the wicket. Bowls, goes past the outside edge. Patel leaps into the air. It was a slightly tentative push forward from Lythe, but might just have played inside the line. But Patel, like Lythe in the slips, is appealing for up for everything.
I'm going to say when they have a Legends tournament here next time, there'll be a Legends at Slip tournament, and Adam Lythe will be rounding up Rishi Patel as one of those, the most excitable slip cordon in world cricket history.
It would be a noisy one, wouldn't it? Wright is in to Lythe. Bowl straight at this time. Lythe is behind it, walking across his stump slightly, pushing out into the offside. Davis at cover, Fields. The hand warmers Tom Curry is calling for. Hand warmers? Well, I suppose might be a bit brisk out there, but sounds a bit feeble. Well, he is from Hampshire.
What is going off out there?
He is from Hampshire. From the deep south, as Wright is in to Lythe. Goes for the big drive, misses it. That was not a great shot from Adam Lythe. Bounced and might just have left him a touch. Went for the big off drive, missed it. Could easily have nicked through there to Ben Cox behind the stumps.
Interesting start. Yorkshire can look at the scoreboard and say that Leicestershire's number 11 scored more individual than any of the 11 Yorkshire batters in their first innings.
Wright is in again to Lythe down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Cox, got two gloves to it, falling away to his right. Did step a long way across. Now whether Wright is thinking in terms of sort of trying to nip that leg stump, does he ever get bowled behind his legs, Adam Lythe, stepping across like that?
No, not really. I can't. It's not something I can recall. If it has happened,
it's not an issue.
An odd one.
Not an issue then. So perhaps Wright just misdirected that one. Patel, Kimber and Curry are the slips. Kimber standing a long way in front of, well, Curry has now stepped back into position at third slip as Wright is in and bowls. Fuller on off stump. Lythe just strokes the ball out to Scriven at mid-off, and there's no run. We did have the covers on very well during the tea interval, just in case, and there were one or two spots of rain. I was outside down there, but happily that seems to have passed. There might be a few more, but in fact, is that a shower over there behind the electronic scoreboard? Possibly.
Closing in just as Yorkshire have walked out to bat.
Right is in to Lythe, who's clipping in the air, but it's well short of mid-wicket. But good work by Umar Amin, diving across to his right. Keeps Lythe in his ground and ensures that Wright's opening over the first of the Yorkshire second innings is a maiden.
Yeah, Yorkshire captain Shan Masood, I think it's fair to say, is coming in for some pretty stiff
some trenchant comment, is
yes,
there?
from from a number of spectators down at the foot of the stand here, just as we nipped off to the facilities at the break there, and also from some of you as well in your correspondence, which is at Jonathan Doidge at Fox's Crick 2023 or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. David Coleman says, no doubt Shan Masood's a great batsman, but scratching my head about some of his captaincy, not sure he has what it takes to lead Yorkshire on the field under pressure. Too many matches, something else dropped into the box, have slipped away like this one. It's not necessarily slipped away yet. I mean, don't give up all hope. You've got a fairly hefty deficit to scrub out, but I wouldn't have it down as a roll over and die job just at this moment in time. I think they'll scrap pretty well. It's going to be Tom Scriven to open from the pavilion end, shirt hanging out, number 88 on his back, bowling here to Finlay Bean with 3 slips eagerly awaiting an opportunity. Not going to get it here, and just as he did in the first innings, Finlay getting a ball short of length about leg stump and has got it away for runs back out of square. So that 2 takes him to 900 for the season in County Championship cricket. So well played, Finlay Bean. He's had a good season, a real good start to his first team career, having nearly turned his back on the game, of course, as we know, and only really relaunching himself with that 441 against not seconds last year. Wide of off stump, this delivery from Scriven. Bean chooses to play the leave. Total rubbish. Leicestershire will get a lead of 100 and Yorkshire will be bowled out cheaply, says Mighty Mariners, clearly frustrated. Adrian Thomas asking on a couple of messages if that was the record 10th wicket partnership. Yes, I think we'd said, Adrian, just before the end of the innings that it was the highest 10th wicket partnership for either team in this fixture in its history, and you were right in pointing out that the one by Geary and Skelding of 70 was made 1926 for Leicestershire. That was the previous Leicestershire highest partnership, as this latest delivery is wide of off stump and Bean again leaves.
I really hesitate to take issue with a statistician as eminent as Adrian, but I've got it down as 1927, but you might be right.
And Russell Walker says, thank the Lord for that, that's the last wicket he means. I'll put the kettle on, or maybe something stronger is needed after that performance. Seriously, that in the field performance can't go on, not if the club want to get out of this division. Once again it's Scriven, and once more it's wide of Bean's off stump, and there's no run. You wouldn't think it's too long before the floodlights are going to get turned on. The light has appreciably darkened since the end of the Leicestershire innings. The grey, pretty thick grey clouds have moved in. We did say that we might be getting the odd shower as the day went on.
There is a lot of light behind it, isn't there? It's you're right, they may come on, but if we do get a shower, it will only be a shower. There's a lot of light behind those dark clouds that's heading our way.
78 runs was the Leicestershire lead, now 76, and that's going to be fewer with this shot by Finlay Bean, which is going for 4 through extra cover. Nicely played, too much width. It's not been a great start from Scriven in this over, you'd have to say. He's only asked Finlay Bean to play 2 deliveries, both of which have been scoring balls, and the rest he's been able to leave. Last ball of the over, who knows, it might only take 1 to get it right, but Finlay Bean on to 6, Yorkshire on to 6 without loss, trailing by 72. Here is Scriven bowling to Bean, good delivery, there you go. That was much more right, if you like. It didn't hit the stumps, but Finlay Bean, I think, having a little push at that one, around about off maybe 4th stump. And,
beautiful ball.
Goes through too high to take his wicket, but he didn't get a nick. Ben Cox, who's sporting a white floppy behind the stumps, with a comfortable take.
I saw a little baby Cox in the restaurant at lunchtime. Ben going across, spending his time cooing over the smiling baby as much as having his lunch. Understandably enough. Chris Wright is in round the wicket to Adam Lyth, who is forward carefully on off stump, playing it out to Swindles at point, and there's no run. seems to be known as the Baron, but I've never heard anybody at Leicestershire refer to him in those terms. Chris Wright. The righty, I'm afraid, is the only not particularly imaginative nickname. In he goes. Bowls to Lyth. Again, he's shuffling right across his stumps and turning the bat face on the ball as it is straight towards middle and leg, pushing it out to mid on, no run.
As potential game changers go, well, it's not a potential game changer, it's changed the game, that partnership. It already has changed the game, hasn't it? It might, as match-winning performances go, it might yet prove to be the difference. We'll see, but they scored at just under 7 and over.
Astonishing. Right is in. Lyth gets one that cuts back into him. He manages to get out of the way of it. Bounces off the thigh pad, possibly. It is the thigh pad, as it is signalled leg byes by umpire Bainton. The two umpires having swapped ends, of course, and runs down to the vacant third man boundary for 4. But a bit of bounce and jag from Chris Wright. And Wright had to watch as it came off the thigh pad and ran away to the boundary. 10 without loss, so deficit down to 68 already.
6.975, I make it, roughly. That was 13.2 overs, or 1 hour and 1 minute.
Right is in, bowls on off stump. Lyth covers up on the back foot this time, drops it out into the offside, no run.
So as we journos with that story thread in mind, it's probably a mad hour you call that, don't you? Which has changed the game.
Yeah, looks that way. You never know. These two might just knock it off, and pitch may have changed a little bit, flattened a touch. It's not quite as green as it was, understandably enough. Right. Turns, knees pumping, runs in, bowls to Lyth. Just outside off stump, goes on. Lyth lets it go through to Ben Cox behind the stumps.
Lindsay O'Regan says, Jonathan, need a bit of help here. I've never seen Ben Mike play, but in this match he batted at number 8 and has not bowled. It would seem odd to select a batter at 8, but then odder to select a bowler and not have him bowl. Any ideas on Yorkshire's thinking, which has often left me puzzled this season?
I would imagine Ben might share those sentiments. As Wright is into Lyth, onto the hip, tries to help it on its way. I don't think he got anything on it, came off the thigh pad again, trickles very slowly down to long leg. Yes, he did, says says umpire Bainton. Lyth did not play a shot. So back he goes, a little disappointed, to the non-striker's end, that being the last ball of the over, and the score remains 10 without loss.
Being just down on his knees, tying his bootlaces at the moment. And to answer your question, Lindsay, I suppose probably already did earlier on, really, when we talked about Ben, and we said that he can be erratic with the ball. I certainly haven't seen him yet find any consistency in the matches I've played, but that he is capable of bowling some dream overs. He's certainly got ability there. But in a tight situation like this, and now, you know, reflecting on that, we said that quite a while ago, before that partnership had got anything like as high as it did. As Scriven is in, and that's going to be 4. Dismissive from Finlay Bean, flat batted really through extra cover, takes him on to 10 and the score to 14 without loss. But maybe there was a lack of confidence in bringing him on because it was tight, because they were trying desperately to nick a lead, and if he hadn't got it right, the ball might have flown to all parts. As it turns out, and I accept, you know, that was what we were thinking at the time, but, you know, on reflection now, of course, the ball's gone to all parts anyway. So, yeah, I mean, it's a very valid question, I think, Lindsay. As Scriven is in, it's wide of off stump and Finlay Bean leaves. I think I would, you know, it's very easy. You don't know what's going on out there in the middle and what's been said and what the aims and plans are, and they may have had great plans, they just weren't bowling to them. But it didn't feel like that, did it, from the side? And yeah, I think what you, as a supporter, you want to see is that you feel like your skipper's taking the game by the scruff of the neck, and it looks like he's in, you know, he's in and among it more out there in the middle somehow. Scriven's in, and it's wide of Finlay Bean's off stump. Can't have been too far off being a wide, actually. dies off a long way towards second slip nearly. No run.
I mean, the other thing about it is the sole object of this game is purely to win. Does it kind of matter too much? Made changes, brought players like Mike in. Do they not want to see how they get on a bit to a certain extent? You know, if Yorkshire were pushing for promotion and all that matters is the result, then okay. But
in comes Scriven. It's wide of off stump, and Finley Bean leaves. And I think, well, we both know that if they had been pushing for promotion, Ben probably wouldn't have got his opportunity, because he'd not had his opportunity earlier in the season, so you wouldn't have been seeing him coming into this side at a vital point. And probably the same goes for Ben Cliff as well. He obviously made his debut last week because, you know, Otis Gibson wanted to give him an opportunity out there in the middle, wanted to see what he could produce. He worked hard last week and got probably a bit of belated rewards with a couple of wickets today, really. In comes Scriven. Bean pushes out square on the offside, and there's no run. But, you know, you also wonder, don't you, as batters, and sometimes, you know, having, as you and I have done, we've only played club cricket, but your batters they'll be scratching their heads and they'll be, can't understand why the bowlers are not bowling it in the right areas, why can't you get this last wicket or two? I should imagine there'd have been a bit of incredulity from probably these two who are out there now, how easy it was for that last pair to score runs. Scriven is in, and Finley Bean has gone, and there we go. He's hit that one. It's been picked up at third slip. Finley Bean is standing. He wants to know whether or not that was taken cleanly.
I don't think they'd claim it otherwise, but hopefully.
Yeah, he's not sure that it didn't bounce, and he just wants the umpires to make the decision, and if they give him out, he'll go.
And no, he's not. They're not giving him.
There we go.
Now then.
So that was bounced short of third slip in the opinion of Neil Bainton, who was standing square on the leg side. Finley Bean wasn't convinced, because he clearly looked round like you do when you hit it straight away. And well, if that is a correct decision, that is therefore disappointing that it was claimed.
Indeed.
But who knows? I'm not accusing anybody of anything there, because it might be the wrong decision.
The catcher, in inverted commas, or the fielder, was Tom Curry. Leicestershire captain Lewis Hill.
Scott Curry.
I beg your pardon, Scott. I'd call him Tom Curry. Scott Curry. Hill is now talking to umpire Pratt, umpire Bainton as well, saying, well, why isn't that given? But it hasn't been. Scriven too is involved in the conversation. Whether Scriven had something to say, he's a very polite young man, is Tom Scriven, under normal circumstances, so I can't imagine they've said anything. However, Bean on 10 survives.
A chat at the other end as well by man walking out to point.
Swindles
with Adam Lythe. What did you think to that, maybe?
Impossible for us to tell, isn't it? On come the floodlights as Wright is in to Lythe down the leg side as he steps across, taken by Cox, falling away to his right. 14 without loss remains the score.
They'll obviously have
a big moment, that.
Yeah, they've got a marker, haven't they, from when they came off the other day in terms of the light now.
Yeah.
But it is pretty gloomy.
It's temporary,
there's brightness
though,
around.
It's temporary. But I know what you mean.
Behind Chris Wright, but overhead it's pretty gloomy.
Chris on the stream says it's absolutely tipping down about 4 miles away from Grace Road. In goes Wright and bowls. Lythe is forward, slightly inside part of the bat, pushing it back down the wicket on the on side. Hill fields. We can see the rain away to the south, just behind Grace Road, but it is at the moment not falling on the ground. Long may that situation remain. But it looks like, if you look around from where we are, you can sort of, it looks like we're surrounded by rain. But at the moment it's dry here. Wright is in, bowls, good leave by Lythe. Wasn't as close as Rishi Patel's howl of anguish implies.
He's just giving Adam Lythe a bit back, isn't he? You can yelp at slip, so anything you can do, I can do just as well, thanks, pal.
Well, he does it all season anyway, Rishi. He's incorrigibly enthusiastic, if that's the right description. Goes right, bowls outside off some good lift and taken about shoulder high by Cox behind the stumps, but too wide. He had the grunt of effort from right. Lythe let it go through. What do you call him in Tom Curry for? I don't know why. Is there a Tom Curry? Or am I just, yeah,
there was John Curry, the ice
skater. Yeah, now that is a generational thing. That was back in the 80s.
Mark Curry, the television radio presenter, yeah.
Right is in. Bowls. Lythe drives for 4. Very nice. Overpitched from Chris Wright. Lythe didn't have to take a big step to the ball to get to the pitch of it. Weight on the front foot. Cracked it away through the covers.
Yeah, signature shot of Adam Lythe. Not that I knew him well at all, Mark Curry, but on the few occasions he did used to come in and do relief shifts presenting at Radio Leeds back when I first started there 20 odd years ago. Really nice chap, always very appreciative of anything you could do for him for his show.
Presented children's TV for a while.
Yeah, he did. He did Saturday morning stuff, didn't he? Am I right in thinking, was he in Bugsy Mallow? Was he one of the kids in that?
Right is in. Bowls. Lythe is blocking it out into the offside. In fact, he's going to pick up 4 for that because, oh, is he? Oh, good work by Swindles, chasing back, just managed to flick it back inside the ropes down there at deep backward point. Lythe has to settle for 2. He moves on to 6-20 without loss. Got a feeling that Bean catch / non-catch was a big moment. Lewis Hill is still talking to umpire Pratt and Scriven. Oh, Scriven's actually just handing him his cap and sweater because he's going to continue bowling, but Hill still is not joyous about it. What are you?
He was in Bugsy Mallow, if I'm right.
Good call.
He played the producer.
The producer?
Yeah, I can kind of see him in I think a little pair of round specs. In my head, at least. We could have been anything that we
wanted. Good songs.
And we could have been, Rich. We could have been, but here we are.
So we couldn't have been anything we wanted to be. We weren't good enough.
Finley Bean waits as Scriven comes in. It's going about stump and he leaves. Yeah.
Tom Curry plays rugby for England, points out Guy Gibson. Thank you, Guy. I knew that's why the name was in my head. Apologies, folks.
There we go. Well, he got us to Mark Curry and he got us to Bugsy Malone, so, what's wrong with that, really? But we might not be back here tomorrow, because tomorrow never comes. Here's Scriven bowling to Bean, who plays just inside the line of that. Rich pointing away to our left.
Well, I'm just pointing at the raindrops on the window.
Ah. Not that keep falling on your head. Because that wasn't Bugsy Malone, that was...
Butch Cassidy.
Correct. So Finley Bean just had a word from Adam Lythe in the shell-like. Scriven makes his way in under the floodlights, which are certainly taking effect here. Bean punches out into the offside, where Sam Evans does the fielding, and there is no run. Almost on the 4 o'clock mark. We've seen 53 overs and 2 balls before this innings started. 5.3 so far on the board. Over 8's already -1, or is that carried fast from the first innings? Forward, of course, yeah. Scriven in and Bean pushing solidly forward this time. There is no run. touch on @Jonathan Doidge or @Foxes Creek 2023, or indeed on BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Scriven turns. Comes in past umpire Neil Pratt. Wide of off stump. Not a lot of bounce there, is there, on its way through to Ben Cox? And there's no run. It is raining, yep. It's raining more steadily now. You did say Ben Cox on loan until the end of this season.
Yeah, but he signed a 3-year deal
yep.
from beginning of October, so effectively he's permanently a Leicestershire player, but currently, strictly speaking, he's still a Worcestershire player.
Ben Crossland has returned from the bar, not that bar, to say Tom and Ben Curry at Rugby Legends with Sale. As this is wide of off stump, and Finlay Bean is allowing another one to go through. They're going to have a chat. They're going to go off.
Summon the covers because it is spitting. Hopefully it won't be for long, but we are going to have a little bit of a delay here with Yorkshire having made a decent start to their second innings. They've reduced the deficit by 20. They're 58 behind with all 10 second innings wickets intact, and well, prospects of the game finishing today now are pretty slim. You never quite knew at 140 for 9 what was going to happen, but we are going to have a delay, so we'll be taking overs off straight away, won't we? And the likelihood is we'll probably I'm guessing we'll get back out there, but not for a while. I've got an update to do at the top of the hour. I don't know whether you have to. JD does too, so you'll hear me burst into update mode in a couple of minutes time, but just for now we'll leave the effects mic on, and we'll keep you informed. But short delay here, hopefully a short delay anyway, at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
I mean, it's a possibility.
overs figure is unaltered at 41. Well, we'll see what happens.
I've been off for 11 minutes, so you'd think that's at least 3 overs. It is spitting again, I'm afraid to say.
But not for long. There's a lot of light where the weather is coming from. It's improving all the time. Wright is into Lythe. Ooh, flicks up his heels as he gets one that bounces and takes the outside edge and runs down to third man for 4. Well, Lythe flinched there. Oh, they have reduced it to 38, so 37.5 now.
So 3 overs lost.
That's
Sorry,
what
I
we
spooked
said,
my
isn't
colleague there by sticking 3 fingers up while I was trying to describe a 4.
Just had gone down to the cross. Something
Thinking
changed
what Dodge
dramatically here. You only get 3 now for an edge down to third man to the boundary.
Edges only count as 3.
Aesthetically, they've taken a run off. It just wasn't pleasing. Lythe on to 10. In goes Wright. Bowls to him, and he's on the back foot looking to force it away on the offside. Has no idea where it's gone. Takes a thick inside edge, bounces towards short legs. Sol Budinger is out there at point at the moment with a shock of blonde hair that is not his. Of course, the hair is his, the colour isn't. Which probably means that Harry Swindles, who's been fielding there throughout the game, is off at the moment. And the umpires are consulting because it actually is raining quite hard now. So it won't be for long. They know it won't be for long because it's getting brighter all the time where the weather's coming from. But it's actually raining quite hard. They're going to have to get the covers on. And we are not going to have another short break. In fact, here comes the sun, ridiculously. The sun is coming out now, so we should have a nice rainbow somewhere, shouldn't we? But they're going to have to get these covers on because it's one of those curious conditions where it is still raining just for a few minutes. And the players are walking off, so it's not, it looks as though we're looking into the trees and it looks as though it's actually raining quite hard. But it is very thin rain, so hopefully, as I say, the break will be another short one. We can finish the cups of tea that we began during interval, but we will lose another couple of overs, I would think. 24 without loss, Yorkshire in their first innings. We'll be back with you just as soon as we know exactly what's happening. Session on the third day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Yorkshire. Happy to say that covers have been taken off, the rain has cleared, the rope has been round the outfield any number of times. As a consequence, Yorkshire are able to recommence their second innings, 24 without loss, 10 each to Finley Bean and Adam Lythe. 28.4 overs remain to be bowled, the umpires have decreed, due to that secondary stoppage. So we lost 3 overs in the first, and
so not out Yorkshire batsman, Adam Lythe not out 10. Finley also not out 10.
and as the
4 balls left with Chris Wright's over from the Benetton, and 9 further overs have been lost due to that delay.
and as the announcer has just confirmed, we lost another 9 overs there. So 12 overs lost overall, but I'd be very surprised if we get all 28.4 overs that remain. Umpire Bainton waving wildly with 2 hands above his head at the scorers, gets an acknowledgement in reply. Wright has 4 balls of his 4th over remaining, and the first of them is coming now from the Bennett end. He comes down the slope and bowls slightly short of a length. Adam Lythe is up on his toes, dropping the ball down at his feet and then gently shepherding it even to one side before a little bit of confusion between him and Umar Aminas, who's going to pick up the ball. Both reach for it, both start back, but it is Amin in the end who picks up the ball. 24 without loss remains the score. One close escape for Finley Bean, who edged just short of Curry, outside off stump from Wright, and that's going to be 4 runs. It was a bit of a nothing delivery really from Wright, about a foot outside off stump, maybe a few less inches than that, and was just steered down towards wide third man. Comfortably enough through the gully by Lythe, a little bit of a freebie in a way, and he moves on to 14, 28 without loss, and already have reduced the first innings deficit to just 50. Amazing how the feel of the game has changed.
It's amazing how the overs tick off more quickly when you're not on the field than they do when you're on it as well.
Yes. A few more dark clouds where the weather has been coming from, but it basically looks okay over there, but light will unquestionably have a factor. It's not at the moment, the sun is out. Wright is in, bowls very straight. Lythe is straight behind it, pushing the ball back up the pitch just past the stumps, obviously at the non-striker's end. Hill picks up. Yeah, Bean edged. The umpires decided just short of Curry at third slip off Scriven before the second rain delay. He looks in good touch, Bean. He's on to 10. Lythe has 14. Wright is in and bowls 2. Lythe hits him on the pad. There's an appeal for a leg before, but already umpire Bainton is walking away. Raises his right knee. It was going on down the leg side. It did go on down the leg side, albeit off the pad and down to fine leg for 4. So the runs continue to flow for Yorkshire after 7 overs, just 7 overs. They are 32 without loss, run rate of just over 4.5 then. Lythe 14, Bean 10.
Hi JD, says Malcolm Palmer. We were talking about Curry earlier on because my colleague had Scott Curry down as Tom for a moment, as we sometimes do in this job. He said that there was a Curry who played rugby league for Huddersfield, I think, and a Mustard who also played with him, bringing about the memorable headline, Curry and Mustard, hot stuff.
Sub-editor's dream, when sub-editors used to be a thing. They're not a thing anymore, are they really? No. Bless them.
And speaking of which, here is Curry. Can he be hot from the pavilion end? He's coming into bowl to Bean. Maybe it could be Curried Bean if he gets a wicket here. He's wide of off stump, and Finley is not for joining in with the headline frolics and shoulders arms. Howard Ray, good afternoon to you. Howard says, hi Doyd, you're struggling to know what was worse, sitting at Headingley yesterday waiting for the inevitable to happen, due in no small part to our inability to adequately cover the bowlers' run-ups, he says, or watching Leicestershire last pair flog our bowlers to all parts. Incidentally, not for the first time this season we've let teams off the hook at the last wicket stage. Curry is in, and Bean will pull this one for... It looked like he was pulling it for 4. He tried to pull it for 4. He's top-edged it, in fact, over the cordon for 4. I completely lost it, I've got to say. And I just went with the shot that he'd played. But he's had a bit of luck on his side there, Finlay. And he's on to 14, 36 without loss. Howard says, this may seem old-fashioned, but we used to bring our quickest bowler on for the last man. I do take it that Ben Mike is there purely for decorative purposes, or did our skipper have a severe mental blank? Whilst I'm ranting, would it have been too arduous for a couple of England cricketers to come down and sign some of the many miniature bats of the large number of school kids that were brought on the ground and had some selfies? As Curry is in again and Bean pushes into the offside for Sam Evans to field. They called him Sam Curry then for a minute. He's catching, Rich. So would it have been too much for the Southern England players to sign the miniature bats that the kids brought down on the ground and had some selfies with another huge own goal and poor reflection on the players? Absolutely not good enough, and no encouragement at all on the poor wet kids. That was a disappointment to hear. I hadn't heard that one before. This one from Curry drifts down the leg side of Bean, and he misses a flick at it. And John Kirkland, the chair of the Yorkshire CCC Southern Group. Apart from the Northern Group, John, there can be no more important group, I would think, in the country. I'll get to your email in a moment, John. I'm joking, of course, before you send me another email. 36 without loss. Curry bowling here to Bean, who has got this one away where I thought he'd got the previous one, and that is fine down the leg side, and it will be 4. No, it won't. It will be... sorry, it will be 4, but it won't be off his bat this time. It's 4 leg bytes. I'm surprised at that.
It was a ridiculous appeal from Curry, but
it felt like he'd got some bat on that for it to travel the way it did. Anyway, so John says, listening avidly to your commentary, which is good to know. Wondered if you might find time to give a plug to the Yorkshire County Cricket Club Southern Group. We've got over 100 members and would like more. Pretty flexible about what constitutes Southern, and you don't have to be a Yorkshire member, just interested in Yorkshire cricket, he says. Curry to Bean, again down the leg side. Bean has a flick at it again. Has he got any bat on this one? It was a dive by Ben Cox, and in the end it's 4 more off the legs. So bowling it pretty straight, and the extras are mounting up here. 16 of them now. Bean still 14, 44 without loss at the end of the over. So just to complete this email, Yorkshire CC Southern Group. More details can be found on the Yorkshire County Cricket Club website. Go to the club and then societies and associations, where you can also join. Membership is a bargain for the Yorkshire CCC Southern Group at 15 quid to the end of 2024. Annual lunch on Wednesday the 18th of October at the Civil Service Club in London, when we're pleased to welcome the Yorkshire President Jane Powell. That promises to be a good occasion then. Members and guests all welcome. If anyone wants further details, I can be contacted, he says, at John, John _ Kirkland, KIRKLAND, at yahoo.com. John _ Kirkland at yahoo.com.
Chris Wright in from the Bennett end, round the wicket to Adam Lyth, who is forward on off stump and defending, and there is no run. I think that's the day you're heading off to Rhodes, so sadly you won't be able to be there, JD.
Correct.
The Civil Service Club. Sounds grand. 44 without loss, and as you're doing some parish notices, allow me to do another.
Go for it.
Leicestershire Cricket Society have announced their speaker season for the winter of 2023-24, as Wright is in and bowls outside off stump, cut away for 4, another gift. And Leicestershire in danger of, well, they have kind of already squandered the last wicket partnership that was put together by Messrs Swindells and Davis, because they're already 48 without loss. Yorkshire in reply, and have gone a long way towards wiping off that deficit of 78. They open the Leicestershire Cricket Society with Daryl Mitchell on the 5th of October. Dean Headley, ex-Middlesex, Kent and England opening bowler, and until recently the cricket master at Stamford School, from which has produced a number of first-class cricketers of late. He's on the 26th of October, 16th of November. Our friend Kevin Howells, as in goes right and bowls, tucked off his legs, off middle and legged by Lythe, out towards mid wicket. Umar Amin moves to his left to field. Lythe takes 1, moves on to 19. Radio 5 cricket reporter and radio presenter, 16th of November. Devon Malcolm, who's at this game, he's the match referee. Derbyshire, Northants, Leicestershire and England opening bowler on the 30th of November. 4th of January sees members of the 1998 Leicestershire County Championship winning side. 1st of February, another journo, Pat Murphy, Radio 5 Live sports reporter, journalist and author. And finally, Neil Mallender, Northampton, England opening bowler and of course test umpire on 7th of March. In goes right and bowls to Bean, who defends off the back foot to backward point. £20 buys you annual membership of the Leicestershire Cricket Society, or £5 on the door. The door.
How come you're not speaking? Are you not a friend of Leicestershire Cricket?
I'm away. I'm away.
Oh, of course you
Sadly.
are. Yeah.
Sadly. But I think they hear enough from me basically over the entirety of the cricket season, and they very much don't want to see me anymore. Hear from me anymore. Run rate getting up to 6s now as right goes in, bowls. Bean covers up on off stump. Grunt of effort from right. Who picked up? Did he pick up? How many wickets did he pick up in the first dig? He picked up just the 1, so he has moved on to 44 wickets for the season. I'm sure he'd love to get to 50 in his final season with Leicester, his 5th and final season. He has been outstanding for the Foxes. I'll have to go back through his record and work out how many wickets he's taken in that time, but he's pretty much been he has been the leading seamer almost throughout that time. Right is in, bowls to Bean, tucks it out towards mid wicket. Hill has to run across from mid on to field, and Bean picks up 1, brings up the Yorkshire 50, greeted with a pleased round of applause from the Yorkshire faithful, and a polite ripple from the Leicestershire supporters. 9 overs have been bowled. Lythe 19, Bean 15.
Yep, so they're also scoring a good lick here, Yorkshire. And if you've been critical of the way they bowled during Leicestershire's last wicket, then you've kind of got to say as well, a little bit too loose. There's been a bit of luck as well, Finlay being with that chip over the top of the slips in particular. Here's Curry then bowling to Finlay, who's got a ball short of length. It's again too leg stumpish and angled down to long leg where Armin fields, and they pick up 1, but it's not a great delivery, is it?
Yeah, there's been a lot
Several
down there,
now
haven't
from
there?
Scott Curry that's gone down that way, yeah.
He's on loan until the end of the season. There's a suggestion that he might come to Leicestershire next season for a season-long loan to have a sort of get him into red ball cricket, but he's been terribly inconsistent with the ball since he came.
Here he is to Lythe now. It's a better delivery. About off stump, and Adam Lythe has to watch it carefully before dropping into the offside. He's got 19. And Finlay being on 16. Picked up some runs from a few loose deliveries. Actually, even though they've got 51 on the board, by comparison to some of their knocks together, you'd have said this is maybe not quite as fluent as either of them can look. Curry throws 1 wide of off stump and Lythe leaves it. For example, in the first innings, Adam Lythe, what did he make? He made 16 out of the 45 that they put on together, but barring the shot he went at, which was well, not his finest hour, was it? Flashing at 1 wide of off stump. He had looked fluent in some of the shots that he'd struck and looked like he was properly getting himself in. And there you go. That's just beautiful. Absolutely superb. It's not a great delivery from Curry because it's over pitched outside off stump. And if you bowl it there at Adam Lythe, he'll go for runs through there. If you can drag that length back a bit, like in the first innings, with that Adam Lythe dismissal, which was off Scott Curry to Louis Kimber at second slip. then he could be in business, and maybe that's what he was intending to do with that delivery, but he got the length wrong this time. Lyth was right over the top of it and just crunched it away through the covers. Lovely timing, 23 to him, 55 without loss. In comes Curry again, it's wide of off stump, and Lyth leaves the ball. It doesn't bounce once again, as we've seen with many from this end in particular, quite as high as it felt like it might on pitching. So 23 now the deficit. This pair have put on 100 between them in the match, precisely, across the 2 innings. Still 25 overs remaining, and at the over rate that has been bowled, that's going on for 7 o'clock from here on, about probably 20 to 7, as Lyth drops that into the leg side, ball short of length, and scampers through for 1. 24 to him from 32, 16 from 28 to Finley Bean, with 25 overs remaining and 10 gone in their second innings. Yorkshire 56 without loss, so 5.6 and over, Rich. Not what you want to be serving up at the start, is it? But we said this, that once that lacquer's gone, it may be easier for the bowlers to control. It doesn't feel like it's been, the ball's been veering around and they've not been able to control any swing. It's barely seemed to swing, really.
It hasn't. Don't remember if the heavy roller went on between innings. I think it did. Again, in goes right and bowls, tucks up Lyth to a certain extent, but plays it solidly enough on the back foot, examines his bat carefully to make sure that it hasn't been cracked. But if you sort of accept that theory, then you do have to keep some sort of control of the scoreboard in those first few overs if the ball isn't moving too much, and to concede over 5 runs and over is not good from Leicestershire's point of view. Right is in, bowls full. There's an appeal for leg before, going on down the leg side. For me, it is signalled a leg by as it trickles out towards backwards square. Umpire Bainton raises his right leg and touches his right knee. Right's appeal was slightly belated. The slips went up, but Right thought about it before going up to a certain extent, and umpires in those circumstances rarely convinced. 5.2 overs, none for 20 for Chris Wright at the moment. Comes into bowl to the upright Bean. Bowls. Bean leaves outside off stump. Ball might just have left him a touch in the air, but it was wide. Went a fraction wider. Bean with 33 on his back wanders down the pitch. You can see the shadows from the floodlights now. It has a bit of dark cloud around. It is slightly broken, so we will be out there for a while yet, you would have thought. Theoretically 24 and a half overs left to be bowled. We will not get those, I promise you. Right is in, bowls straight. Bean on off stump. Plays it back down the pitch. Right reaches with his right hand and does his usual attempt to try and flick the ball towards the stumps. Flicks it square in the end, and Lyth politely picks the ball up and throws it to Lewis Hill. Bean twiddles the bat in his hand. Looks up to see Wright turning at the top of his mark. Running in hard towards him, bowls down the leg side. I don't know why there was any sort of strangled appeal there. It wasn't really a strangled appeal from Patel. It was down the leg side. Bean self-evidently didn't get anything on it. Taken by Cox, running away to his right, but it missed the stumps by a fair old margin. A few hands in pockets out there. It is chillier now, as the sun has gone pretty much for the day, I think now. Right turns, runs in and bowls outside off stump. Good leave from Bean. Slips past his pads and the off stump by a couple of inches. Decent over from Chris Wright, but not getting the movement at the moment, Leicestershire, that we saw in the Yorkshire first innings and throughout most of the Leicestershire first innings. And well, since the dismissal of Scott Curry, when Leicestershire were reduced to 140 for 9, we've had just 1 wicket in 100 and, well, best part, actually exactly 150 runs. So maybe the pitch has changed a bit.
Here's Curry bowling to Lythe, straight delivery, worked square on the leg side, and they're going to pick up an easy 1. Again, misdirected really, it needs to just straighten things up as he did a bit more in his previous over. Ben Nielsen says another fine mess Yorkshire got themselves into. Tactics has to be get some runs, then get some wickets. Martin Bloomfield says, except in the last wicket fracas, Yorkshire bowlers did enough to suggest that after the 2023 tribulations, next season may well promise more. In batting, one shining beacon this year has been the emergence of a solid opening pair going well currently. Here's one of them been to face Curry, who pushes up to mid-off and there's no run. Sounds like Richard's got an update to do, so I'll leave it with you, Rich.
Could we get it in between balls? Doesn't look like it. Well, maybe. Here we go. Yorkshire making a rather better fist of their second innings than they did their first. Openers yet to be parted. Adam Lythe has 25, Finlay Bean has 16. Leicestershire haven't bowled particularly well, and they're in danger of squandering a splendid last wicket stand of 93 between Harry Swindles and Will Davis that gave them a first innings lead of 78. That is now down to just 20. They need a few wickets if they're going to have a really good chance of enforcing victory tomorrow, a victory that they need if they're going to maintain their chances of promotion to the First Division. Yorkshire in their second innings are 58 without loss.
Here's Curry to Bean, short ball pulled, but he's pulled it straight to Umar Amin, unfortunately for Finlay, because he got plenty on that. So just the 1 run rather than 4. If it had been 2 or 3 yards either side. He's on to 17.
Got some details on the visitor centre over there.
Yeah.
Which your acquaintances went to see.
Indeed, it looks like it's worth a trip when I'm down next year for the T20 game. So Curry is in, it's full, and Lythe just strokes it up to mid-off. No run. Grim-visaged war hath smoothed his wrinkled front. Love that.
I remember no.
Just love the whole scene. The whole scene is just magnificent. 5 minutes of absolute class. As Curry is in, and that's a bit of class as well from Adam Lythe, who's right over the top of that and cracking it away through point. This is not, unfortunately, what Leicestershire want here from Scott Curry, who's now completed 3 overs, no maidens, none for 16. It's not terrible, but it's just a bit 2 sides of the wicket really, and it's not, you know, what 1 or 2 of the Yorkshire younger players have managed to escape themselves either. So it's all about learning from it, though, isn't it?
It's not great from Curry, absolutely not. And I think Lewis Hill may have to make a change sooner rather than later, albeit that he's only bowled the 3 overs. Right. We'll continue from the Bennett end. Just the 2 slips now and a gully. Curry looking down at his feet. Understandably so. Kimber at second slip, Rishi Patel at first, as Wright is in 2 Bean. Stays a bit low and slightly unconvincing attempt to play that from Bean. Sees the ball slide past almost underneath his bat, maybe just on the inside as well, but you can see Will Davis starting to warm up at extra cover, and I'm not surprised, although Wright will be coming to the end of his spell as well. 63 without loss, almost level pegging now, just 15 behind on first innings. Yorkshire, but where does the game go from here? as right is in 2. Bean, who on drives really solidly for 4. Although Scriven is putting in the charge, he's not going to get there. And Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's bowling coach and acting head coach, picks up the ball, tosses it to Scriven. Davis's warm-up increases in violence, if you like.
Super shot, wasn't it? Over pitching.
Solid, nice sound of ball off bat.
Yeah, always key with those, just to not try and hit it too hard, and I think he was good. He just used his timing.
67 without loss. Being on 21 now, as right is in, bowls to him on off stump, back foot defensive shot, drops it out towards point and then holds up his bat towards Adam Lyth, and you heard the call of no. I don't think Adam Lyth was going anywhere anyway. I was thinking of that visitor centre when my sons were little. Obviously, like most kids, they were into dinosaurs for a brief period, and you could buy this sort of block of some sort of stone that you could scrape away, and it came up with a dinosaur skeleton. I'm just wondering whether you can do something similar at the visitor centre. Find a king. Probably not. In goes right and bowls. Ooh, squares up, Bean a little bit thick outside edge towards backward point. Goes the ball.
We did have a rainbow at the back, didn't we, earlier on?
Oh, did we? I didn't see it.
Remember how you remembered that back in the day? Richard of York gave battle in vain. The colours of the rainbow.
Indeed. Bang bang, says Lewis Hill. The eternal call of the hopeful skipper. Scriven is warming up as well, so maybe a double change. Right turns, straight run, staying round the wicket, bowls down the leg side, and Bean tries to sort of vaguely help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Cox.
That would be an entertaining clip on something like X, wouldn't it, these days? You know, all the captains around the grounds, all those players who shout bang bang, just you know, all linked together. Let's go bang bang, boys. Let's go bang bang, lads. Come on, lads, bang bang. I've seen that recently with some of those sporting cliches that managers come out with, and all linked together, different managers saying the same thing.
Right, to finish his over, comes down and bowls straight. Played firmly, but without quite the timing or aggression of his previous on-drive by Bean, out towards straightish mid-on. Hill fields with his red red-tinted sunglasses perched atop his Leicestershire cap, and it is the end of the 13th over. 67 without loss, Yorkshire. They are almost level pegging, and Curry's work is done after 3 overs, and I'm not surprised, JD, to be quite honest.
No.
They're going back to Scriven.
Yeah, it didn't really look like taking a wicket. Poor old Scott Curry, and it was coming out both sides of the wicket, and that's the game, isn't it? Sometimes. So have a breather, maybe try the other end. No, just have a breather. Come back and try again. And sometimes you can just find a rhythm in the second attempt much more easily. So Scriven, who had more success, as Richard was alluding to, when he came back, or when he came on later in Yorkshire's first innings than he did sooner, right at the start, in fact. Adam Lyth just stepping away, something he's not too happy with. They've dropped out a sweeper square on the offside here. And they've got a long leg out, 3 slips in place still. Quite close together as well. Scriven comes in to bowl to Lyth, who gets one on leg stump and just strokes it into the leg side, where it's fielded by the Baron. No run.
They will need to find a new opening bowler in the absence of Chris Wright next season at Leicestershire. Any up and coming that Yorkshire want to loan out that might do for a season or two? There's usually a fair crop of bustling young seamers, isn't there?
Yes, Scriven again, nicely driven by Lyth, but no further than Lewis Hill, mid-off, no run. I'm just trying to think of those backing up. I mean, the majority of them we've seen in first team action now this season. Ben Cliff's been waiting for an opportunity for a while. Dom Leach, I think he did go to Northants for one match. He's had some first team opportunities and kind of has done all right. But you know, when I say not grabbed him with both hands, as in not just had one of those spells or matches where he really nails his place. Good delivery this time from Scriven, and Lyth playing at that and then tells us all that he's pulled his bat inside the line. I think a moral victory for the bowler. Bad light, by the way, at the Oval where Northants have Surrey at 158 for 6, would you believe?
They were in the double figures for 6 at one stage, so that represents a bit of a recovery, I think, for Surrey.
Still 199 behind. Who knows? Northants may make Surrey follow on at the Oval. The side relegated, that'd be a bit of a ignominious situation, wouldn't it, for the hosts, as Adam Lyth opens the face and gets the ball wide of off stump there from Scriven, and again he just stroked it away.
It's a good shot.
He was, wasn't he? He's just
it's a good shot.
He's growing into this knock. I think now we saw that with the extra cover drive that he nailed a couple of overs ago.
So there wasn't that much wrong with that delivery.
Just width was all, that was it.
Just that
wasn't it?
extra little bit, just that extra inch, wasn't it?
He didn't go at that. I mean, think about the shot he played when he got out. He went at the ball, didn't he? He just waited there and timed it. And that man...
No third man.
No.
Really. He's backward point, isn't he? He's so wide, Sam Evans.
So he's just moved away because third slip wandered from third slip to about gully. In comes Scriven. He's on Lyth's leg stump, but again he waits for it and just turns it into the leg side and picks up a single. So 34 to him, 72 without loss, just 6 behind now without having lost a second innings wicket. Who'd have thunk it? At Lords they're off for rain as well. Middlesex 96 for 1 in their second innings, trailing by 98, so they've got some hope of saving what looked like going towards defeat. Langs 225 for 6, that's stumps at Old Trafford on day 3, so that one's definitely going to end in a draw unless there's some real contriving goes on, as Finley Bean flicks one off his legs here from Scriven. Now down to long leg, and they pick up 1 run to complete the 14th over at 73 without loss. Rain also at Chelmsford, Hampshire 322 for 8 have staged a bit of a recovery, haven't they, because they were in a bit more trouble than that earlier. 125 behind. It stumps at Taunton, so everyone finishing early more or less. Now at Somerset 404 for 4. Good to see TKC making some runs for them after that call up for England. Worcestershire 297 for 6 against Durham at New Road, and Sussex were 100 all out in the end, and Derbyshire 24 without loss after just 6 overs in reply. Oh, the women's match, by the way, in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy as well, but I mentioned that one again. They're off for rain. Blaze 15 for 1, trying to rub off 148, and they need 37 off 40 on Duckworth Lewis to win it.
Will Davis replaces Chris Wright at the Bennett end. He's 2 is going around the wicket. That's a decent shout for leg before for me, but no, says umpire Bainton, already walking away from the wicket. It was a leg by, so no bat involved, but he had stepped across a little bit there, Finley Bean, and looking to turn it on the leg side, didn't get anything on it. Umpire Bainton explains to Will Davis that it was perhaps missing leg stump, and he gives him a smile that Davis doesn't return, actually. Umpire Bainton grinning away at him, but not necessarily, you don't expect the bowler to smile back in those circumstances necessarily. 74 without loss remains the score. Davis bustles in and bowls to Lyth, who's dropping the ball out into the offside. Scriven runs across to his right to field. No run. How can Yorkshire get them? Well, they're not thinking about that at the moment, but they're thinking in terms of then get well ahead tonight, 40, 50 ahead, because as I say, we're not going to get all 20 overs that remain after this, as Davis is in to Lyth, who drives pleasantly for 4. Just over pitch from Will Davis. Adam Lyth, as JD said, is played really fluently, and he stepped out and made sure he got head right over the ball. No cover, there's an extra cover, but no cover, and the man on the offside sweeping is pretty square. So 4 runs to Leith. He's on to 38 or 44 deliveries now, been 22 or 43. Ball having to be dried a bit now as well. Leicestershire may be suffering in those terms. Wet ball as in goes Davis, bowls, back foot defensive force from Leith down into the ground, into that gap in the covers. Harry Swindles is out there, has to run in to meet the ball. Leith takes 1, moves on to 39. And Yorkshire are ahead by 1, effectively 1 without loss in their second innings now. So these two have wiped off a deficit which we thought might be important, may yet prove to be if these two are parted, but they have taken just 14.4 overs to get themselves ahead of the game. Again, Yorkshire. Davis is in, bowls to Bean, who is looking to on drive, a little bit cross-batted on that occasion. It wasn't a straight on drive, and Davis's hands started to go into the air. He got plenty of it, working it out towards mid-wicket, but didn't time it, and Hill made the stop. Don Bess walking around the outfield with a heck of a pair of trainers on him. Huge, great green heels. Davis turns, runs in and bowls. Bean leaves the delivery outside off stop. End of Davis's first over, 5 runs from it. 79 without loss Yorkshire, or if you like, 1 without loss in terms of how far they are ahead.
79 sounds better.
It does, from Yorkshire's point of view. And it has been a good partnership, as it was in the first innings.
Adam Leith now on 936 runs for the season in his 20th first-class knock, averaging 52 at this moment in time with 3 tons and 3 50s.
Brunty suggests the rhyme that you gave us about Richard of York needs changing. I'll tell you how in a moment.
In comes Scriven, and Leith playing inside that one over the face, and he's going to pick up a run here. Scott Curry not covered himself in glory with that one. This one at Gully, they get a single.
Not great. He says it should be changed to Richard of York got buried in valet parking. Doesn't quite. I'm not sure it will go down with the
school kids.
School
quite
kids
as well.
in the same way. No. What's a valet?
There's Curry, and Bean turns that into the onside. There's no run. When I got into my ground, it was the part of a name of a pop group of the 80s.
Well, I can think of Frankie Valley in the Four Seasons, but
yeah,
but that's back in the 60s.
Spandau Valley, she used to call them.
Spandau Valley.
Spandau Valley.
Instead of ballet. Bless.
I know. You'd have enjoyed this. Loved a cricket. Absolutely. Here's Curry coming in to bowl to Bean, and that is punched into the offside. Lewis Hill doing the fielding. Bean on 22.
It's yeah, I was up in North Yorkshire racing at Castle Howard a month or so ago, and I called in to see an old work colleague, Margaret, who's 93 now. But when I went to her farmhouse up in Gillamore, in the North York Moors National Park, she had she was listening to the test match, and she immediately wanted to discuss baseball, the rights and wrongs. She didn't really approve. She thought Test cricket should be a bit more serious than that. So I don't know whether she's listening to this game. I'd love to think she was, Margaret. But she is a great Yorkshire follower.
It's Castle Howard, not Castle Howard. Castle Howard, please. Here's Curry bowling call himself a Yorkshireman. Curry bowling here to Bean. It's wide of off stump, and he's punched that one beautifully. That is a really good shot, just beyond the dive of the man racing round the boundary. And just from the moment it left the bat, it felt like it was always going to be a vain chase for Sam Evans out there. Cracking shot by Finley Bean. And, they're an interesting opening pair, these two. It's been kind of really good to see them develop. You've got, you know, the veteran, I guess, the man with all the experience and all those first-class runs to his name against the youth of Finley Bean, both left-handed, different players. As in, in comes Scriven, and that is scythed and top-edged between first and second slip by Finley Bean.
Neither of whom went for it for some reason.
No.
I mean, I don't think it was above, it looked to be about head height, didn't it?
Yeah, it was, you've certainly seen those sort of potential chances caught, and he's got to go down to the chance really that neither of them went for, really. But it's not an uncatchable snick, that.
They both left it.
Yeah. Over to you. No, after you, sir. So not only chances going down in the Yorkshire slips today, although it didn't go down, it was just responsibility abdicated, really. Last ball of the over. Scriven in, and Bean with an open face drives that square. Evans will field, and they'll skip back for two. Finley Bean onto 32-90 without loss. Partnership is a good one. They've had 3 century partnerships so far this season, and whether they get there or not in this one, it has still been a good one when you consider they were 78 behind when they started, and they've just got Yorkshire back into this game. I say interesting partnership. Like I say, they're both different players. You can certainly, you can always say Adam Lyth, a very natural player. He makes it look easy. Finley Bean, he certainly looks natural enough as well. But that sort of lithe fluency and flourish when you get that one through extra cover, I think probably Finley's still building towards something like that in his, early professional career.
Davis is in to Lyth, who leaves with a certain style, lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
But
rhythm. Sorry.
The other thing is, sorry to interrupt you, but you probably get it in, with some players in the Leicestershire team that you see a lot, where one might be the predominant quick scorer and the other one might be the more of the anchor man. In this partnership, as we've seen it, these partnerships between them, it really does vary. Finley Bean can sometimes be off like a train, and Adam Lyth, comfortably behind him, and it's been the other way around today.
Davis in again to Lyth, who's stepping across. Oh, good work in the gully by Curry. He fielded the ball, then realised Lyth was out of his ground, hurled the ball at the stumps. Lyth actually had to dive back in. The throw just bounced over the top of the stumps, but that would have been an interesting one for umpire Pratt. He would have had to make a decision. Lyth out of his ground, dived back in. Whether he'd have made it, we'll never know. Davis is in and bowls straight. Lyth stepping across, defends out to mid-on this occasion. Hill, the fielder. Slightly closed the bat face on it. 12, now the lead. Much colder now, much cooler, much more pleasant to sleep, isn't it, these days? In goes Davis, and driven in the air by Lyth, but got plenty of it. Neither of these two batters are afraid to hit the ball in the air, and Lyth did so there without, again, the cover. He's just got extra cover. Scriven, Hill, he's got Swindle's out on the boundary, but fairly square, so there is a bit of an invitation there, and perhaps that's what they wanted Lyth to do. At the same time, he got so much of it, he hit it exactly where he wanted to hit it, and moves on to 44 now, 94 without loss.
Yeah, now that this pitch has just gone flat at the flick of a switch at the start of Leicestershire's 9th wicket partnership, or the bowling hasn't been great.
Davis is in, bowls full, looking to squeeze one through Lyth onto the bottom of his pads or feet, or underneath his bat onto the stumps. He clips it out towards mid-on. Hill is the fielder. 94 without loss. Run rate still 5.6. They've maintained it. They're giving themselves a sort of chance, Yorkshire, here of setting up some sort of target. But, as you say, after that first game, there might be a little chary of doing so. In goes Davis and bowls straight. Lyth leans forward, blocks the delivery out into the offside. Scriven is the fielder. It's the end of the 17th over.
I know that they've tried on a couple of occasions this year to fashion chases on the final day, but the opposition have not wanted to play ball with them a couple of times as well. They've wanted more overs to chase a target or whatever, and you know, I'd have to agree with Otis Gibson on a couple of those occasions, because he said, you know, that they only want us to have 40 overs to get all 10 of their wickets, but they want to have 40 overs to go and have a slog at it. Why would I want to do that? You know, give us 50, 55 or something like that, and I might have a look, type of thing.
And Yorkshire in the box seat, because the onus is on Leicestershire, isn't it, in this game? They have to win.
Yeah. Here is Scriven again. That's aerial once more from Finley Bean, backward of point. 1 run, and I've got to say, this is just one of those innings where Finley hasn't looked as fluent as Adam Lyth has. He's played some cracking shots, the cover shot, the straight drive, but he's not looked like he's striking it quite as cleanly as Adam is in this knock, and I think that's probably reflected on what they've got on the board as well.
His last 3 shots of attacking shots of Scriven have all gone in the air, haven't they? The one through the slips, the one down to the 3rd man boundary, and that one. So, yeah, he's shaking his head at the moment. He's just going through a slight patch, perhaps, in his innings.
It's Lyth on strike.
Oh.
Who does have a fish at one wide of off stump here from Scriven. Cox flicks off the bails, but he was home. So yeah, Lyth 44 from 53. Bean 33 from 51. So not dissimilar in terms of how much they've faced out there, but Adam Lyth just feeling like it's that on this day, striking it more regularly, more fluently than is Finley. In comes Scriven. It's straight, turned into the leg side by Lyth. No run. I think we'll see this over out, and then I'll have to dash next door to do a quick update.
Time, yeah.
33, what do you reckon? Yeah, I think I've got time.
Scriven is causing a few more problems in this spell. Cox standing up to the stumps.
Scriven around the wicket again, past umpire Pratt, straight. Lyth treats with respect and drops it into the offside. Floodlights remain on. They've been on for quite some time now. It's not as dark as it was before they went off earlier when it rained, but it's grey and set in now behind behind the bowler's arm at the Bennett end. We'll look over this. It looks probably a little bit brighter from our end, looking out the back of the com box. If you're batting where Adam Lyth is, looking in this direction. Scriven in. Lyth falls over one. It looks a little bit high to me, and probably also going down, Richard suggests. But it's not a bad delivery at all by Scriven.
No, he definitely is getting a little bit more.
So just she called it really earlier on as an opener. It sort of felt ineffective, but he's getting it to do a little bit now. Tom Scriven. Final ball of the over. In he comes. Lyth waits and then flicks it down towards fine leg for a single. 96 without loss. I'll just disappear for a moment.
Amin gets his throw away. 18 overs. 96. The lead is 18 now. just need to get it, from Leicestershire's point of view, a little bit of control on the scoreboard. Wicket obviously would make a huge difference in that respect. Lyth and Bean have a chat mid-pitch. Will Davis will continue from the Bennett end. Scriven 6 overs, none for 29. Davis 2 overs, none for 9. He comes in very chest on and bowls straight to Lyth, who defends off the stump, slightly angled back out into the offside. Scriven fields. No run. Still got Harry Swindles out on the pretty much the point boundary. Evans is down there at sort of wide long leg. Amin is in at mid wicket, so no sweeper on the leg side as such. A fairly conventional field with the exception of point being on the boundary. Davis round the wicket again to Lyth, who steps across and clips him away nicely behind square on the leg side. Probably just the one. Bean is half interested in a second, but I think it's a gesture as much as anything. Lyth knew that there was only one there. Evans' throw, a good one according to Ben Cox. Landed low, but more or less next to the stumps. So Lyth on to 46. Approaching what would be his 4th half century. Also got 3 centuries this season in the county championship. Davis is in to Bean, edged wide of second slip through third slip for 4. Again, Bean struggling a little bit, but that is the 4 that brings up the century partnership. High five, or clasp of the hands between Messrs Lyth and Bean. Bean moves on to 37, enjoyed a little bit of fortune there, as he has done in just in the recent overs. Was playing fluently, but just at the moment, ball's going in the air off the bat, and that one came off the edge as well. Once again, it went into the gap at third slip. 101 without loss. Bean 37 now. Just living a little bit dangerously at the moment. As Davis is in to him, he defends on off stump, pushing the ball out towards mid-off. Update coming, there's no run. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. They've been back underway for sort of 20 minutes or so, maybe a bit more than that, half an hour or so, but Yorkshire continue to thrive in their second innings. They've just brought up the 100. The 2 openers have yet to be parted. Adam Lyth has 46 now. Finlay Bean has 37. He has just edged through a vacant third slip in the air. 1 or 2 sort of half chances in that respect. He also cut a delivery between first and second slip. Neither fielder reacted. 101 without loss means they lead now, Yorkshire, by 23, having conceded a first innings deficit of 78, thanks mainly to Harry Swindle's excellent 73 and Will Davis's 44, not out at the end of the Leicestershire innings. 16 overs remain to be bowled today. If we get them all, Yorkshire likely to be well ahead, but the Foxes need a couple of breakthroughs. Yorkshire 101 now without loss. No, they don't. Well,
Okay.
I've just told you that they lead by... Anyway, hey-ho.
Yeah.
Bean picks up one there as he works that one out to mid-wicket at the end of Davis's over. Hey-ho, 102 without loss.
Yeah, the 4th time this pair have put on 100 for the first wicket, and they've fallen short on a couple of occasions as well of adding hundreds on other occasions. So it really is. I think they've nailed it as an opening pair, these 2 now. That's one real positive that Yorkshire can take from this season, is that they look like they've got 2 batters who work well together and score well individually on those occasions when the other one doesn't make runs. Usually one of them's coming out with something as Bean turns that first ball of Scriven's over to mid-wicket. Swindle's doing the fielding, no run. Adam Lythe's just walked all the way up the pitch to say something to Finley Bean. Probably something like, Dodge just said it's the 4th time we've got 100 this season. I didn't realise it was, pal, but well done. Been on 38 from 56. Scriven wide on the crease and dropped into the offside by Finley Bean. There is no run. Still okay at the moment out there, because probably on 3 sides of the ground it looks light enough. It's just our view. If we had that set in all round, you'd be thinking they might be concerned and coming off, but
well, the light would be too bad, wouldn't it? But
yeah,
just at the moment, that dark bank is staying away.
There's a fair bit of shadowing as the bowler runs in, and Bean leans into this and drops it into the leg side where Chris Wright will field at mid-on. 102 without loss. I think probably it's one of those moments in a game where both sides will be happy to get off at this stage. I know Leicestershire want to stay on because there's more onus on them to try and win the game, so the longer they stay out, every delivery counts and all of that. But just scratching their heads at the moment as to how to take a wicket, a bit like Yorkshire were with the last wicket earlier in the day. Only 24 that lead, so there you go, there's a good delivery. No surprise if he raises the finger there, Neil Pratt, but he hasn't.
What was that missing?
Finley being beaten by Scriven, and there are a few double teapots and folded arms out there, and if looks could kill, I dare say Neil Pratt might be checking out. Just looking at the replay. Well, the only thing I can think in terms of the angle that we've got, we're not straight on, but he's coming from wide, and so angle-wise he might think that the benefit of the doubt is the batter that's going down the leg side. Because that's a similar delivery, and he's played it for the mid-wicket for 4. It's just not quite as full. But that's around about the same line as the previous ball, so leg stumpish.
I'm going to have to disagree with you there, but you would expect nothing less. Nicely played though, that, but done nicely tucked away by Finley being that second one, but my word. Been some interesting decisions today, positive and negative.
Well, there were interesting ones yesterday, and of course Finley himself, he'll quite happily tell you that he didn't hit his in the first innings. He was given out off his pad flap. So maybe he's had that bit of luck second innings. He's made more in the second innings now than he did in the first, 42. But the 40 he got in the first innings, it's a good game for him again. He's dropped that one now, final ball of the over into the offside. 20 overs complete in this Yorkshire second innings then, and they're going at more than 5 and over here, 106 without loss.
Light beginning to not become questionable, but certainly get a little bit darker out there as that heavy bank just begins to drift overhead. Shadows very clear from the floodlights now, being cast by all the players out there. Will Davis continues around the wicket to Adam Lyth, working it or attempting to work it off his pads. It trickles fairly slowly, suggesting it was mostly pad, but must have got a little bit of an inside edge on to it as well. Umpire Bainton doesn't raise his right knee as in comes Sam Evans to field. One is taken, Lyth onto 47, 107 without loss.
Martin Bloomfield says, hi JD, except in the last, in your opinion, I should say, has Finley Bean done enough to earn a winter tour with the Lions? I reckon he may be a successor to Ben Duckett in the senior squad in years to come. He certainly doesn't play in the same style as Ben Duckett, does he? He'd leave the ball quite a lot more willingly.
Davis is in to Finley Bean, who defends, slightly cross-batted, out to mid-on. Hill picks up, no run.
I don't know. At this stage, that's a big shout early on in his career, and for me, I'd be more likely to say I wouldn't want to lump too much on his shoulders right now. He's staying put, by the way, in the winter, Finlay. I asked him yesterday. He's not going to go off anywhere abroad. He's going to stay at home and practice at Headingley and just build towards next season.
Davis is in. Bowls two. He may just have brought the bat back inside the line there. Davis moved it away from him from slightly short of a length, and on the back foot, Bean will give him the benefit of the doubt and say did just let that one go, but it was a close run thing. He remains on 42.
I'm not saying he doesn't deserve, with the way he's scored his runs, to be in the thoughts, and that would be just a boost, wouldn't it, to know that you're in their thoughts. But at this stage, if you go on an A tour, yeah, you might learn loads, but actually you might come back with more pressure on your shoulders then, because you've played with that standard.
Davis is in, bowls short, and he goes for the pull. It rather does loop up towards him, and he goes for the pull, doesn't time it at all, but hits it down into the ground, Bean, and there is no mid-wicket, just Umar Amin out there, so he's going to get one, moves on to 43, 108 without loss, looks down at the bottom of his bat. Not surprised he didn't time that, it absolutely sort of tennis ball bounced up towards him.
So let's not get carried away on that front, I think, and he's got a good head on his shoulders, and I'm sure he won't be getting carried away. I'm just going to go do an update.
As Davis runs in, bowls to Lyth, who drives in the air again, but again he's got it into the gap in the covers, and again it crosses the ropes for four, and that is a 50 for Adam Lyth, his fourth of the season, to go with his 3 centuries. And he is closing in, whisper it, on the 1,000 runs for the season. The first innings, let's see, a reminder, he got 16, 51, gives him 67 for the match. Excuse me, into the 940s, 948, I think that is now, for the season in first class cricket, so could do it in this game. Adam Lyth, 51 not out, as Davis is in to him, bowls straight, Lyth is solidly behind it. Davis flicks the ball at the stumps, hits them, but Bean was safely back in his ground. 61 balls and 10 fours, as you probably heard on the PA there. Well batted, Adam Lyth. Wasn't his best day catching, as he'll readily confirm in the slips, but as ever, very solid batting. Now we are having a check on the light. It has worsened. I don't think it's too horrendous at the moment. Umpire Bainton puts the light meter on the top of the stumps and confirms with umpire Pratt that at the moment it is still playable. Scriven will continue from the pavilion end here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Consider himself a little unfortunate with that leg before shout in the previous over. In he goes to Bean. Oh, he's bowled him! Bean leaves it, swings back in, hits the top of off stump, and well, I think Scriven might feel that justice has been done. Bean has been struggling a bit in the recent overs, made a really good start to his innings, but Adam Lyth gives him a clip on the back of the head in both congratulation and admonition there. What are you doing leaving that one? Just a little bit of swing back in, and Scriven, as ever, is better once the sort of lacquer is off the ball, swings it back in. Bean looks back down the pitch, nonplussed as it clipped the top of off stump. So the breakthrough has come. Finlay Bean the first to go, bowled by Tom Scriven for 43. Came off 65 deliveries, 112 for one then. The lead is 34, effectively 34 for one. Ben Code has been sent out to join Adam Lyth, so I suspect that means that Yorkshire feel that we are not far away from stumps here, that the light is worsening, which it is, unquestionably, and consequently there has been a change in the order. Now James Wharton. Instead comes Ben Code to the crease, the sacrificial lamb, potentially. Adam Lyth chuntering away to him, walking back all the way towards the stumps, having left his gloves and helmet alongside umpire Pratt. Wanders back, Scriven back over the wicket, of course, to the right-handed Code. 3 slips in now, so Curry, who was in the gully, has moved to 3rd slip alongside Louis Kimber and Rishi Patel. Cox standing up to the stumps as ever, as Scriven runs in and bowls. A little bit short, up on his toes is Code, and it climbs on him a bit more than he thought. Managed to get on top of it in the end, but lots of oohs and ahs as he pushes it down into the offside, fairly close to it. I think did he play it down into his foot and then it bounced out into the offside, but it went down rather more vertically, and the ball's final finishing position suggests it should have done, which means he probably did play it down onto his foot. Scriven is in again, back foot defensive push, but he's got it into the gap in the covers there, Coach. Could be 2, but Lyth is already telling him no, as he jogged his single. Code was interested in the possibility of a second. Lyth never was. Code 113 for 1, Lyth 51. Each time I look towards the scoreboard, the trees behind it, but behind the trees is that thick dark bank of cloud that is just slowly drifting our way, really slowly though, but the light is worsening all the time. Adam Lyth is not hurrying here. He knows that the end will come before the 13 overs have been bowled. 13 and a half, that is. Scriven is in 2 Lyth bowls, very full, but doesn't really swing on that occasion, and Lyth just pushes it firmly back down the pitch on the onside, where Wright is the fielder. Chrissy Wright, as the Leicestershire supporters were regaling him with the chant at Trent Bridge on Saturday. 103 for 1. Rishi Patel encourages Tommy Scriven, who is in and bowls outside off stump. Not really shaping back in. Nice take by Cox, because it stayed quite low.
It really did hoop, didn't it? That delivery that bowled Fiddley beat.
Yeah.
Just the only criticism you'd have of Fiddley is he just didn't get quite far enough across. But you've been hard pressed to judge that perfectly, given it did go quite a long way.
Scriven is in and bowling. A little bit of shape back in, and there's a sort of semi-appeal for leg before, not from Scriven, because it didn't swing back in quite enough, and it was bat rather than pad, although pad eventually might have been involved. 113 for 1, end of a very good over from Tom Scriven, 1 for 34, his figures off 8, and the Yorkshire lead is 35 with 9 second innings wickets now intact. And greetings to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Oh dear.
Sports Extra, I believe. I think we must be.
They're not going to hear much cricket, I'm afraid,
oh,
because they are walking off the field as they join us.
The light has got bad enough for the players to come off, and to be quite honest, JD and listeners, I can't see them getting back on out there. There is a bit of sunlight around, but there's an awful big bank of dark cloud, and it is slowly drifting our way, and I think that might be us done.
It could be, but you know there's going to be a feeling once again from Yorkshire. They lost a wicket just before coming off for bad light on day 1. They've just lost an opener before coming off for bad light on day 3. Adam Lyth gets some deserved applause from a good crowd in today. 51 not out to him, if that is to be it for the day. The umpires, of course, are lingering out there in the middle. Ben Code not out on 1 And that one Yorkshire dismissed batter in the second innings, Finley being bowled by Tom Scriven earlier in that what turns out to be possibly the final over of the day for 43 from 65 deliveries, the 4th century opening partnership of the season between Lythe and Bean for Yorkshire. One of the successes, I think, of the season as far as the White Rose is concerned.
I say also that Adam Lythe now is closing in on his 1,000. He's well into the 900s now.
Yeah, and Finley Bean as well, 941 now, Richard. So he needs, what, 59 runs from the final match against Worcestershire next week. And that would be a real feather in the cap of a young player in particular, wouldn't it, to get to 1,000. Adam Lythe's been there and done that, but not knocking his achievement. But for young Finley, that would be a real feather in his cap.
It would indeed. Lythe could yet do it in this innings, but I'm pretty sure they will resume tomorrow. Yorkshire's lead then is 35 with 9 second innings wickets in hand. How they will play it from here remains to be seen. Can they get far enough ahead to declare and put Leicestershire under some sort of pressure? They could bat to sort of half an hour before tea, leave Leicestershire 40 overs to get 220, something like that. Who knows? And Leicestershire would feel that they had to go for it on a tricky pitch. Could yet be a very exciting day tomorrow. Well, we will hang around just in case. The umpires have stayed out there. They're talking to Leicestershire's groundskeeper, Andy Ward. Curator is the Australian word, isn't it? And that sometimes is more convenient. They are all blokes, Leicestershire's groundskeepers at the moment. 113 for 1. And we will be back with you if we and when we resume. But I think the when, Jonathan, may be tomorrow now.
Sadly so.
So from the Uptonsteel County Ground, it's good night for now, and if by any chance we are back, you will hear from us. Of course you will, but I suspect that's that.